I was once an ambitious outer disciple of the Zhengyang sect. I thought my path to becoming an immortal would be smooth, but fate showed its ferocious fangs to me. 3 days ago, I risked my life to retrieve the elixir for the sect, but was ambushed by a hostile sect, and my dantian was shattered. Since then, I have become a waste with no chance of becoming an immortal. Outer sect disciple Yi Chen, due to a ruptured dantian, has no chance to practice immortal cultivation and is now expelled from the Zhengyang sect. He is not allowed to step into the Zhengyang spiritual mountain again in his life. The cold verdict was like thunder, shattering my heart. I was filled with grief and indignation, but I was powerless to resist. I could only clench my fists silently, letting my nails dig into my palms and blood dripping onto the ground. I once regarded the sect as my home and my fellow disciples as my relatives. For the sect, I would do anything. But now, they are so heartless and throw me away like garbage. The beautiful scenery outside the palace was like an icy cave in my eyes. Those former fellow disciples now mocked or sighed at me, and every look was like a sharp arrow piercing my heart. Zhao Kong, that villain, even took advantage of the situation and forced me to crawl under his crotch. I glared at him, but was slapped in the face by reality. I was no longer the person I used to be. Now I was just a poor guy with a broken dantian. Ji Ningxuang, the woman who was once regarded as a perfect match with me, also became indifferent. Her cold, "Have a good journey," was like a sharp blade, severing the last thread of love between us. I was heartbroken, but I could only turn around silently and embark on an unknown journey home. I rode my skinny horse, wandering in the dark night, not knowing where to go. Just when I was filled with loneliness and almost despair, a dazzling star streaked across the night sky and fell to the ground. I walked closer out of curiosity, only to find that it was actually a golden flame. It seemed to have a spirit, jumping into my palm and then into my broken dantian. I was so shocked that before I could react, it had already triggered a shocking change in my body. The flame not only repaired my dantian but also expanded it into a danhai. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily, and I actually opened up a danhai that only the strong in the Kongming realm can have. I was surprised and happy, knowing that this was a ray of hope given to me by fate. The next morning, I woke up in the small spiritual garden of Hengyue's sect and learned that it was Elder Zhang Fengnian and Hua who saved me. Elder Zhang Fengnian was abolished for his mistakes and lived in seclusion here. During the conversation, he learned that I was a cultivator and invited me to join Hengyue's sect and even wrote a letter of introduction for me. I was just happy when the villain Zhang Tao suddenly broke in. In order to seize the heavenly spirit curse, he injured Elder Zhang Fengnian and Hua, and seriously injured Xiaoying. I was furious and taught him a lesson, beating him to a pulp. At night, I quietly pondered the wonders of Danhai True Fire, using it to temper my body, widen my meridians, and strengthen my bones. I knew that my foundation was solid, my strength was far greater than before, and I was full of confidence in the future. The next day, I went to Jiuqing Pavilion with the letter of introduction from Senior Zhang Fengnian. Unexpectedly, the 3 main peaks of Hengyue's sect were unwilling to accept me as a disciple because of my first-level qi condensation cultivation. Although I understood, I also secretly made up my mind to make them look at me with new eyes. In the end, I became an intern disciple, received a jade token and a bottle of jade spirit liquid, and went to the spirit weapon pavilion to choose a spirit weapon. In the spiritual weapon pavilion, among the many spiritual weapons, I was attracted by a black iron sword weighing 200 kilograms and covered with dust. The blade of this sword was engraved with ancient runes, named Tiank. I took great pains to pick it up, and after dripping blood to recognize the master, I unexpectedly obtained a secret technique called savage body refining. Although this secret technique is extremely painful to practice, after the body is fully refined, it can create an indestructible body. I decided to practice it without hesitation. The first time I practiced physical training, I felt so painful that I wanted to die. My acupuncture points and meridians were broken, my bones were broken and connected, I was sweating profusely, and I almost fainted. But the gains from physical training made me ecstatic. My body became stronger, and my strength, speed, hearing, and vision were all improved. I knew that this was just the beginning, and the road to physical training would be long and arduous. In order to obtain more resources, I went to the mission pavilion, where Zhao Long deliberately made things difficult for me. Yi Chen originally thought that when he first came to Hengyue's sect, he had to keep a low profile and would never take the initiative to cause trouble, but this did not mean that he was afraid of trouble. The Zhao Long in front of him was obviously coming for him. In this case, with Yi Chen's character, he would not suffer trouble in vain. Nothing to do with me, ha, ha, ha. Zhao Long snorted coldly, you beat up my little brother, and you dare to say that you have nothing to do with me. You are so brave. You dare to bully my little brother, Zhao Long, you really want to die. After hearing this, Yi Chen finally understood. He had roughly guessed who the little brother Zhao Long was referring to was. Apart from Zhang Tao, who had fallen and was stunned yesterday, he really couldn't think of anyone else. In this way, Zhao Long came to help Zhang Tao vent his anger. He was worthy of being the younger brother brought up by Zhao Long compared with Zhang Tao. Zhao Long's cultivation was much stronger, but he was also more arrogant and domineering than Zhang Tao. Suddenly, Zhao Long placed one hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. Immediately, a powerful true energy poured into Yi Chen's body, rushing around in his body. Yi Chen frowned, but remained calm. The qi in his danhai surged out, pushing out the qi that Zhao Long had poured in. The true energy was pushed out, and although Zhao Long was a little surprised, his smile was even more playful. Boy, I really underestimated you. He was the first to attack, so it's not my fault. Yi Chen looked calm. He could knock down Zhang Tao, so he wouldn't be afraid of Zhao Long, because Zhao Long's cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi condensation. If they really fought with open arms, he might not lose. Good, very good. Zhao Long clapped his hands and cheered, I like people who have no real ability but pretend to be tough. As he spoke, qi was already flowing through his body, and he looked like he was ready to knock Yi Chen down with one blow. Seeing this, Yi Chen would not show weakness. With a thought, the true energy in Danhai rushed out wildly. There was a strong sense of tension between the two, which immediately attracted the attention of the disciples around them. This is going to be a fight. He's only at the qi condensation level 1. How dare this kid fight with Zhao Long? He must have taken the wrong medicine. Are you all going to rebel? A stern shout came from inside. The elder in charge of the mission pavilion came out, and his shout was full of majesty. This is the mission pavilion. You can't run wild. If you want to fight, go to Fenjiantai. Get out. With the elders intimidating him, Zhao Long certainly didn't dare to act rashly again, and even Yi Chen obediently retracted his true energy. Boy, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. With a cold smile, Zhao Long did not forget to threaten Yi Chen ferociously before leaving. I'm waiting. The faint words came out of his mouth, and a cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He turned around again, glanced at the stone tablet, and took off a jade plate from it. It was the task of killing the fire wolf, and the level was not very high. After receiving the mission jade token, Yi Chen also walked out of the mission pavilion, but he knew that it would be difficult to practice peacefully in the next few days. After leaving the mission pavilion, Yi Chen walked straight down the mountain. When passing by the small spiritual garden, Yi Chen went in to see Zhang Fengnian and the others. It's you who made me feel warm again and made me understand that I still have people to protect. With a smile on his face, Yi Chen walked down Lingshan Mountain. This gave him a better vision of a new beginning. He needed to work hard for this vision and protect the people he wanted to protect. About 10 miles away from Heng Yue's sect, there is a forest of monsters, and Heng Yue's sect's missions to kill monsters are mostly targeted there. After simply identifying the direction, Yi Chen tightened the rope that tied the Tiank sword and headed towards the monster forest. An hour later, Yi Chen stopped breathlessly in front of a dense forest. The monster forest was vast and lush, with towering ancient trees. Just by standing here, one could clearly smell the violent and bloody aura emanating from it. Let's get to work. Yi Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the monster forest. Roar. As soon as Yi Chen stepped into the monster forest, he heard the roar of monsters. With his mental strength highly concentrated, Yi Chen walked cautiously towards the depths. Now it was different from the past. In this dangerous forest of monsters, there was a danger of losing his life at any time. Even he did not dare to be careless in the past. Half an hour later, Yi Chen stopped on a rock. Standing on a high place, Yi Chen looked around with narrowed eyes, and his attention was attracted by a glowing spiritual herb on the rock wall not far ahead. The spiritual herb was glowing purple and was surrounded by spiritual energy. It was called purple ginseng grass. Yi Chen was very familiar with this herb. After taking it, it was very effective in stabilizing the mind and eliminating distracting thoughts. It was a rare spiritual medicine. What good luck! Yi Chen murmured, but did not set off immediately. With his experience, he naturally knew that wherever there are spiritual herbs, there must be monsters. Sure enough, when Yi Chen looked around, a rustling sound came from the lush forest, followed by a bloody and violent aura wafting out, and then even the earth shook violently. Suddenly, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon, the lush forest collapsed to the sides, and a huge monster jumped out. It was more than 10 feet tall, with purple flames burning all over its body. Its huge blood-red eyes were full of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Fire Wolf. Seeing the huge monster, Yi Chen showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "I'm looking for you." Roar. Here, the fire wolf roared, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed out purple flames. Seeing this, Yi Chen tapped the rock with his toes and jumped out instantly. Then, he took advantage of the rebound of a huge rock and turned around suddenly. The golden sword energy that he had already condensed was swung out, aiming directly at the fire wolf's eyes. He had killed fire wolves more than once and knew that the fire wolf had a strong body and extremely powerful flames, but its weakness was its eyes. When dealing with this kind of monster with thick skin and flesh that could control flames, the goal was to hit the target with one strike. Clang! The golden sword energy made a clanging sound and pierced the air. Puff! Puff! As the smelly blood splattered, the fire wolf let out a shrill scream, and its huge pupils were already a blur of blood and flesh. Buzz! The dull sound of tetanus was heard, and Yi Chen had already held the Tiankling Tian in both hands and smashed it towards the head of the fire wolf. It was another heavy blow, and the skull of the fire wolf was smashed into a bloody mess. Yi Chen's hands were also hurt by the shock, and even the Tiank sword was shaken away. However, the heavy blow stunned the fire wolf and he couldn't even stand steadily. "I'll kill you while you're sick." Yi Chen understood this principle very well. He took 3 or 2 steps forward, gathered his true energy in his palm, and lightning tore between his fingers. Thunder! With Yi Chen's loud shout, he slapped the fire wolf's head firmly in the air. Puff! The fire wolf's head exploded on the spot, its brain matter scattered everywhere, and foul-smelling blood spurted out. Its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. It might wonder until its death how it was knocked down by a young cultivator at the first level of qi condensation. Call. Yi Chen let out a long breath, but his tense body did not relax at all. This was indeed not like before. He was only at the first level of qi condensation and his strength was limited. Although the battle with the fire wolf was not long, every step was dangerous and he would become the fire wolf's meal if he was not careful. Without stopping, Yi Chen pried open the fire wolf's head and pulled out a small stone glowing with blood from it. The small stone was very irregular, with a bumpy surface, and at this moment, foul-smelling blood was dripping from it. This is the blood wolf's beast essence. As for the beast essence, it is the essence of a monster and also the most precious part of the monster. Cultivators kill monsters mostly for the beast essence. The beast essence contains too much essence, and it is of great benefit to the cultivator's cultivation if they take it. Mission accomplished. Yi Chen wiped the blood off the beast essence and put it in his arms. He never thought that the mission would be completed so quickly. His brows furrowed suddenly, and he felt a cold pain in his back. With a chill in his heart, Yi Chen stepped back suddenly. But his speed was still too slow. 3 silver needles had pierced through the air and shot towards him. Although he tried his best to avoid them, he was still hit. The 3 silver needles pierced into his arm one after another. The silver needles contained a strong poison and soon filled his eyes with poison. In less than 3 breaths, his entire arm turned black. A dignified person at the human Yuan realm actually knows how to launch a sneak attack. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his arm and stepped back, looking coldly at the lush jungle. "Boy, you have a good perception." A sinister laugh came from the jungle. The next moment, a hunchbacked old man in gray clothes walked out, leaning on a cane, with pockmarks all over his face. His wrinkled skin was almost piled up into a lump, his eye sockets were very deep, and his blood-red eyes were as creepy as those of a snake or scorpion. This guy was extremely violent, and it was obvious at first glance that he was a villain who specialized in killing people and robbing. "Hand over everything you should. I'll leave you an intact body, otherwise I'll make you live a life worse than death." The old man smiled faintly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "I'm only at the first level of chi condensation, what treasure can I have?" Yi Chen said coldly, his eyes starting to feel dizzy. The poison contained in the 3 poison needles on his arm was specially refined and spread very quickly. It wasn't long before most of his meridians and bones were corroded, and his true chi was completely powerless. "It seems that you are very disobedient." The old man smiled ferociously and walked slowly towards him, with black mist lingering in his palms. The boat capsized in the ditch. Yi Chen was so angry that his teeth were itching. The hunchbacked old man in front of him was obviously an expert in using poison, and his cultivation was only at the first level of the human yuan realm, which was a whole realm lower than his. Yi Chen believed that even if he was not poisoned, he would not be able to defeat this guy. However, at this moment, the golden fire in the Danhai actually trembled, and split into dozens of streams that rushed into Yi Chen's meridians and bones. Those toxins were actually refined by it. This can also be refined. Yi Chen was a little surprised after quickly looking inside his body. However, even though the poison had been refined, he remained motionless. The reason why he stayed where he was that he was prepared to take advantage of the old man's letdown of his guard to give him a thundering blow. His cultivation was absolutely suppressed, and he believed that he had no chance of winning if a head-on battle broke out. However, if we suddenly attack it and inflict heavy damage on it, it would be hard to say what would happen. "Little kid, don't blame Grandpa." The old man had arrived, his eyes full of viciousness. He was obviously a very evil person, but he insisted on putting on a compassionate look. "I don't blame you." A cold light flashed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man frowned. "Thunder." With a sudden shout, Yi Chen, who was still, suddenly attacked. "You actually..." The old man was startled and wanted to dodge, but the distance was so short and Yi Chen's move was so fast that he had no time to react at all, and was hit hard on the chest by Yi Chen's thundering palm. The hunchbacked old man stepped back with shock in his eyes. How could he have imagined that Yi Chen could detoxify the poison in such a short time and even stage such a Jedi counterattack for him? Thunder. After a successful attack, Yi Chen roared again. The hunchbacked old man, who had not yet gained his footing, had no time to defend himself, but was still beaten back by Yi Chen, vomiting blood. Yi Chen's true energy surged, not giving him any time to breathe. He pounced on him like a ferocious beast and hit him on the head with several thunder palms. During this period, the hunchbacked old man tried to attack several times, but Yi Chen did not give him any time to react. Puff. As the ice-cold dagger pierced into the hunchbacked old man's chest, he lay down with his head raised and wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out. There was horror in his eyes. Until his death, he had never expected that he would be killed by a junior who was at the first level of chi condensation. On the other side, Yi Chen also staggered and half-knelt on the ground. He used the thunder palm repeatedly, which exhausted his true energy. However, it was all worth it since he was able to kill the old man who had reached the human yuan realm. He was afraid that even before, he had never had such a brilliant record. Although he relied on the momentum of a sneak attack, it was enough to be proud of. Without stopping, Yi Chen staggered to his feet, not daring to delay for even a second. He took the old man's storage bag, put Tiank on his back, and hurried into the jungle. Before leaving, he did not forget to pick the purple ginseng grass. After finding a cave, Yi Chen crawled in with great effort. Soon, he took out the storage bag of the hunchbacked old man. It must be said that for a person in the human yuan realm, the hunchbacked old man's collection is quite rich. Without having time to look at other things, Yi Chen grabbed a few bottles of spiritual liquid, tilted his head back and drank them all into his stomach. His elixir sea was dry at the moment, so he continued to replenish his essence. This monster forest was full of dangers, and he needed to stay in peak condition at all times. The spiritual liquid entered the body like a stream of cool spring water and quickly flowed throughout the body. The Danhai true fire also moved at the same time, helping Yi Chen to refine the spiritual liquid that had entered his body. The refined pure true qi poured into the danhai, and Yi Chen's pale face turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a long time, Yi Chen's danhai was filled again, and the rolling golden true energy was like an ocean. However, he still failed to break through to the second level of qi condensation. It's really difficult to advance. Yi Chen smacked his lips secretly and opened his eyes. Although he did not advance, the several bottles of spiritual liquid were not drunk in vain. Yi Chen clearly felt that his strength had become much stronger. Why? With a sigh, Yi Chen once again set his eyes on the hunchbacked old man's storage bag. Because the advancement consumed too much spiritual liquid, there were only 3 or 4 bottles of spiritual liquid left in the storage bag. The rest was the common currency for cultivators, spiritual stones, as many as 500 of them, which was considered a small fortune. In addition to these, there was a pile of sinister poisons, dozens of bottles in total, which made Yi Chen smack his lips continuously. It will be useful someday. Yi Chen did not destroy the poisons, leaving them for future use in case of emergency. Who knows when he might need them? After searching for a while, all that was left in the storage bag were a bunch of low-level spiritual weapons. It was not until he saw a yellowed ancient book that his eyes lit up. He immediately saw 3 big words on it: Beast's Wrath. Mystical Arts. Yi Chen's eyes were burning. This was what he lacked the most. When he counted them carefully, adding what he had gained from Xinjiang sect and Hangyue sect at this time, the only mystical arts he knew were the most basic qi control and the domineering thunder palm. Controlling qi is the most basic means for cultivators. It is okay against ordinary enemies, but it is not of much use when encountering strong enemies. The thunder palm is powerful, but it consumes too much energy, so what Yi Chen lacks most at this moment is the mysterious art. What you think will come true? Thinking in his mind, Yi Chen had already opened the ancient book and couldn't wait to study the beast's wrath. After careful study, Yi Chen discovered that this beast's fury is a mysterious art that introduces fighting techniques. To be more precise, it is a mysterious art in the field of fighting. You don't know until you read it, and you'll be shocked when you do. This Beast Heart of Rage is divided into 6 chapters, but the first 3 chapters are all about introducing the coordination of human body parts and how to coordinate them to maximize more powerful power. As for the last 3 articles, they are the real skills. The reason why it is called Beastly Rage is naturally because it is related to beasts. The predecessor who created the Beast Heart Rage must have been good at observation, because the Beast Heart Rage comes from beasts. He grasped the beast's techniques of pouncing, grabbing, and bumping very thoroughly, and then he imitated the beasts and created the Beast Heart Rage. The fights between beasts are mostly fought with primitive flesh. People should sometimes learn from them, and coordinate the legs, feet, hands, knees and other parts of the body to maximize strength and engage in close combat. Coupled with his increasingly powerful body, there will definitely be unexpected results. Mysterious, really mysterious. Yi Chen couldn't help but admire it. As he watched it, his state of mind was elevated. Too many cultivators practiced, relied too much on true qi, and pursued too much the gorgeous forms of mystical arts, thus neglecting the most primitive fighting skills. As a result, most cultivators, although their cultivation was not low, were terribly bad in close combat. I've found another treasure. Yi Chen laughed loudly, slapped the ground, turned over and jumped up. The method of practicing Beast Heart's Rage had already been imprinted in his mind. With a shout, Yi Chen threw a punch immediately, then turned around and kicked out, followed by a diagonal chop. A set of movements is completed in one go. Then, Yi Chen's movements became faster and faster, sometimes like a wolf pouncing on a rabbit, sometimes like a tiger leaping into the air, and sometimes like a monkey leaping swiftly. His movements were strange, but they contained many of the ferocious beast's fatal moves. Yi Chen did not use his true energy, but only used his limbs. While his body was constantly stretching, he comprehended the mystery of the beast's rage. This training lasted for 9 hours. It was not until night fell that Yi Chen sat on the ground, sweating profusely. In the next few days, Yi Chen did not return to Henji sect, but instead practiced hard on close combat. During the day, he jumped out of the cave and fought with the powerful monster beast. He was transformed in the actual combat, and every time he came out, his body was covered with blood. Wait until nightfall, then go to a place in the mountains with rich spiritual energy to nourish the body, and then practice the secret method of burning heaven. Yi-Chen was surprised to find that another unique feature of this barbaric body refining was that it could heal all the scars on his body during the refining, and the recovery speed was much faster than before. Day and night alternate, the sun and the moon rotate. After a few days, Yi-Chen gradually comprehended the essence of the beast's rage. In the constant fighting, the strength of his physical body also reached a new peak, which made him confident that he could confront the peak of qi condensation head-on. In short, the anger of the beast is a kind of fate. It was another starry night. Yi-Chen stretched and appeared at the entrance of the cave. He had been out for a few days and he planned to go back tonight. Yi-Chen, who was about to jump into the forest, frowned and looked up at the night sky. There was a long rainbow coming across the sky. When he got closer, he realized that it was a woman in white. The Void Realm. Yi-Chen's heart trembled. In the row of cultivators in the Qi Condensation Realm and the Renewen Realm who want to go to the sky need to mount flying spirit beasts, cultivators in the Zhenyang Realm who want to go to the sky need to control flying swords, and when their cultivation reaches the Lingxi Realm, they can control the Divine Rainbow. Only when their cultivation reaches the Kongming Realm can they truly fly in the sky without the help of spirit beasts, flying swords, and divine rainbows. The fact that the woman in white could fly in the air showed that her cultivation had reached the realm of emptiness and darkness. Suppressing his shock, Yi-Chen saw the appearance of the woman in white. What a nice view! At this moment, Yi-Chen was in a trance for a moment. The woman's sleeves fluttered, her white clothes were whiter than snow, her hair was as green as flowing water, and she was shining with light. She had a peerless face, so beautiful that it was breathtaking, like a fairy who had descended to earth, untouched by the dust of this world. However, the condition of the woman in white was not very good. When she passed through this void, her speed suddenly dropped, and the brilliance on her body was almost annihilated. Being hunted. Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he realized that there were actually 3 people behind the woman in white, and each of them was flying in the air. Needless to say, their cultivation was at least at the Kongming Realm. The best option is to run away. Yi-Chen realized that he could not stay in this place any longer. But just as he moved his feet, the woman in white fell into the void, drew a graceful arc in the air, and landed right in front of him. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the woman in white quickly glanced at Yi-Chen, then turned around and hid in the lush jungle. Her entire aura was restrained. Yi-Chen standing there could not even sense any fluctuations from her. Behind him, the 3 people who were chasing him arrived in an instant. They were a gray-haired old man, a middle-aged man in a python robe, and a young man in a white robe. The powerful aura of the 3 of them almost made Yi-Chen crawl on the ground. "Boy, did you see anyone passing by?" The young man in white robe stared at Yi-Chen with sharp eyes. Yi-Chen's heart was filled with awe, he dared not move at all, his whole body seemed transparent in the eyes of the young man in white robe. "I'm asking you a question," the middle-aged man in purple robe shouted. Towards that direction." Yi-Chen pointed in a direction at random. "Anyway, he just wanted them to leave quickly. Don't let me find out you're lying to me, or you'll die a horrible death. Chase." The gray-haired old man ordered, and the 3 of them stepped into the void again. She was seriously injured and was poisoned by the Hawan powder. She can't run far if left alone. If we catch her, the Lord will definitely be happy. Call. After the 3 of them left, Yi-Chen let out a long breath, and his whole body seemed to be exhausted. Soon, the hiding woman in white stumbled out, looking extremely disheveled, with blurry eyes, pale face, weak breath, and even staggering as she walked. A breeze blew, and the woman in white finally fell down. "Hello." Yi-Chen didn't intend to care about it, but he still took a step forward and grabbed the woman in white when she was about to fall to the ground. The night sky is deep, and the broken stars are like dust. Yi-Chen carried the woman in white on his back and walked all the way to the depths of the monster forest, where he found an extremely hidden cave. At this moment, in the dark cave, a faint campfire was burning, reflecting a dreamy figure. The woman in white was lying on the wall of the cave, still in a coma. Her face was as pale as paper and there was a look of pain on her cheeks. She was obviously a genuine cultivator in the Void Realm, but at this moment, she looked more like a weak woman, lovable and pitiful. Beside her, Yi-Chen was not idle either. He was quietly transferring his inner energy to her, and from time to time, he would secretly take a glance at her. He was sure that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, bar none. She was so beautiful, like a snow lotus that grew out of the mud without being stained. Her peerless beauty overshadowed all the beauty in the world. Perhaps he was too engrossed in looking at her, a little intoxicated, that he didn't even notice that his face had turned a little red. To be honest, other than Ji Ningxuang, this was the first time he stared at a woman like this. "It's hot. Very hot." A soft whisper came from the mouth of the woman in white, interrupting Yi Chen's dazed mind. Looking at the woman again at this moment, although she was in a coma, she was quite restless. Her jade mouth was slightly open, and her lips contained fragrance. There was a unique charm and enchantment. Someone was already intoxicated by her, and it was hard not to be distracted. Wrong. As he watched, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. He gently took the woman's wrist and took her pulse using some secret method. What can I say? One kind of injury is minor, but if there is another kind of injury, it will be embarrassing. Together, rejoice, and part. After a long while, Yi Chen spoke word by word. The woman's pulse perfectly confirmed his guess. She had really been drugged. He also knew what the Hawan powder was. No matter if it was a man or a woman, once they were drugged, they had to combine yin and yang, otherwise, their tendons and veins would be broken and they would die. What a despicable method. Yi Chen snorted coldly, thinking of the 3 men who chased the woman in white. Needless to say, it was them who poisoned her. 3 grown men, how could they do such a thing? Suddenly, the eyelashes of the woman in white trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes, looking at Yi Chen's beautiful eyes, which were as clear as water and hazy. "Senior, wake up, Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen's mouth was blocked by the sweet lips coming towards him, and 2 white jade arms had already embraced his neck. Then, a soft and delicate body pressed on him, and the charming feminine fragrance was refreshing. Not suitable for children, 10,000 words omitted. You can imagine what happens next. At this moment, the small spiritual garden far away in Heng Yue's sect welcomed a group of uninvited guests. It was Zhang Tao. His face, reflected in the dim moonlight, looked as ferocious as a devil. His wounds had not yet healed, but he led a group of disciples to seek revenge. "Old man, hand over that kid, and the heavenly spirit curse, hand them all over to me. He's gone, and I don't have any heavenly spirit curse." Zhang Fengnian spoke weakly. He was beaten all over and was coughing up blood while speaking. "Don't cry until you see the coffin. Hang him up." The small cemetery was very noisy, filled with Zhang Tao's abnormal roar, and that little bastard and that mixed-haired bird, hang them up for me. I kill you. Under the moon, the dark and silent monster forest was broken by a rather harsh female voice. Although the voice was beautiful, it contained cold murderous intent. It was a woman in white. Looking at the cave again, the scene was not very harmonious. She pinched Yi Chen's neck and lifted him up in the air. Judging from her expression, the poison of the Hawan powder in her body has been eliminated, but there are still patches of red on her cheeks. She is sober, it would be strange if she can accept this fact. The pink flowers under her skirt are dazzling, and she is in a mess. She doesn't even bother to tidy up her clothes. She can't contain her murderous intent and vows to send Yi Chen, who took away her virginity, to the underworld. Whether you are being reasonable or not, you rushed over here on your own. You were poisoned by the Hawan powder, and I saved you. Yi Chen couldn't help but curse, his face turned red, his hands and feet struggled, thrashing back and forth, but he still couldn't escape the restraints. Is this the reason why you took my virginity? The beautiful eyes of the woman in white were filled with mist, reflecting a cold light. You crazy, crazy woman, I should have known not to save you. You still say. Of course I have to say that you were on top when we did it. You picked me up before I even turned over. You have to prove my innocence. You. The woman in white was furious and her chest heaved violently. The erotic scene from not long ago kept coming to her mind. Just as Yi Chen said, it seemed that she was on top from beginning to end. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed again. Feeling ashamed and angry, she subconsciously increased the strength of her hand that was holding Yi Chen's neck. If she pinched him with one finger, that person would surely die. However, at this moment, a powerful aura from the void outside the cave was approaching rapidly. The woman in white suddenly turned around and seemed to be able to see through the hole covered by branches that three figures were coming towards her in the air. They looked very aggressive, and they must have been attracted by her previous scream. Hodu. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes, and her words were extremely cold. A brilliant aura instantly covered her body, and a powerful momentum shook the cave. I'll come back to take care of you. With a cold glance, the woman in white threw Ichin away and flew out like a divine rainbow. Afterwards, a glowing rope floated into the cave, and Ichin, who had just stood up, was tied up on the spot. You crazy bitch. Ichin couldn't help but curse, his face full of black lines, and he rolled on the ground, trying his best to break free from the rope. He had to find a way to escape. Who knew if the woman in white came back, she would kill him. However, this rope was too strange, and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. At the critical moment, he had a flash of inspiration. Hurry, help me. Ichin called out, and what he called out was the golden flame of Danhai. At his summons, the flames really came out, turning into wisps of flames that entangled the glowing rope. You know what, it really works. Ichin broke free from the rope, jumped up, reached the cave entrance in 3 or 2 steps, and rushed into the dense forest. Boom. Boom. At this moment, above the dark night sky, the battle is in full swing. The fight in the Void Realm is extremely huge. Every time there is a big collision, there will be a terrible halo spreading in all directions. Too many towering ancient trees are cut off by the lazy waste, too many handsome peaks are crushed and collapsed, and terrible visions can also be seen. Gulp. Ichin was secretly swallowing his saliva as he watched. Even from a long distance away, he could clearly see the mountains collapsing one after another. This was the duel between the strong, moving mountains and overturning seas in an instant, as if it were nothing new. It was not hard to see that the woman in white was at a disadvantage. Although the poison of the Hawan powder had been resolved, her other injuries were still there. They were all in the Kongming realm. It would be strange if she could win against a 1-on-3 lineup. Chu Ling, are you still struggling in vain? In the void, the 3 great Void Realm masters were extremely powerful and cooperated very well. They attacked from the front and back, using their magical powers and secret techniques one after another. Apart from that, there was a certain kind of lewd and evil look that could not be concealed. Previously, even the Hawan powder was used. Not only was it despicable, but it was also a love of beauty. You will pay the price for plotting against me. Chu Ling snorted coldly. Although her voice was beautiful, it was chilling to the bone. Before she finished her words, she formed seals with her hands. Buzz. The sky was humming and divine clouds were flowing. With her as the center, a huge snow lotus proudly bloomed. Brilliant fairy light illuminated the world and became the most wonderful color in the dim night. You are overestimating your own abilities. The young man in white robe smiled faintly, the blood-stained sword in his hand clanged, sword energy spread in all directions, and the sword came down from the sky, cutting open the magnificent snow lotus. Puff. Chu Ling was bleeding and stepped back, causing the void to collapse. His already pale face instantly turned pale. Puff. Also bleeding was the young man in white robe. He must have underestimated the lotus. It was not only gorgeous, but also contained a terrifying power. It helped that he cut off the snow lotus, but he was also affected by the power and was nearly chopped to pieces when he was not careful. Okay, very good. The young man in white robe gnashed his teeth, having suffered a great loss, and wanted to seek revenge. His originally smiling expression suddenly turned ferocious, and the blood-stained sword in his hand was surrounded by a black aura. The terrifying sword energy turned into a sword light, causing cracks in the space. There are many strong people approaching. Before he could start attacking, he was stopped by the old man. His fighting ability might not be good, but his perception was domineering. Someone from Hangyue sect. Retreat. The gray-haired old man gave the order immediately. The 3 of them came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night sky like 3 divine rainbows. Puff. The woman in white named Chu Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and almost fell into the air. Linger. The ethereal sound of nature came from far away and approached in an instant, supporting the woman in white named Chu Ling. The person who came was also dressed in fluttering white clothes, untainted by the dust of the world, and surrounded by a halo of light. She looked like a fairy who had descended to earth, or like a blooming snow lotus. Her beauty was so stunning that it was breathtaking. But, the strange thing is that this woman and Chu Ling look exactly the same, equally peerless and detached from the world. Then, there is only one explanation, that is, they are twins. The older sister is called Chu Xian and the younger sister is called Chu Ling. Well, needless to say, the woman in white named Chu Ling is also a member of Hengyue's sect. I wonder if Yi Chen, who has already escaped from the cave, would vomit blood on the spot when he finds out about this. I also don't know what the scene would be like if he meets her in Hengyue's sect in the future. Perhaps, one day in Hengyue's sect, Yi Chen might meet his sister Chu Xian first. Divine rainbows continued to appear in the sky, and strong men from Hengyue's sect arrived one after another. Seeing that Chu Ling's breath was weak, they stepped forward and infused his essence into him. After a while, Chu Ling's breathing stabilized, but his face was still pale and blood occasionally flowed from the corners of his mouth. My fellow brothers, please go back to the sect first. I have something else to do. After hurriedly saying this, Chu Ling rushed towards the cave like a long rainbow. Linger, your injury. It doesn't matter. You all are not allowed to follow. Late at night, Chu Ling searched around the lush monster forest, but found no trace of Yi Chen. Don't let me catch you. Chu Ling said bitterly. The erotic scene not long ago reappeared in her mind, and her cheeks were flushed again. How could she, who had always been known as a beautiful girl, think that she would also scream like that? So lascivious. Ah. I'm so embarrassed. Chu Ling stamped her feet, and the shy Chu Ling couldn't help but cover her hot cheeks. Linger. A voice came from behind. Chu Xian was worried about Chu Ling, so she followed her secretly. When she got closer, she noticed that Chu Ling's face was red, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's wrong? No. It's nothing. Chu Ling hesitated, her cheeks getting even hotter. Could she tell her sister that her sister was sleeping with someone? And that person is still a young monk with the first level of qi condensation. It is absolutely impossible to say this even if you think about it. Then what are you looking for? Chu Xian looked at Chu Ling doubtfully and looked around. Could it be that you left your treasure here? There's no treasure there. I'm just walking around. You're lying. Oh. Let's go back. The head teacher is still waiting for us. Feeling guilty, Chu Ling hurriedly pushed Chu Xian, but when leaving, he did not forget to turn around and look in the direction of the cave. The two stood side by side, flew into the air, and soon disappeared. The night was dark and the monster forest fell into silence. At some point, in an unknown corner of the forest, the corpse of a huge monster began to move. Then, a bloody hand emerged. This is a scary scene. How can a person who has been swallowed by a monster crawl out alive? Looking closely, there was a big hole in the monster's lower abdomen, and a bloody man crawled out from it. Needless to say, this person is Yi Chen. Well. In order to avoid Chu Ling's pursuit, this guy actually hid in the belly of the monster. If Chu Ling knew this, I wonder if he would praise him for his talent. Call. Yi Chen breathed out a heavy breath and slapped his chest fiercely. I almost lost my life. But thinking of the erotic scene not long ago, Yi Chen coughed dryly and touched the tip of his nose. Although the smell of blood was strong on his body, it still couldn't conceal the fragrance that Chu Ling left on him. That fragrance was intoxicating. I saved her life. Yi Chen coughed dryly and found a very legitimate reason for himself. But when I think of that incident, I can't help feeling a little guilty. After all, it was a dark and empty place, and it was so beautiful. Even if it was passive, she lost her virginity, right? Anyone would find it hard to accept it for a while. If you encounter this situation again, don't rush into it. After a brief rest, Yi Chen looked at the sky. After a night of tossing and turning, it was almost dawn. Fearing that Chu Ling would come back to look for him, Yi Chen jumped up without stopping and quickly ran into the forest. Before leaving, he did not forget to drag away the corpse of the monster beside him, as it was a very nutritious thing. At this moment, the small cemetery at the foot of Heng sect was filled with the sound of wailing. Cry, cry again. A fierce voice sounded. Zhang Tao took out a piece of black cloth from his arms, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Hua's mouth. After that, he kicked Hua and cursed, "Cry, why don't you cry anymore? Hua's condition is really miserable. He has been hanging for a whole day since Zhang Tao brought people here yesterday, and his body is covered with footprints. Zhang Tao, come to me if you have anything to say." The old voice was weak. Zhang Fengnian, who was also hanging, looked much more miserable. His body was covered with blood marks from the whip, and his old face was covered with red and swollen slap marks. He was over 70 years old, and his cloudy old eyes did not even have much of a dim gaze. "Coming at you. Okay." Zhang Tao sneered, pulled out a whip from his waist, came forward with great momentum, and swung the whip into the air. Snap. Snap. Every time the whip fell, a blood mark would appear on Zhang Fengnian's body. "I'll tell you not to give me the heavenly spirit curse. I'll tell you not to give me the heavenly spirit curse." With each blow of the whip, Zhang Tao would roar ferociously like a madman, wishing he could peel off Zhang Fengnian's skin. MMM. MMM. Seeing Zhang Fengnian being beaten, Hua, with his mouth blocked, cried out, his eyes filled with tears. Quack. Quack. Even the little eagle spirit beast was crying out as it was also hung up, its wings pierced by an iron hook, and it was covered in blood. In the small spiritual garden, besides Zhang Tao, there were 2 Heng disciples. Although their cultivation was also at the second level of qi condensation, their aura was not as strong as Zhang Tao's, and it seemed that they had just advanced to the next level not long ago. Seeing Zhang Tao was about to kill him, the 2 Heng disciples stepped forward to dissuade him. "Brother, be careful. Don't really beat him to death, otherwise we will be blamed by the higher-ups and we won't be able to bear the consequences. Who cares about a piece of trash?" After spitting, Zhang Tao glared at Zhang Fengnian hatefully, but finally stopped. But even though he stopped, Zhang Tao was still angry. Zhang Fengnian could not fight anymore. He looked at the hanging eagle with a vicious look and shouted, "You treat it as a relative, but I will cook it in front of you today. You too, chop this dead bird into pieces for me." Okay. The 2 Heng disciples immediately rolled up their sleeves, took out their glowing short swords, and ran straight towards the giant bird. "I've been busy all night, and I'm a little hungry. You." Zhang Fengnian's gradually dimming eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and every time he spoke a word, he spat out a mouthful of blood. MMM. MMM. Hua struggled violently, his face full of tears. Although the little eagle was a low-level spiritual beast, they had been with it day and night and had long regarded it as a relative. Now they had to watch their relative being killed with their own eyes, and their hearts felt as if being cut by a knife. However, just when the 2 Heng disciples were about to take action, the door of the small spiritual garden was pushed open, and Yi Chen, covered in blood, walked in. "Senior, I'm going back." Yi Chen was choked with anger before he could finish his sentence, staring blankly at everything in the garden. It was a bloody scene. Zhang Fengnian was hanging there, covered in blood. Hua was also hanging there with wounds all over his body. Even the low-level spirit beast, the little eagle, had its wings pierced by an iron hook. "Wow. You really dare to come back." Seeing that it was Yi Chen, Zhang Tao jumped up suddenly, his eyes full of hatred, and smiled ferociously. "Zhang Tao." A bone-cold voice came out of Yi Chen's mouth. His dark pupils instantly turned blood red. He strode over, his murderous intent no longer contained, and his expression was even more ferocious than Zhang Tao's. "No one can save you today." What a big tone. Hearing Yi Chen's angry shout, Zhang Tao pounced on him like a ferocious beast. Thinking of the serious injury he suffered from Yi Chen's qi condensation a few days ago, his face became hideous and distorted at the same time. Clang. It was still the Yuyang sword energy that pierced the air. Zhang Tao seemed to be crazy, waving his arms wildly. The sword energy came towards him, but Yi Chen did not dodge or evade. He rushed forward like a tiger, allowing the sword energy to leave bloody streaks on his body. Compared to seeing Zhang Fengnian and others being tortured, this little pain was nothing. Seeing Yi Chen using his body to block his sword energy, Zhang Tao's face changed involuntarily, because Yi Chen was about to rush to him. You deserve to die. With a sudden shout, Yi Chen took a step forward and rushed in front of Zhang Tao. He clenched his fists tightly, without using any true energy. He only relied on the explosive power of his body to hit Zhang Tao hard in the face. Puff. Zhang Tao vomited blood and staggered back after being punched by Yi Chen. His entire face was distorted. Before he could stand firmly on his feet, he was kicked over by Yi Chen and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. This. The other two Hengyue disciples were shocked when they saw this. A trainee disciple at the second level of Qi condensation actually defeated Zhang Tao without using his true Qi. This was completely beyond their understanding. Kill, kill, kill. A crazy roar interrupted the two people's shock. Zhang Tao, with disheveled hair, called on his younger brothers. Attack together. Knowing that Yi Chen was not easy to deal with, two Hengyue disciples attacked from both sides, with true Qi lingering in their palms. One condensed a palm knife and the other gathered a sword blade, both of which were the most basic methods of controlling Qi. But, in Yi Chen's eyes, these are nothing. Roll. With a loud roar, Yi Chen swung his palm with thunder, and the disciple on the left flew out on the spot. When he landed on the ground, he was already covered in blood. With a sudden turn, Yi Chen leaped like a tiger and rushed to the front of the disciple on the right. He easily avoided the disciple's palm knife, broke the disciple's shoulder bone with one palm, and then turned his hand and punched him, knocking him to the ground. After knocking down two disciples, Yi Chen kicked Zhang Tao away, and then hurriedly sent out 4 sword energies to untie the chains of Zhang Fengnian and the others. Grandpa. As soon as he was put down, Hua rushed to Zhang Fengnian. Senior, it's all my fault. While madly infusing Zhang Fengnian with true energy, Yi Chen said self-reproachfully, his eyes full of guilt. If it weren't for him, Zhang Tao might not have been so crazy and perverted. Little guy, don't blame yourself. Zhang Fengnian was indeed seriously injured. Although he was old, Yi Chen used his true energy to protect his heart meridian, so at least his life was not in danger. Yi Chen swears here that he will never let you get hurt again. After working for 3 full hours, Yi Chen finally collected his true energy. Zhang Fengnian's life was no longer in danger and he only needed to rest for a few days. The tiger boy was also fine after being nourished by the true energy. However, the little eagle spirit beast had not yet healed its wounds from the previous few days, and its wings were pierced by a hook, so it might need several months of recuperation. After settling them, Yi Chen's expression instantly turned cold. We know we were wrong, we know we were wrong. One of the Hengyue disciples was frightened by the beating and begged for mercy in a hurry. If you make a mistake, you will have to pay the price. A cold voice sounded, like a majestic verdict. Yi Chen immediately raised his foot and kicked the disciple's dantian. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out. My dantian, my cultivation. The disciple screamed miserably, covering his bleeding lower abdomen, sweating coldly from the pain. From now on, he was no longer a high and mighty immortal, but a complete waste. Yi Chen has already walked towards another disciple. No, 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 the disciple was terrified and crawled backwards, but he could not escape his fate. Ah! With a scream, the disciple's dantian was kicked to pieces, and all his cultivation was dispersed. He was no longer an immortal, and his future miserable life was still doomed. Unable to withstand the blow, he fainted on the ground. Finally, Yi Chen slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Tao, who was covered in blood. Zhang Tao was really scared. He never thought that Yi Chen would be so ruthless and actually destroy their cultivation. As a participant in this incident, he was destined to not escape the disaster. Do you know who my master is? My master is Gohong, the head of Diyang Peak. How dare you hurt me? Zhang Tao roared, but he seemed unable to realize the seriousness of the problem. Until now, he was still using his master to scare Yi Chen. I said, no one can save you today. The cold voice was still bone-chilling. Yi Chen kicked Zhang Tao cleanly and decisively, destroying his dantian. Ah! Zhang Tao's screams were extremely creepy. At this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty immortal. He was destined to be abandoned by his master, and a miserable life would be waiting for him. At this moment, he realized that he regretted provoking Yi Chen, which led to the disaster today. The pain they inflicted must be repaid 100-fold. Yi Chen's anger seemed to have never dissipated. He took out 3 silver needles from the storage bag and inserted them into Zhang Tao's body. This silver needle is the poison needle of the hunchbacked old man. It is made from the toxin extracted from termites. After Yi Chen's personal test, this poison needle will not kill people immediately. The poisoned person will suffer the pain of being bitten by the poisonous insects. At this moment, it seems that it is most suitable to use it on Zhang Tao. Ah! The poison had spread. Zhang Tao wailed continuously, scratching his body with his hands, and blood marks soon appeared. "Let me go, please let me go." Zhang Tao hugged Yi Chen's legs. "It's all Brother Zhao, it's all Brother Zhao Long. He wanted the heavenly spirit curse, so he sent me here. It's none of my business." Zhao Long. Upon hearing this name, a cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Turning around suddenly, Yi Chen strode towards the door, his whole body filled with violent aura and uncontrollable cold murderous intent. He wanted to go up the mountain to fight Zhao Long. Once he went up, the battlefield was doomed to be stained with blood. "Even if it means death, I will make you pay a heavy price." At this moment, on the peak of Xingyang Mountain, Guhong sat high on the lecture platform, imparting his cultivation experience to the disciples of Diyang Peak. The way of cultivation is to respect heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the greatest. Qi is the foundation of human beings. Cultivators should focus on refining qi. Below, the seats were full of disciples, all of them were respectful. They remembered every word Guhong said in their hearts and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. They were still very afraid of this strict and demanding master. Glancing down, Guhong stroked his beard gently. Looking at those pairs of awe eyes, he regarded himself as a senior master. He enjoyed the feeling of being high above. In Diyang Peak, he was the sky, he was the king who controlled everything. "Zhao Long, I'll be waiting for you at Fenjiantai." Suddenly a cold voice came from Diyang Peak. "Who is challenging senior brother Zhao?" The scene was suddenly filled with noise. Could it be a disciple from the other 2 main peaks? It doesn't matter who it is. Senior brother Zhao Long is about to break through to the 6th level of qi condensation, and he has a secret technique passed down by our master. In this outer sect of Heng Yu's sect, except for the true disciples of the 3 great masters, who can defeat him. Zhao Long below had also stood up, with a playful smile on his face, as if he knew it was Yi Chen from the voice. "Longer, do you know who is challenging you?" On the lecture platform, Guhong closed his eyes and rested, but his voice was full of disdain. Zhao Long was a disciple he had personally trained and was also one of the disciples he was most optimistic about. He had always been very confident in Zhao Long. Reporting to the master, it is a trainee disciple named Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Guhong frowned after a pause, as if recalling the events in Jiuqing Pavilion. He asked, "Is it Yi Chen, who is 16 years old and has only cultivated to the 1st level?" Master knows him. Zhao Long was a little surprised. "He wanted to be a disciple of my Diyang Peak, but I rejected him. My Diyang Peak never accepts that kind of trash." "Is that so?" After hearing the reason given by Guhong, all the disciples showed sarcasm and sneered one after another. "I think Yi Chen wants to enter Diyang Peak, so he thought of this method to attract the master's attention so that the master can accept him as a disciple. What a good plan. Go." Guhong closed his eyes again on the lecture platform and said casually, "It's okay to punish him, but don't be too harsh, otherwise others will say that Yang Feng is bullying others." "What? The new trainee disciple who is only at the 1st level of qi condensation wants to challenge Zhao Long. That boy is so brave." When the news of Yi Chen's challenge to Zhao Long of Diyang Peak spread, it instantly caused an uproar in the outer sect of Heng Yu's sect, so much so that all the disciples who ran out in the early morning to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon gathered in one direction. From a distance, it looked like a battle platform, surrounded by disciples. This fighting arena is called Fenjiantai, and it is a place specially provided for disciples of Heng Yu's sect to exchange ideas and settle personal grudges. Over the years, there have been at least 800 disciples who lost limbs due to fighting on Fenjiantai, more than 1,000. At this moment, Yi Chen was standing on the Fengyun platform with Tiank on his back. His body was straight and tall, standing still in the changing wind and clouds, like a monument that would never collapse. That's Yichen, the new trainee disciple of Arhang US sect. Below the Fengyun stage, discussions were heard one after another. Most of them were pointing fingers at Yichen, but when it came to Yichen's age and cultivation, they also revealed disdainful looks. I heard that the chiefs of the three main peaks of the outer sect didn't want to accept him as a disciple, so he became a trainee disciple. Could it be that he wants to challenge Zhao Long in order to attract the attention of the three main peaks and take him in as their apprentice? 80%. Yichen turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. His fists and his sleeves were clenched until they turned white. His body couldn't help but tremble from the murderous intent that he could no longer suppress. Zhao Long is here. As a voice came, he suddenly turned around and looked at the end of the crowd. There, a dozen disciples from the Deyang Peak dressed in gorgeous Taoist robes surrounded Zhao Long. Each of them was so arrogant and domineering that none of the other disciples dared to provoke them, and all made way for them. Hello, Senior Brother Zhao Long. Meet Senior Brother Zhao Long. Along the way, the disciples on both sides bowed and bowed, their words full of unspoken compliments. Zhao Long acted like a senior brother, with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead with an indifferent expression. If you didn't know him, you would really think he was a senior with profound cultivation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Long came to the stage, glanced at Yichen with disdain, and said jokingly, "Yichen, I didn't go looking for you, but you came looking for me. Do you think you've lived too long? Go on stage." In response to Zhao Long's disdain and ridicule, Yichen only uttered these two words. "Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to Senior Brother Zhao like that?" Before Zhao Long could say anything, a Deyang Peak disciple who came to help him shouted, "Do you think you need Senior Brother Zhao to do it personally?" As he said this, the disciple was about to rush onto the battle stage, but was stopped by Zhao Long. "Since Junior Brother Yi is challenging me, why not exchange a few moves? We at Deyang Peak have always been fair, and we can't break the rules of Fengyuntai, right?" As the faint words rang out, Zhao Long had already thrown off his robe, tapped the ground with his toes, and landed on the battlefield like the wind. His elegant and free-spirited movements caused screams from the female disciples below the stage. Hearing the sound, Zhao Long put his hands behind his back again. He seemed to enjoy the flattering and awe-inspiring looks from below, which made him feel so elated that he almost wanted to fly up into the sky. Buzz. On the opposite side, Yichen had already drawn out Tiank. The sword was huge and heavy, cutting through the air, making a buzzing sound. "Come on." The sonorous words were loud and clear. Yichen was ready for the battle. "Don't worry." Zhao Long glanced at Yichen playfully, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. "Since ancient times, there have been prizes for sparring on Fengyuntai. Junior Brother Yichen, don't you want to bet with me?" With a slight frown, Yichen instantly saw through the meaning of Zhao Long's words. He was trying to win something from him. On the Fengyun stage, both parties in the duel can make a bet and set the stakes. The winning party can take away all the stakes. The stakes can be spirit stones, spirit liquid elixirs, or even mysterious techniques. As long as both parties agree, anything imaginable can be used for gambling. When he was in the Xinjiang sect, Yichen had been to the Fengyuntai more than once and understood the rules there very well. "What are you betting on?" Yichen's words were calm and without any emotion. "Whoever loses will be the other's servant for life." Zhao Long smiled faintly, with a cunning light flashing in his eyes. "The stakes are too high." There was an uproar below. Being a servant for life is no different from selling one's body. Yichen is going to make a fortune this time. "Junior Brother Yi, what do you think?" Zhao Long looked at Yichen with great interest, his chin raised high, full of provocation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yichen sneered, "Senior Brother Zhao wants to gamble, why don't we gamble a little bigger?" "Oh." Zhao Long raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully, "But I don't know what Junior Brother Yi wants to bet on." "Betting on life." Hiss. Upon hearing this, there were sounds of people gasping for air below. What a huge hatred this is. This is a fight to the death. It is normal to see blood on this stage, but there has never been such a precedent of gambling with one's life. I'm afraid no one had expected that Yichen would do this. A trainee disciple at the first level of Qi condensation wanted to gamble his life with a disciple at the 6th level of Qi condensation. Is he crazy or has he lost his brain? On the opposite side, Zhao Long's eyes had narrowed slightly. He thought that the stakes he had set were already big enough, but he never expected Yi Chen to be even crazier. Being a servant still gave him a chance to survive, but betting his life was no joke. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? Zhao Long said coldly, his eyes full of viciousness. Just based on the bet mentioned by the two of them, Zhao Long was already weaker than Yi Chen in momentum. What? Are you scared? Coward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long burst into laughter on the spot. He laughed and laughed until his laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Yi Chen with sinister and ferocious eyes and sneered, I bet, if you want to die so much, you can't blame me. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Long stepped onto the battlefield and rushed towards Yi Chen like a gust of wind. The true energy in his dantian gushed out, and true energy flowed between his palms and fingers. Ling Tian slapped Yi Chen on the top of his head. Buzz. Yi Chen waved his arm and swung the Tiank heavy sword to block. Pound. Zhao Long slapped the sky with his palm, and there was a sound of metal collision, which made the sky vibrate and hum. However, he was also shocked by the power contained in the sky and retreated with a muffled groan, and his hands were numb. I really underestimated you. Zhao Long said coldly after being forced to retreat. If you underestimate me, you will die a miserable death. The cold voice carried a cold murderous aura, and Yi Chen had already swung the juk. Buzz. 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 Soon, the sound of tetanus was endless. The heavy sky was hitting the air and making a buzzing sound. The people in the audience were drooling. The sky was huge and heavy. It would not feel good if it was hit. Where does this kid get so much strength? The amount of true Qi at the first level of Qi condensation is already scarce, and one has to divide the true Qi to control Tiank. This will not only consume the true Qi, but even the speed will be slowed down by the weight of Tiank. It is unwise for Yi Chen to choose Tiank. A disciple with a broad vision murmured, but shook his head slightly at Yi Chen's approach. But for a Qi condensation level 1 warrior to be able to survive 3 moves at the hands of Zhao Long, Yi Chen is pretty capable. Bang. A crisp sound interrupted the discussions below. Before 5 moves were over, the Tiank in Yi Chen's hand had been knocked away by Zhao Long. By now, many people have sighed and many have left. This is a battle without suspense. Apart from the scary stakes, there is really nothing special about it. Let me see what else you can rely on. Zhao Long shouted coldly, took a step forward, waved his hand and swung out 3 sword blades, and then he followed closely behind the sword blades, with a surging momentum, as if he was going to defeat Yi Chen in one fell swoop. Yi Chen sneered. Without the restraint of Tiank's weight, he felt much more relaxed. The suppressed blood flowed faster instantly, boiling as if it was about to burn. Even the tendons and bones in his body made crackling sounds. War. With a sudden loud shout, Yi Chen pushed off the ground with his back feet and shot out like a cannonball. When the 3 sword blades were about to pierce his body, he suddenly jumped up like a monkey and dodged the 3 sword blades. This is the ape leap in the mystery of the beast's rage. Yi Chen dodged the 3 sword blades easily, which made Zhao Long shocked. He was following the 3 sword blades closely, but Yi Chen had already passed over his head. At such a close distance, it was difficult for him to change his body shape as he was leaning forward. It all happened in a flash. Get down here. Yi Chen let out a cold shout, and gathered all his strength and energy into his right leg, kicking Zhao Long hard in the face. Bang. Zhao Long was injured in the face and staggered after being kicked. The eyes of the disciples watching the fight below widened. The fight on the stage lasted so short that they didn't have time to react. They didn't even know how Zhao Long got kicked in such a daze. Yi Chen, you deserve to die. Zhao Long's angry roar was heard on the battlefield. However, just as he steadied himself, Yi Chen attacked him head-on. Kill. Zhao Long's face looked ferocious and scary, and he waved his palm to send out a light handprint. Full of flaws. Yi Chen sneered, and used the ultimate skill of beastly fury, Tiger Pounce, dodged the palm, and instantly killed Zhao Long. Being close to me is destined to be your misery. A cold voice echoed in the air. Yi Chen's body was already bleeding rapidly. The suppressed power in his muscles and bones suddenly exploded, and he punched Zhao Long on the chest. Puff! Zhao Long spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of Yi Chen's punch was not as simple as imagined. You actually... What did I do? Yi Chen didn't give Zhao Long time to react and rushed forward again. He was like a ferocious beast descending the mountain, and his moves were bizarre. Sometimes he was like a tiger, sometimes like a ferocious ape, sometimes like a lion, and sometimes like a wolf. He grabbed, slapped, and tore, using his hands, feet, knees, and shoulders. Every joint in his body became a fierce weapon, and he beat Zhao Long back step by step, with fist marks, palm prints, and footprints all over his body. What kind of fighting style is this? The scene on the stage stunned the disciples watching the game below. Yi Chen's fighting style completely overturned their cognition. What about the gorgeous mystical arts? What about the gorgeous moves? None of that, he only used the most primitive fighting techniques. However, it was precisely this most basic fighting technique that caused Zhao Long to suffer losses again and again. Ah! At this moment, the battlefield was filled with Zhao Long's roar. He who was so arrogant and boasted of his status as a senior brother not long ago, now ended up in such an embarrassing situation. In a head-on confrontation, he, who was at the 6th level of Qi condensation, was actually overwhelmed by someone at the 1st level of Qi condensation. Roar! With a wolf's howl, the noise below was interrupted. Zhao Long used a secret technique. His fist was wrapped by an illusory wolf's head. When he made the move, there was also a wolf's howl. Tsang Lang fist. The eyes of the people watching the fight were full of enthusiasm, as if they had seen the power of Zhao Long's mysterious technique. I didn't expect that the head of Deyang Peak would even teach the secret technique to Zhao Long. Die. Zhao Long had a ferocious look on his face and raised his fist to hit him. Thunder Palm. With just a cold shout, Yi Chen swung his palm again to attack, lightning tearing between his palms and fingers, and the power was even more powerful and domineering. Bang. There was a banging sound between fists and palms. Puff. The sound of vomiting blood suddenly started, and Zhao Long staggered back after being beaten. How is it possible? As he stepped back, Zhao Long looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. He clearly felt that the domineering power contained in Yi Chen's palms was definitely not inferior to him. Tsang Lang fist was one of the few secret techniques in Deyang Peak. It was famous for its powerful attacks. With this secret technique, he had defeated countless outer disciples. But now, he was broken from the front by an intern disciple of the 1st level of Qi condensation. This was something he could not accept. Is he really at the 1st level of Qi condensation? At this moment, not only Zhao Long, but also the disciples watching the battle were in a daze for a moment. This kid is so weird. Surprises echoed from the audience, and the expressions on his face couldn't be more exciting. What? Still fighting? Outside the crowd, groups of people rushed over again. Needless to say, they were the people who had left before. When they heard that the winner had not been decided yet, they all came back. When they saw the fierce Yi Chen, they were stunned. However, they had no idea how profound Yi Chen's background was. In the past, in the Xinjiang sect, when he was at the 3rd level of Qi condensation, he fought with monsters, and when he was at the 4th level of Qi condensation, he fought with humans in the Yuan realm. After many experiences, his actual combat ability was much stronger than Zhao Long. At this moment, Yi Chen possessed a large capacity Danhai, and the amount of true Qi was not inferior to Zhao Long at all. His powerful body after body refining was even more powerful than Zhao Long's, and he also had the domineering beast anger in close combat. Therefore, this duel was doomed to Zhao Long's defeat from the beginning. Ah! The whole place was filled with Zhao Long's roars, but no matter how angry he was still suppressed by Yi Chen. It's over. With Yi Chen's roar, he took a step forward and jumped up. The fierce and domineering Tiank was raised above his head, with a posture of splitting Mount Hua with force. His moves were clean and neat, without a trace of splendor. Buzz. The heavy sky made the air buzz. Seeing this, Zhao Longtan's face changed, and he hurriedly raised the golden sword to block, infusing it with surging true energy. Bang! Yichen chopped down the spiritual sword with his sword. Bang! Zhao Long, who was still standing the previous moment, was knocked to his knees by the sword. He could even hear the sound of his arm bones breaking. Puff! Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Zhao Long's mouth. Quiet, surprisingly quiet. The audience, which was noisy not long ago, was now filled with only the sound of breathing. The scene on the stage made their expressions petrified. Zhao Long, who was at the 5th level of qi condensation, was unexpectedly knocked to his knees by a sword strike from a trainee disciple who was at the 1st level of qi condensation. You lose. This is impossible. Zhao Long roared, and tried to get up with trembling legs, but was suppressed by Yi Chen's sword. Your life can be ended now. Yi Chen's cold voice responded to Zhao Long. At this moment, everyone in the audience woke up from their dream. The stakes are everyone's lives. This Yi Chen is not really going to kill Zhao Long, right? No way. Zhao Long is the disciple of the head of Deyang Peak. If he is chopped down by this sword, he will not survive. But I see Yi Chen is ready to kill him. I am a disciple of Deyang Peak. How dare you kill me? Zhao Long seemed to be unaware of the current situation. He raised his head and roared ferociously. Any bets on life, are all jokes in his eyes. Even though he lost, it doesn't mean he has to give up his life, because he has a powerful backer, which gives him the capital to cheat. If you dare to kill senior brother Zhao, master will not forgive you. Below, the disciples from Xingyang who came to help shouted loudly, but frightened by Yi Chen's strength, no one dared to come up. We made a bet, so he must die. Yi Chen said coldly. Junior brother, it's just a sparring match. Please forgive him when you can. An indifferent voice sounded, and a female disciple in the crowd glanced at Yi Chen. This female disciple was truly extremely beautiful, with beautiful and clear eyes, long black hair flowing like water waves, and white sleeves fluttering in the wind. She was just like a blooming lotus, and all the male disciples present had fiery eyes when they saw her. Suxin Yue from Renyang Peak. She actually came. I didn't see her before. Yi Chen turned his head and stared at Suxin Yue. Senior sister, if it was me, Yi Chen, who lost just now, would you say the same thing? You are too murderous, and it will be difficult to achieve your goal. Suxin Yue's expression was still indifferent. Although she was standing in the crowd, she had a condescending attitude. The words between the lines had already determined Yi Chen's future path. Senior sister, do you want me to let him go? Yi Chen sneered, his suppressed anger never erupted. This anger was not only directed at Zhao Long for harming Zhang Fengnian and others, but also at Suxin Yue, because her temperament was so similar to Jining Shuang's. Both had a condescending attitude, and both had the kind of false compassion. I want you to return to the right path and not be. Do you have any relatives? Yi Chen interrupted Suxin Yue's words directly, staring at her with a pair of bloodshot eyes, as if questioning her. Her words were interrupted. Suxin Yue frowned slightly, and she didn't know why Yi Chen asked such a question. If I hang your relatives up and beat them for a whole day and night, will you kill me? Yi Chen looked at Suxin Yue with a sneer as if questioning her. If you would do the same, stop pretending to have compassion for all living beings. You, being scolded like this in public, a layer of frost instantly covered Suxin Yue's cheeks. At this moment, even though she was indifferent, her chest could not help but rise and fall violently. She was a disciple of the head monk of Renyang Peak and a fresh flower of Hengyue sect. She had never received such a lecture before, and the other party was only a trainee disciple at the first level of qi condensation. On the stage, Yi Chen had already retracted his gaze and raised his palm, which was filled with true energy. If this palm strikes down, Zhao Long will surely die. But at this moment, a powerful aura came roaring in, and instantly appeared on the battlefield, transforming into a figure holding a whisk. Upon closer inspection, isn't this Men Gohong, the abbot of Deyang Peak? Master. Seeing that the person coming was Gohong, the dozen or so disciples of Deyang Peak below the stage were suddenly delighted and prostrated themselves on the ground. Meet Uncle Go. Meet Uncle Go. The disciples present also bowed their hands in greeting, while in their hearts they were silently mourning for Yi Chen. Gu Hong was known for his vengeance, and if one was hated by him, the end would be miserable. "Master, save me, save me. Yi Chen is crazy and wants to kill me." Zhao Long, who was suppressed by Yi Chen Tiank, first flashed a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth, and then hurriedly asked Gu Hong for help. "Yes, master, Yi Chen is too murderous and should be sent to the law enforcement hall for severe punishment." The disciples of Diyang Peak began to make a fuss again. "At such a young age, you have such evil thoughts. What will happen in the future? You have to make the decision for senior brother Zhao." "Shut up." Gu Hong shouted coldly, his face was extremely gloomy. The disciple he personally trained was actually defeated by a trainee disciple who was only at the first level of qi condensation. As the abbot, he could be said to have lost all his face. However, when he thought of Yi Chen, there was still a lot of surprise in his eyes. Being able to defeat Zhao Long showed that Yi Chen was not as simple as he seemed. When he heard the report from his disciple, even with his great composure, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Chen, whom he didn't even bother to look at that day, actually had such strength. To be honest, he still felt a little regretful. If he had accepted Yi Chen that day, there wouldn't have been this farce that lost face today. "Yi Chen, put down your sword." Gu Hong stroked his beard, his voice full of endless majesty, like a verdict and an order. "I have seen your strength, you can be my disciple." "Master, this. What's going on?" Below, there were voices of astonishment. "Master Gu wants to accept Yi Chen as his disciple. This is the first time I've seen Master Gu take the initiative like this." "Nonsense," Yi Chen didn't hesitate to make such a big fuss. Wasn't it just to attract the attention of Uncle Gu? His purpose was to enter Diyang Peak, and now his goal has been achieved. In response to Gu Hong's words, Yi Chen raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, still not putting down the sword in his hand, and said with a smile, "First Master, thank you for your respect, but I don't plan to be a disciple of Diyang Peak." Wow! The crowd below immediately exploded. Who is Gu Hong? He is the chief of one of the three main peaks of Heng Sect's outer sect. Countless disciples are vying for recognition as his master, but his invitation was rejected by a trainee disciple who is only at the first level of qi condensation. It was the first time that Gu Hong invited outer disciples, but even for this first time, he was rejected. "What did you say?" Looking at Yi Chen, a cold light flashed in Gu Hong's eyes, his face became gloomier again, and a powerful momentum suddenly appeared. What is this? This is a blatant slap in the face. He had lost face today, but in order to win over talents, he was still willing to lower his posture a little and invite Yi Chen, but he lost face again. To him, he had become the biggest laughingstock of Heng Sect. "I said, I don't plan to be a disciple of Xingyang Peak." Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, but Yi Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant. A good horse never turns back to the old pasture, that's his nature. I was ruthlessly ignored that day, and now I am invited in an imperative manner. Do you really think that I, Yi Chen, am an unprincipled fence-sitter? Good, very good. The shouts shook the sky and Gu Hong laughed loudly, but his laughter gave people a creepy feeling and everyone felt the anger from his laughter. It's over, it's over. Yi Chen will suffer in the future. Uncle Gu will never let go of any grudge. Yi Chen will definitely have a hard time in the future. He is shameless. Who does he think he is? Let him go. With a loud shout, Gu Hong glared at Yi Chen angrily. His powerful aura once again made Yi Chen vomit blood. Sorry, I can't let him go. We made a bet and he must die today. Yi Chen shook a few times, but still managed to keep his body steady, and a dagger was already across Zhao Long's neck. Hiss! Suddenly, there were gasps from below. What was going on? Was he trying to challenge Gu Hong's bottom line? He was really bold. First he defeated Zhao Long and lost Gu Hong's face, then he refused the invitation and made Gu Hong lose face. Now he doesn't even let him go. Is he trying to slap Gu Hong in the face in front of all the disciples? You evil beast, you're looking for death. Gu Hong shouted angrily. His robe was blown away by the hurricane. He immediately raised his hand and was about to chop it down with one blow. But Yi Chen was well prepared and had already retreated more than 10 feet with Zhao Long. Master, I am a human, not an animal. Yichen stopped and looked directly at Gohong, his words sonorous and powerful. Moreover, he had already cut Zhao Long's neck with the dagger in his hand. The meaning was very clear: if you move again, I will kill you. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the disciples below were in their throats. Yichen, you are so brave to openly challenge the head of a peak like this. You threaten me. Staring at Yichen, Gohong's voice was icy cold. Master, you are too kind. Yichen sneered, I said that we had a bet and he must die. If you want me not to kill him, that's fine. You can take him away, that's fine too. It depends on how sincere you are. I have already made a concession. If you still insist on killing me, I can only die with your disciple. As he spoke, Yichen cut another cut on Zhao Long's neck. He has already risked his life. Since ancient times, wealth and honor have been sought through risk. He doesn't really want to kill Zhao Long, and he doesn't want to die, but since he has a grudge with Deyang Peak, he might as well do something big. He can choose not to kill the person, but he can't let him go for nothing either. But if Gohong really wanted to kill him, Yichen would also be prepared to die, and would take Zhao Long with him before leaving. After all, he was gambling. If he won, he could make a fortune, but if he lost, he would die without a burial place. At this moment, the scene was terribly quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of hearts beating. Master, Master, save me, save me. Zhao Long's roar broke the silence. He was really scared. He truly felt Yichen's murderous intent. If Gohong really wanted to take action, he might really be buried with Yichen. Master, what do you think? Yichen smiled at Gohong. We made a bet, you are not really going to kill me in front of so many people. You are the master of a peak, don't ruin your bright future by killing an insignificant trainee like me. Besides, Zhao Long is the one you work so hard to train, it would be a shame if he were buried with me. Yichen, do you know what your actions today mean? Gohong's voice was extremely cold, and his face was frighteningly sinister. Of course I know, but I don't care. Then I'll send you off early. Gohong's expression suddenly turned cold, and he took a big step forward, with real murderous intentions. Yichen's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself that he might have lost the bet this time. However, at this moment, a vague voice came from a hall deep inside. Gohong, killing disciples of a sect is a serious crime. Are you challenging the rules of our Hangyue sect? It's true, these words did make Gohong stop, because they were the voice of Daojie, the chief of the outer sect law enforcement hall. With a gloomy face, Gohong looked at one side and said in a cold voice, Daojie, he was the first to kill my disciple. Do you want me to watch my disciple being killed? Or are you deliberately shielding Yichen? Sheltering. A faint laugh came from the distance. They were betting on the Fengjiantai battle, and they had their lives at stake. They all agreed to this beforehand. How can it be said that Yichen killed your disciple, and how can it be said that I shielded him? What's more, Yichen has already made a concession. If you show your sincerity, you can save your disciple. Why do you have to kill someone? If you lose, you lose. You can afford to lose. At this point, the voice paused for a moment, and the tone became colder. If you can't afford to lose, you have to kill people. Do you think I'm blind? You. Gohong was speechless for a moment, his anger almost causing him internal injuries. Indeed, this is true. Since the bet was made first, he has no right to interfere. It's all his fault that his beloved disciple gambled too much, and it's also all his fault that he was too confident in the disciple he trained. Moreover, after hearing the stern orders and lectures from the distant voice, Gohong regained a bit of his composure. He was certain that if he took action at this moment, he would follow Yichen in less than an hour. Besides, he had spent too much time and effort in training Zhao Long. If he were to be buried with Yichen, it would be a loss. After thinking it over for a while, Gohong forced himself to suppress his anger, hid his ferocious face, took out a storage bag from his sleeve, and threw it towards Yichen. Seeing the storage bag coming, Yichen did not reach out to take it, but blocked it with his sword, because he felt a terrifying hidden force from the storage bag. If he rashly took it, he would be seriously injured. Insidious and cunning. Yichen cursed inwardly. Pound. The storage bag hit the sky, making a sound of metal collision. Despite this, Yi Chen was still shocked and vomited blood and retreated. You will pay a heavy price for your actions today. Gu Hong came like a gust of wind, and left like a gust of wind, taking Zhao Long away with him. Only that cold voice lingered in the sky for a long time. I'm waiting. Hearing Gu Hong's cold threat before leaving, Yi Chen showed a sneer. A dramatic duel ended, and everyone thought it would be a foregone conclusion, but it turned out to be extremely exciting. The trainee disciple fought back, not only defeating the disciple of the head monk of Deyang Peak, but also openly provoking Gu Hong, bringing shame to the entire Deyang Peak. This battle was destined to make Yi Chen stand out in the Hangyue sect, and also destined him to become a topic of conversation after dinner. You didn't see it. Zhao Long was almost killed by Yi Chen's sword. The head of Deyang Peak was so angry that he wanted to kill someone on the spot. You didn't see his old face. This is unscientific. On Tianyang Peak, Taoist Zhong was lying on a chair like a heap. After hearing his disciple's report, he couldn't help but sit up with a look of surprise on his fat face. Zhao Long lost. On the Renyang Peak, Qingyang Zhenren, who was meditating, opened his eyes in surprise after hearing Su Xinyue's report. The outcome was beyond his expectations. Compared to Tianyang Peak and Renyang Peak, Gu Hong's angry roar from Deyang Peak has spread throughout the entire mountain. Waste, all of you waste. With a gloomy face, Gu Hong couldn't help but yelled, you have completely disgraced my Diangfeng. Below, the disciples of Deyang Peak were crawling on the ground, not daring to make a sound when they saw Gu Hong getting furious. And at this moment, Yi Chen, who caused this small disturbance, is hiding in the jungle in the back mountain and counting his spoils. The so-called spoils of war were naturally the storage bag given to him by Gu Hong. In the storage bag, there are piles of shiny stones. Those are spirit stones, the common currency of cultivators. They contain abundant spiritual energy and can be used to buy things or for cultivation. 500 spirit stones. After counting the number of spirit stones in the storage bag, Yi Chen was still a little surprised, secretly thinking of Gu Hong's generosity. You know, in the outer sect of Hangyue sect, each disciple can only receive 20 spirit stones every month. These 500 spirit stones are a considerable fortune for Yi Chen. Snap. Gently crushing a spirit stone, Yi Chen greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy that flowed out to replenish the consumption caused by the battle. After absorbing the pure spiritual energy from more than a dozen spirit stones in succession, Yi Chen put away the storage bag, but he had a pensive look on his face. On the Fengyun stage, he had completely angered Gu Hong. Although he had not been in Hangyue sect for long, he had heard a lot about Gu Hong's character. That guy was a vengeful person. It seems that the days ahead will not be easy. Yi Chen rubbed his eyebrows gently, feeling a little headache. When the sun set in the west, Yi Chen quietly came out from the back mountain and returned to the small spiritual garden. Zhang Fengnian and whose injuries have basically healed, but the situation of the spirit beast named Xiaoying is not very optimistic. Soon, a large iron pot was set up with a blazing fire. Yi Chen stewed a large pot of the hunted blood wolf, and the tempting aroma filled the entire small spiritual garden. I haven't seen so much meat in a long time. Tiger Boy wiped his saliva more than once, and even glanced at the little eagle beside him who was staring at the iron pot eagerly, and laughed, "Little eagle, you can have a full meal today." "Little guy, you today." Zhang Fengnian looked at Yi Chen, but hesitated to speak. "I'm fine today." With a casual smile, Yi Chen continued to put seasonings into the iron pot, but he did not mention anything about what happened at Fengjiantai today. "No. I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay." Zhang Fengnian smiled gently, but there was deep worry in his eyes. The incident of Yi Chen's battle with Zhao Long had caused a lot of controversy. He seemed to have heard something about it and was somewhat surprised, but he felt warm in his heart. He never thought that an unrelated person he had saved would be willing to stand up for him and even openly challenge Gu Hong's authority. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengnian still felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He used to be an elder of the Hangyue sect, but since he was demoted from the mountain, his situation has been miserable. His former fellow disciples looked down on him, and even his younger disciples came to cause trouble every now and then. Compared with his fellow disciples and those younger disciples who betrayed their teachers and ancestors, Yi Chen in front of him was in stark contrast to them. "Come on. Let's eat." Yi Chen, who was standing aside, obviously did not notice the change in Zhang Fengnian's expression and had already taken out the stewed wolf meat. I can't wait any longer, hee. Little eagle, this piece is yours. Eat more to replenish your body. They sweated profusely during the dinner. The blood wolf is a monster beast, and its body is full of treasures. Stewing soup with it is a great tonic for nourishing the body, especially for people like Zhang Fengnian and Hua. After eating it, they felt warm all over. The small cemetery was not peaceful at night. Halfway through dinner, a beautiful guest arrived. The person who came was a female disciple in fluttering white clothes, bathed in the moonlight, bright and flawless, with a cold expression on her face that kept people at a distance. Upon closer inspection, wasn't she Su Xinyue who was watching the battle at the bottom of the Fengyun stage during the day? Hey! Senior Sister Su, what brings you here? Yi Chen didn't look at Su Xinyue. He picked up a piece of wolf meat and spoke in a neutral tone. Su Xinyue's expression darkened a little at Yi Chen's indifferent answer, but she still took a deep breath and did not lose her temper on the spot. Master invites you to join my Rinyang Peak. Su Xinyue spoke coldly, and she did not forget to send a letter over through the air. If you agree, you can come to my Rinyang Peak tomorrow. Although Su Xinyue spoke calmly and coldly, she was holding back anger in her heart. Who was she? She was a fresh flower in the outer sect of Heng sect and the closed disciple of the chief of Rinyang Peak. However, she was lectured by Yi Chen at Fengjiantai today, and after she returned, Truman Qingyang asked her to pass on a message. I am really flattered by Ren Yangfeng's invitation. I have delivered your message. You take care of yourself. Su Xinyue didn't want to stay any longer, so she left after leaving the letter. When she was about to leave the small spiritual garden, she stopped again and glanced at Yi Chen, who was still wolfing down his food. Don't think that you are invincible just because you defeated Zhao Long. You must know that there are many people in the Heng sect who can destroy your disciples. If you have too strong a desire to kill, you will never achieve your goal. After saying this, Su Xinyue disappeared at the door like a gust of breeze. Her departure did not change Yi Chen in the slightest, and he continued to devour the wolf meat voraciously. Little guy, Rinyang Peak is one of the 3 main peaks of the outer sect, so you'd better go. Don't miss your future, just be patient. Zhang Fengnian's words were gentle, and he was truly thinking about Yi Chen. Senior, I understand. Yi Chen laughed and wiped the oil stains from his mouth. Soon, the door of the small spiritual garden opened again. This time, an elegant disciple in white walked in. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of qi condensation. Although there was only 1 level difference, he was much stronger than Zhao Long. This person is the last disciple of the abbot of Tianyang Peak, Wei Yang. It was you who defeated Zhao Long. Wei Yang walked in, waving his folding fan, glanced at Zhang Fengnian, and looked at Yi Chen jokingly. Well. Yi Chen originally thought that Wei Yang was as polite as he looked, but as soon as he said this, his impression of Wei Yang was greatly reduced. He seemed to be elegant, but in his heart he was actually a hypocritical person. I wonder what brings you here so late at night, senior brother. Yi Chen's words were still indifferent. He was never bothered to pay attention to such people. It's nothing big. I'm just passing on a message for my master. My master said that you can become a disciple of Tianyang Peak. Wei Yang had a smile on his face and was gently waving his folding fan, but his chin was held high, as if he was claiming to be superior to others. Well. Yi Chen just replied casually and then buried his head in stuffing wolf meat into his mouth. Wei Yang was neither angry nor annoyed by Yi Chen's attitude. He just smiled playfully and turned to walk towards the door. However, before leaving, he also glanced at Yi Chen like Su Xinyue did. You have already offended Diang Peak without knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Don't be ungrateful. You must know that in the eyes of Tianyang Peak, you are nothing. As he spoke, Wei Yang gently waved his folding fan and walked out the door. After Wei Yang left, Yi Chen finally put down his bowl and chopsticks. Little guy, you. Zhang Fengnian wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Senior, I know what you are going to say. Yi Chen wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and smiled. I also want to find a backer, but you can see that they look down on me from the bottom of their hearts. If I continue to flatter them and become their disciple, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Why? Zhang Fengnian remained silent, but sighed. I see everything in the sect. Yichen smiled and continued, this is a world where the strong are respected and it is full of dangers. Although I am an intern disciple, I would rather not join the three main peaks. Just do your best, don't make yourself suffer. The younger generation will remember the teachings of the elders. Late at night, Yichen sneaked out of the small spiritual garden again. After finding a lush jungle, Yichen sat cross-legged on a huge rock. Click. Click. Soon, the sound of bones colliding was heard. 3 hours of barbaric body training left him exhausted and sweating profusely, but he gradually got used to the excruciating pain. The benefits gained from body training were also very obvious. Yichen could deeply feel that every time he circulated the Burning Heaven secret technique for one cycle, his body would become more refined. The latent power in his muscles made him excited. With his energy exhausted, Yichen bathed in the starlight and moonlight, absorbing the pure spiritual energy in the mountains. An hour later, he finally jumped off the boulder. The next step of training was close combat with the beast's anger. With a strong body, the attack power also became overbearing and domineering. By the time Yichen had recovered his breath, a hint of red had appeared in the east. The spiritual energy in the early morning is rich. The essence of the alternation of sun and moon is at its purest at this moment. By the time Yichen stepped onto the sacred mountain of Hengyue sect, many disciples of Hengyue sect had already walked out of their caves. Yichen. When the disciples who were sitting cross-legged on the stone and absorbing spiritual energy saw Yichen, they all looked at him strangely. At this moment, too many people no longer dared to underestimate this intern disciple who had just arrived. In yesterday's battle, he had made a name for himself and openly challenged the head of Deyang Peak, demonstrating his character of not being able to withstand tough tactics. This kid became famous in one battle, but his future life will not be easy. In private, many disciples discussed secretly and pointed fingers at Yichen. Who is Gohong? How could he be spared so easily? I heard that Gohong asked one of his true disciples to come out of retreat early, and threatened to cripple Yichen. Really? Then we're going to have something interesting to watch. Amid whispers and discussions all around, Yichen walked by quietly with a sword on his back, but with his amazing hearing, how could he not catch some useful information? True disciple. With a gleam of light in his eyes, Yichen knew that it would be difficult to remain calm in the next few days. Although he had not been in Hengyue sect for long, he had heard a lot about Gohong's character. His vindictiveness and willingness to resort to any means necessary could well explain Gohong's character. What would follow would surely be a violent revenge. It seems that I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Muttering, Yichen quickened his pace. After turning a few corners, Yichen stopped in front of a loft. The attic is huge, with a radius of 10,000 feet and a majestic appearance. It stands here as a symbol. There is a plaque hanging on the door, Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion, to put it simply, is a shop of Hengyue sect, which sells all kinds of things, including spiritual herbs, spiritual liquids, spiritual fruits, spiritual jade, mysterious techniques, spiritual tools, etc., all of which are useful to cultivators. In addition to these, there are many strange and peculiar things here, which are said to be treasures. It is unknown whether they are true or not. Disciples of the Hengyue sect can use spirit stones to buy things here, and naturally they can also bring their own things here to sell. In the past, the Xingyang sect also had similar sect shops, and business was very prosperous. I wonder if there are any treasures in the Wanbao Pavilion of the Hengyue sect. Muttering softly, Yichen stepped in. The one in charge of Wanbao Pavilion is an old man with a big belly, a fat head and big ears. People in Hengyue call him Pang Dahai. Unlike Zhou Dafu of Lingqi Pavilion, this guy has big round eyes and looks at everyone with sparkling eyes. If anyone steals things from him, they will definitely not escape his eyes. Hello, elder. Yichen walked in and bowed respectfully. Well, look around. Pang Dahai was bare-chested, like a Maitreya Buddha, with eyes sparkling. Little kid, don't steal anything. How dare I, disciple? Yichen smiled and walked towards the depths. The Wanbao Pavilion is very large, and the fragrance of spiritual herbs and fruits can be smelled everywhere. At a glance, Yichen has seen many extraordinary treasures, which made his eyes sparkle. Fire Lotus. Yichen looked at a lotus with shining eyes. There seemed to be flames burning on it. A pure breath of fire attribute came over him, and there was also rich spiritual power lingering around it, which contained pure spiritual essence. Licking his lips, Yichen glanced at Yichen's price, but couldn't help swallowing his saliva. 500 spirit stones. Yichen shook his head and walked away reluctantly. It was true that he had spirit stones in his arms, but at most there were only a little over 1,000. Although Yichen had amazing spiritual power, he was reluctant to buy them. After walking a few steps, Yichen's eyes were constantly attracted. Human Yuan Grass. By Yanghua. Purple Ginseng. Yichen drooled at the sight of the spiritual herbs that were full of vigor. If he swallowed all of them and refined them, his cultivation would surely increase greatly. It's just the price. Shaking his head helplessly, Yichen couldn't bear to look at the price anymore. The more he looked, the more painful it became. He originally thought that carrying more than 1,000 spirit stones was already a small loss of fortune. Now it seems that he was overthinking. In this Wanbao pavilion, these few spirit stones of his are really nothing. Next, Yichen wandered around for nearly an hour. He simply ignored the area that specialized in selling spiritual weapons. With Tiank in his hand, he really looked down on other spiritual weapons. Coming to the area of martial arts, Yichen greedily picked up the ancient scrolls one by one, but to his disappointment, all of them were the most basic chi controlling techniques, which were indeed dispensable to him. Jade Spirit Liquid. In the corner of Wanbao Pavilion, Yichen picked up a broken ancient scroll with 4 big characters written on it, Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll. With a hint of doubt in his heart, he opened the first page, but was slightly surprised, because the first page of the Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll recorded the method of refining Jade Spirit Liquid. Wanbao Pavilion even sells this. It's no wonder Yichen was surprised. The main reason was that the Jade Spirit Liquid was just like a spirit stone. It not only contained spiritual power, but could also be used as currency. It was an indispensable item for the disciples of the Hengyue sect to practice in their daily life. For a long time, in Hengyue sect, the Jade Spirit Liquid has been monopolized and distributed uniformly by the sect. Yichen originally thought that the method of refining Jade Spirit Liquid would never be passed on to outsiders. However, at this moment, the method of refining Jade Spirit Liquid was neatly laid out here. Isn't he afraid that his disciples might learn it secretly? Yichen scratched his head and couldn't help but glance at the price of the Jade Spirit Liquid. He was immediately stunned. That's nonsense. The method of refining Jade Spirit Liquid is so precious, and yet it's only sold for 20 spirit stones. Yichen once again looked at the ancient scroll in his hand, inexplicably thinking that the Jade Spirit Scroll was a fake. At this time, Pang Dehai outside twisted his fat body and walked over. Seeing Yichen holding the Jade Spirit Scroll in a daze, he asked curiously, "Little guy, are you interested in the Jade Spirit Scroll?" Yichen came to his senses, scratched his head, and asked with a smile, "Elder, is the price of this Yuling ancient scroll wrong? How can that be possible? So the method of refining the Jade Spirit Liquid is worth 20 spirit stones. This ancient scroll is indeed very valuable, but it is useless to ordinary monks. Why is that? Refining Jade Spirit Liquid requires fire from heaven and earth, or at least earth fire. Ordinary cultivators have no use for it, and they don't have earth fire." Pang Dehai scratched his ear and said, "We only have one earth fire in Hengyue sect, which is sealed in the spiritual pill pavilion. It is regarded as a treasure by that immortal old man Su Fu. His spiritual pill pavilion makes much more money than my Wanbao pavilion." Earth fire. Yichen's eyes lit up, and then he asked in a low voice, "Can it be refined with real fire?" Hearing this, Pang Dehai turned his head and looked at Yichen with his bright eyes as if he was an idiot. Just one look and Yichen understood. He couldn't help but chuckle and scratched his head, feeling that the question he asked was a bit idiotic. Both earth fire and true fire are flames nurtured by heaven and earth, but in terms of level, earth fire and true fire are not at the same level. Earth fire can refine Jade Spirit Liquid, not to mention true fire which is stronger than it. "Elder, I want this Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll." After putting the Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll into his arms, Yichen took out 20 spirit stones. "Then just continue watching, and don't steal anything." After taking the spirit stone, Pang Dehai said and walked away. After Pang Dehai left, Yichen couldn't help but feel a little excited. He had the true fire and was qualified to refine the jade spirit liquid. As long as he carefully comprehended the refining method, he would be able to refine the jade spirit liquid. In an instant, he seemed to have seen bottles of jade spirit liquid swaying before his eyes. Yichen was in a good mood and was about to turn around, but the true fire in his body trembled slightly. There is a treasure. This was the first thought in Yichen's mind. When he received the spiritual weapon before, the true fire in his body trembled, so he chose Tiank. After recognizing the master, he obtained the secret method of barbaric body refining. Since then, he has had a guess that the mysterious true fire in his body has the ability to identify treasures. If you value it, then the treasure must be extraordinary. Yichen patted his lower abdomen, his eyes like torches, scanning every item on the shelf, until a purple gold gourd came into his sight, and then the true fire trembled violently. Needless to say, it's you. After locking onto the treasure, Yichen strode over and held the small gourd in his hand. The small gourd was only the size of an adult's palm, purple gold in color, and a bit worn. Apart from a few incomprehensible runes carved on the four sides, there was nothing surprising about it. However, Yichen knew that the real treasure could not be judged by appearance. His Tiank didn't look very good, but it was just a heavy sword, but it contained a terrifying body-refining secret method. Boo. Gently pulling out the stopper from the gourd, Yichen closed one eye and looked into the small gourd. He was surprised to find that it was a world of its own with a large space. It could easily hold more than a dozen tanks of water. You are interested in it because of the large space inside. Yichen glanced at the true fire in Danhai. The real fire seemed to have spirituality and trembled. I believe you. Yichen looked at the price marked under the gourd without hesitation, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Oh my goodness, 1,300 spirit stones. I can't even afford it even if I spend all my money. Yichen smacked his lips, but his true fire was still trembling. Little guy, do you like this little gourd? Pang Dehai was really elusive. He appeared behind Yichen without making any sound, which scared Yichen. Yichen chuckled and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Elder Pang, can you make this little gourd cheaper? That won't work. This purple gold gourd has a space inside. 1,300 spirit stones is already very cheap. Is that so? Yichen looked regretful. Seeing Yichen's embarrassed attitude, Pang Dehai put his hands in his pockets and asked, how many spirit stones do you have? 1,001. 200 short. Do you want to get something else to make up the difference? Hearing this, Yichen coughed dryly, moved closer to Pang Dehai, and then took out a small black bottle from his storage bag. What is this? Pang Dehai took the small black bottle, uncorked it, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it gently. Suddenly, the guy was choked and hurriedly plugged the bottle. Little guy, this is a poison pill. After being choked, Pang Dehai blew his beard and glared, where did you get this thing? I picked it up. Yichen touched the tip of his nose. The small black bottle given to Pang Dehai was obtained from the hunchbacked old man. It was definitely a top-grade poison. He really had nothing else to take out, so he could only use this bloodthirsty pill to make up for it. You picked it up. Are you trying to fool me? Then I only have this bottle of bloodthirsty pills. Yichen spread his hands. If the elder thinks it's okay, use it to make up for the 200 yuan difference. You are so young, but you don't have the ambition to make progress. You only do weird things. Pang Dehai acted like an elder teaching a younger one, but as he spoke, he consciously put the small black bottle into his arms. The bloodthirsty pill is too poisonous, so you'd better leave it with me. I'll reluctantly sell you the purple gold gourd. Hearing this, even Yichen, who had great self-control, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that Pang Dehai was so cunning. He clearly wanted something, but he insisted on doing these useless things. If people didn't know, they would really think that he had suffered a great loss. Although he cursed in his heart, Yichen still took out 1,100 spirit stones. The purple gold gourd is yours. Thank you, elder. Yichen stuffed the purple gold gourd into his arms and walked out of the Wanbao pavilion quickly, fearing that Pang Dehai would change his mind and snatch it away again. After Yichen left, Pang Dehai took out the small black bottle again. We've made a lot of money from the bloodthirsty pills from the bloodthirsty palace this time. Pang Dehai laughed while holding the small black bottle. After returning to the hill, Yichen sat cross-legged under a rock and took out the small purple gold gourd. The dagger cut his finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto it and was immediately absorbed. However, Yichen was a little disappointed that the secret techniques and artistic conception hidden in the small purple gold gourd were not there. 1,300 spirit stones. Yichen smacked his lips while holding the purple gold gourd. Thinking of the more than 1,000 spirit stones, he couldn't help but feel a little painful. I wanted to buy a few bottles of spirit liquid. All my belongings were used to buy you. Why? Shaking his head secretly, Yichen stuffed the small gourd into the storage bag again. But he didn't notice that the moment the small purple gold gourd was stuffed into the storage bag, a barely noticeable purple halo flashed, but Yichen didn't notice it. After collecting the small purple gold gourd, Yichen took out the Yuling ancient scroll and studied it carefully. After all, he had never been exposed to the field of alchemy before. Yichen spent a full 9 hours to comprehend it repeatedly. He did not put down the ancient scroll until he had memorized the method of refining the jade spirit liquid. The process of refining the jade spirit liquid is not very complicated. It requires more than a dozen kinds of spiritual herbs. However, what relieves him is that these spiritual herbs are not difficult to find. At this moment, the sun has set. Yichen looked at the sky, turned over and jumped up, heading towards the back mountain of Hengyue sect. Although the density of spiritual energy in the back mountain of Hengyue sect is slightly weaker than that in other spiritual mountains, it is also a good place to grow spiritual herbs. Many disciples of Hengyue sect will come here to pick spiritual herbs. According to the records in the Yuling ancient scroll, Yichen shuttled through the lush forests of flowers and plants. Whenever he saw the spiritual herbs he needed, he would put them in his pocket. After an hour of picking, he had almost found all the spiritual herbs he needed. The only thing missing is the snow magnolia. Counting the spiritual herbs he had picked, Yichen discovered that the only thing missing was the snow magnolia. This snow magnolia is no different from the other spiritual herbs. There must be some in this place. Muttering softly, Yichen rushed into the jungle again. His luck was good and he soon found a snow magnolia. This magical herb is mild in nature, surrounded by spiritual energy, and is pure white like snow. It gives a cool feeling when you touch it. He got a snow magnolia, but Yichen never left. The chance of failure when refining the jade spirit liquid for the first time is still very high, so he needs to prepare several more. Soon, the second snow magnolia came into view. What good luck! Yichen smiled, stepped on the rock, jumped up, waved his hand and picked the snow magnolia. Just as he landed, a discordant voice was heard. That snow magnolia is mine. As he finished speaking, a graceful figure walked out from among the flowers. The moonlight made her look particularly bright and pure, like a lotus. If you take a closer look at this person, isn't he Su Xinyue from Renyang Peak? Senior Sister Su, what a coincidence. Seeing that it was Su Xinyue, Yichen said indifferently. Hand over the snow magnolia. This one is mine. If you want it, go find it yourself. Yichen scratched his ears, but consciously put the snow magnolia into his arms. You are shameless. Su Xinyue took action immediately. White light lingered on her jade hand, and she slapped forward with a palm. Are you so righteous when you steal other people's spiritual herbs? Yichen's eyes flashed, and instead of retreating, he advanced and punched out. Fists and palms clashed, and both men were knocked back. Su Xinyue shouted coldly and moved again. She touched the ground with her toes and her body was extremely light. A spiritual sword flew out of her sleeve and was held in her hand. The Song of the Wind. As Su Xinyue shouted coldly again, the spiritual sword trembled, and spiritual light lingered. She pointed the sword out, piercing the air, but there was a sound of the wind singing. It was really sharp. Seeing this, Yichen's face turned cold. He had never thought that Su Xinyue would use secret techniques and her first move would be a killing move. He was certain that if he did not defend himself, he would be pierced through the heart by the sword. Immediately, he drew out the Tiank sword on his back. Pound. The sound of metal colliding was heard, the Tiank sword hummed and trembled, and Yichen was also shocked and forced to retreat. More importantly, although Su Xinyue's Kingfenjian move was blocked, wind blades scattered and cut Yi Chen's robe, one of which even left a bloody mark on his face. You have too much murderous intent, it will be difficult for you to achieve your goal. After a successful move, Su Xinyue swung the sword again, cutting out a half-moon wind blade that cut through the air. You are willing to kill your fellow disciple for a spiritual herb, senior sister Su. Who has a stronger murderous intention, you or me? Yi Chen was really angry. He truly felt the murderous intent in her sword. She was obviously the one who killed the disciple, but she put on a hypocritical and upright attitude. In a flash, Yi Chen took a step forward, infused his true energy into the sky, and slashed out with his sword. Pound. There was another sound of metal colliding, and the two men retreated with a groan from the recoil. Yi Chen was in great momentum and had decided to teach Su Xinyue a lesson. However, just as he took a step forward, a strong palm wind blew from the side. Human Yuan realm. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. In an instant, he hurriedly swung his fist to attack. However, the person in the dark acted too quickly, and he acted in a rush and failed to fully gather his true energy, so the sudden attack made him stumble back. You are so brave that you even dare to touch the people of Renyang Peak. A long voice came like the wind, and a white shadow flashed through the jungle at an incredible speed. It instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen and swung its hand to chop him down diagonally with a palm. Seeing this, Yi Chen hurriedly raised Tiank and held it horizontally in front of him. Pound. The man who made the move slapped the sky with his palm. The terrifying palm force forced Yi Chen to retreat again. Before he could stop, another palm hit his heart. Everything happened too fast. Even with his actual combat ability, he was unable to react in time. The person who attacked him was a genuine human Yuan realm cultivator with overwhelming strength. In addition, it was a sneak attack, so he had no room to fight back. Puff. When he stopped, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and almost fell down. Only then did Yi Chen see the person's appearance clearly. He was a young man dressed in a white Taoist robe. He was quite elegant and his every move revealed a gentle and refined temperament, but at the corner of his mouth there was a disgusting and mocking smile. Senior brother Chi Hao. Seeing the person coming, Su Xinyue immediately revealed a bright smile, with admiration in her beautiful eyes. Junior sister Su, are you okay? The young man named Chi Hao smiled like a warm breeze, but it was extremely fake. I'm fine. Su Xinyue smiled shyly because of her lover's concern, but when she turned to look at Yi Chen, frost appeared on her cheeks again. Senior brother, he is Yi Chen. Oh. Hearing this, Chi Hao instantly became interested and looked at Yi Chen with interest. So you are my Hing-Yu's new in-turn disciple. With the cultivation level of human Yuan realm, he actually launched a sneak attack. Yi Chen sneered, anger rising in his heart. Don't think you are invincible just because you defeated that loser Zhao Long. You should know that in my eyes, you are still too weak to withstand a single blow. Chi Hao sneered, Renyang Feng gave you a favor, but you don't know how to make progress. You really don't know how to appreciate it. Remember the revenge for today's sneak attack. I'm waiting for you to come and seek revenge. Chi Hao smiled teasingly. After saying that, Chi Hao turned around and walked to Su Xinyue's side with graceful steps. Then he picked up a snow magnolia flower and handed it to Su Xinyue gracefully, saying with a smile, Junior sister Su, this is for you. Thank you, senior brother. Su Xinyue showed a shy smile, and a blush flashed across her cheeks again. Let's go back to Renyang Peak. The two of them left side by side, leaving Yi Chen staggering. I'll remember this account. Just wait for me. With a cold light in his eyes, Yi Chen fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not leave, but found a secret place to heal his wounds secretly. In less than half a day, his amazing recovery ability allowed him to recover from his injuries and continue his search for snow magnolias. He needed snow magnolia flowers to refine jade spirit liquid, and then use the jade spirit liquid to fill the large capacity of Danhai, so that he could break through as soon as possible. It was dawn when he finally walked out of the back mountain. After nearly 10 hours of effort, he only found 9 snow magnolia flowers, but it was enough for him to try to refine the jade spirit liquid. It's that little hill again. After Yi Chen calmed his mind and concentrated his energy, he summoned true fire with a thought, controlled the flames with the method of controlling the energy, and condensed them into a flaming furnace. Afterwards, one spiritual herb after another was thrown in without any order. The true fire surged, and the spiritual herbs thrown in turned into ashes on the spot. The fire is too fierce. Yichen thought to himself, and then steadily controlled the real fire to reduce the fire. Another dozen spiritual herbs were thrown in, and they quickly withered, and drops of liquids of various colors were extracted from them. It's a slow process. Yichen's mind was clear, he was sweating profusely, and his spirit was highly concentrated. Although he failed several times, he found the trick. As the ashes of spiritual herbs on the ground continued to increase, his control over fire gradually became more proficient. At some point, the scent of medicine filled the air on the hilltop. "Come out of the furnace." As Yichen shouted, a ball of spiritual liquid flew out of the flaming cauldron and was caught by him in a jade bottle. "Call." After exhaling a breath of foul air, Yichen tightly grasped the 3 bottles of jade spirit liquid, greedily inhaling the rich medicinal fragrance overflowing from the bottles. "All my hard work has paid off." Wiping the sweat off his face and smelling the scent of medicine, Yichen felt that his fatigue had dissipated a lot. "I just don't know how effective the medicine is." Muttering to himself, Yichen raised his head and poured a bottle of jade spirit liquid into his mouth. Suddenly, Yichen was shocked. The jade spirit liquid entered his body like a clear spring flowing through his meridians, soothing his fatigue and nourishing his spleen and kidneys. The refined spiritual power contained in the jade spirit liquid replenished the true energy he consumed in refining the spiritual liquid. "Ah!" Yichen exclaimed softly, and a look of joy appeared on his face, because the continuous intake of spiritual liquid allowed him to reach the barrier of the second level of qi condensation. "Do it in one go." Yichen poured the remaining 2 bottles of jade spirit liquid into his mouth at once. Now, golden fire burst out. From afar, Yichen's body was burning with golden flames, and his long black hair moved without wind. A huge vortex of spiritual energy formed with him as the center. Yichen accepted all that came to him, and his body was like a bottomless pit, swallowing up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. "Boo." I don't know when, such a voice came from the unknown. "Advance." With Yichen's low roar, his cultivation level of qi condensation level 1 leaped up to the second level of qi condensation. His body also underwent major changes. First, his dantian expanded a lot, and his true energy became more abundant and refined. Then, his meridians and bones became tougher and were stained with strands of gold. In addition to these, Yichen also discovered the abundant power contained in his fist. He was confident that one punch from him would be enough to kill a stupid cow. "Call." As he exhaled a breath of turbid air, Yichen slowly opened his eyes. Click. Click. He twisted his stiff body comfortably, and heard a crackling sound of bones colliding inside his body, which made him feel very comfortable. Not bad. Yichen couldn't help but applaud. Naturally, what excited him the most was not these, but the spiritual power contained in the jade spirit liquid he refined, which was incomparable to the jade spirit liquid distributed by the sect. The jade spirit liquid refined by true fire and earth fire is indeed not on the same level. For a moment, Yichen thought of a way to make a fortune. With real fire and the method of refining jade spirit liquid, the speed and quality of refining jade spirit liquid will surely increase rapidly over time. It can not only fill the large capacity danhai and be used to break through cultivation, but can also be used to exchange for more useful things. Yichen suppressed the excitement in his heart and was full of energy. With a thought, he summoned the true fire again, condensing it into the shape of a cauldron, and threw the herbs into it again. Because of the successful precedent, his control over fire became more and more proficient, and the spiritual power of the jade spirit liquid became particularly refined. He stopped refining until night fell. It was not that he was willing to stop, but the herbs needed to refine the jade spirit liquid were used up. To be more precise, there were no more snow magnolia flowers. The spiritual herbs needed to refine the jade spirit liquid are not difficult to find in the back mountain, but the snow magnolia. Yichen figured out the problem. He wandered around the back mountain for a long time yesterday and collected quite a few other spiritual herbs, but snow magnolias were hard to find in the back mountain, so he only collected 9. We need to find a way to get more snow magnolias. Yichen touched his chin, and the first thing he thought of was Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion has a rich collection of treasures. It should not be difficult to get some snow magnolias, but it's just these spirit stones. Yichen muttered softly, and did not forget to look into his storage bag, and couldn't help but cough dryly. Previously, he had spent all his savings at Wanbao Pavilion in order to buy the purple gold gourd. Although he really wanted to get more snow magnolias, he was short of money, which made him scratch his head. Where can I get some money? Scratching his head, Yichen was a little confused, only to find that without spirit stones, everything would be difficult. Yichen, the decisive battle will be held at Fenjiantai tomorrow. Just as Yichen was thinking, such a voice came from the top of the hill. Hearing this, Yichen's eyes lit up. Now, I can make money. Rubbing his hands, Yichen couldn't help but look up at the majestic Tianyang mountain. Because, from the voice he could tell that the person who issued the challenge was Wei Yang from Tianyang Peak. That's right, he rejected Tianyang Peak's invitation, which was also a slap in the face of Tianyang Peak in disguise. Although the head of Tianyang Peak, Taoist Zhong, is not as vindictive as Guhong, but Yichen has made Tianyang Peak lose face after all. If Tianyang Peak does not teach Yichen a lesson, its prestige will be destroyed. But Yichen didn't care about that at this moment, only money mattered to him. As long as there is money to be made, he doesn't mind being on the stage again. There was no conversation all night, and dawn came in the blink of an eye. Before daybreak, most of the outer sect disciples had already run out. Last night, everyone heard the challenge from Wei Yang of Tianyang Peak. The target of the challenge was Yichen. The disciples who liked to watch the fun had already gathered under the Fengyun stage. I say, do you think Yichen can win this time? The two duelists have not yet arrived, but the audience has already started talking. I don't think it's possible. Wei Yang is at the peak of the 7th level of Qi condensation, which is a whole small realm higher than Zhaolong. Even though it's only a small realm, the difference in strength is huge. Why do I feel that Yichen will win? No, have you forgotten Wei Yang's methods? Ice Qi. Speaking of Wei Yang's methods, all the disciples present couldn't help but shudder. Look, Wei Yang is here. Someone said that, and everyone looked in one direction. There, the crowd had tacitly made way for him. Wei Yang, dressed in a white Taoist robe, came in gracefully. His prestige seemed to be quite high, so much so that he was heard flattering all the way. Wei Yang seemed to enjoy the awe-inspiring looks from all around him, such looks made him feel elated. Despite this, he still put on a false attitude of being indifferent to fame and fortune, walked straight onto the stage, and then stood there with his hands behind his back, looking around with disdain. Yichen is here too. Soon, the disciples watching the battle started to make a commotion again. The bustling crowd once again tacitly made way. Yichen strode forward with steady and powerful steps, carrying his Tiank heavy sword weighing more than 200 kilograms. Gulp. Seeing the Tiank heavy sword, many disciples couldn't help but swallow their saliva secretly. They still remembered that a few days ago, Zhao Long was knocked to his knees by this sword. If it were an ordinary disciple, he might have turned into a pile after being hit by this sword. Good morning, senior brothers. Yichen was quite outgoing and kept waving his hands along the way, but his enthusiasm did not receive any response, which made him feel quite embarrassed. No one paid any attention to him. Yichen couldn't help but cough dryly, and then strode onto the Fenjiantai. At this moment, Wei Yang, who was standing on the Fengyun terrace, also opened his eyes. Yichen, you are so bold that you even dare to refuse the invitation from Tianyang Peak. As soon as he came up, Wei Yang shouted loudly, as if it was a warning or a rebuke. Hearing this, Yichen raised his eyebrows. Brother Wei, what you said is wrong. The sect rules do not stipulate that I must join your Tianyang Peak. It is my choice whether to join your Tianyang Peak or not. Is it against the law? What a clever mouth you have. Wei Yang sneered. Then today, I will let you know the consequences of despising Tianyang Peak. As he spoke, Wei Yang tapped his feet lightly. Soon, with his feet as the center, a stream of icy white energy spread rapidly. Wherever the white energy passed, the surface of the Fenjiantai turned into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ice Qi. Seeing this scene, Yichen was slightly surprised. Boy, you know a lot. Wei Yang's lips curled up in a teasing smile. I'm really short-sighted. Yichen couldn't help but touch his chin. In the Xinjiang sect, he had also seen true qi with such cold and yin properties. This kind of icy true qi can be innate or acquired. For those that are acquired, one must endure extreme pain from the freezing cold, and not everyone can withstand this bone-chilling pain. As for Wei Yang, Yichen was a little surprised, because he was a person who was born with the innate icy qi. Although they both have the ice qi, the gap between the acquired and the innate is extremely large. Generally, such people will receive special training from the sect. I think Wei Yang is such a person. As he spoke, the icy energy had already spread to Yichen's feet. However, he did not retreat, allowing the icy energy to invade his body through the soles of his feet, and then freeze his body and his meridians. Wow! His action made the disciples below scream in surprise. Is Yichen looking for death? The icy energy invading his body is no joke. I think he was probably frightened out of his wits. Among them, too many disciples had suffered defeat at the hands of Wei Yang. The icy true qi is no different from ordinary true qi. Once it invades the body, it is very difficult to resist. Generally, when facing someone with icy true qi, they will stay away from them, for fear that the icy true qi will invade their bodies. Yichen, on the other hand, did not dodge or evade, and actually allowed the icy qi to freeze his body. Ah! Soon, Yichen screamed. Of course, he was just pretending. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of his true fire, it was more than enough to resist the icy true energy. The reason he pretended to scream in pain was just to paralyze Wei Yang. This is his usual style, playing the pig and eating the tiger. Soon, his body began to turn into ice starting from the soles of his feet, and the ice was still spreading upwards. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before his body was completely frozen. Seeing this, Wei Yang sneered. He thought that defeating Yichen would require some effort, but he never expected that Yichen would fall into his trap so easily. He was very confident in his icy true qi. Once a disciple with low cultivation was hit, it would be almost impossible for him to escape. He seemed to have seen the scene of Yichen being knocked down. It seems that I really overestimated you. Wei Yang sneered again, walked over slowly, and when he saw Yichen was frozen, he was too lazy to use his secret techniques. Why? The disciples below sighed helplessly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wei Yang walked up to Yichen and looked him up and down with interest. How do you feel? Yichen pretended to struggle but failed to break free from the ice. The ice qi is indeed worthy of its reputation. It has the ability to restrain people. Once the body is frozen, it will be difficult to move. Naturally, he is not one of those people. He has true fire protecting his body and can directly ignore the ice true qi. Moreover, he was confident that even without the protection of true fire, with his powerful true energy, he was strong enough to break through the shackles of ice. He showed weakness at this moment, and everything was in preparation for Wei Yang's counterattack after he let down his guard. Fighting with you is such a waste of time. Wei Yang sneered and raised his hand as he spoke. However, just as he was about to slap his hand, a strange sneer flashed across Yichen's lips. Suddenly, Wei Yang had a bad feeling. But it was too late. Yichen, who was still frozen a moment ago, actually moved and suddenly raised his feet. He actually ignored the icy energy. There was an uproar below. The sudden scene also made Wei Yang's eyes full of shock. Because the distance was too close, because Yichen attacked suddenly, and because Wei Yang relaxed his vigilance, he was kicked hard in the lower abdomen by Yichen. With a muffled groan, Wei Yang staggered after being kicked. Impossible. Wei Yang staggered back, roaring continuously. He was obviously unable to accept this fact. A disciple at the second level of qi condensation actually ignored his icy qi. This was really beyond his expectations. Nothing is impossible. A sneer sounded towards him, and Yichen came like a lion, not giving Wei Yang time to breathe. Wei Yang had just steadied his body and had not yet used his protective qi when Yichen kicked him and he staggered back. Come back to me. Yichen took 2 quick steps, stretched out his hands, stepped forward, grabbed one of Wei Yang's arms, and pulled the staggering Wei Yang back. Wei Yang lost his balance and was about to react, but he found that his feet had left the ground and his whole body was swung around by the sturdy Yi Chen. Bang! With a loud bang, Wei Yang was thrown heavily onto the fighting platform by Yi Chen, and the entire fighting platform was cracked by his body. Puff! Wei Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. But it wasn't over yet. The sturdy Yi Chen lifted his body up again. Bang! 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 Such sounds continued. Yi Chen grabbed one of Wei Yang's arms and used him as a whip, throwing him onto the fighting platform repeatedly, until Wei Yang's internal organs were displaced and a human shape was smashed out of the fighting platform. Below, the disciples watching the battle were stunned and swallowed their saliva more than once. This is too fierce. If I were Wei Yang, I would have been smashed into a heap long ago. This battle was too ridiculous. This man's words expressed everyone's thoughts. Wei Yang, who was at the peak of the 7th level of Qi condensation and possessed the icy true Qi, was defeated so miserably. He didn't even have a chance to use his secret technique. Ah! With Wei Yang's last scream of pain, he was smashed hard onto the battlefield by Yi Chen. At this moment, almost half of his bones were broken, his flesh and blood were all over the place, and he couldn't move at all. No. Impossible. Blood gushed out of Wei Yang's mouth, and he stared at Yi Chen with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to say that he still had many secret techniques that he had not yet used, and many means that he had not yet used, but he was crippled by the fall. Senior brother Wei, you are so high and mighty, have you ever thought that there would be times when you are in such an embarrassing situation? Yi Chen squatted down and looked at Wei Yang with a smile. Wei Yang wanted to speak, but his words were blocked by the blood gushing out of his mouth. Don't say anything, Yi Chen said, and took Wei Yang's storage bag consciously. Seeing this, Wei Yang couldn't catch his breath and fainted. Don't panic, it's not over yet. Yi Chen started to rummage around Wei Yang's body. No matter if it was the jade pendant on his waist, the ring on his hand, or the jade beads inlaid on the jade belt, as long as it was valuable, he consciously stuffed it into his arms. He was like a robber. He would rob whatever he saw and take any treasure he could find. His methods were very skillful and he had done a lot of petty thefts. And, still wearing something like this. The disciples below were stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Chen took away all the valuables from Wei Yang. After decades of hard work, we are now back to the time before liberation. Okay. After doing all this, Yi Chen patted his butt and disappeared from the Fengjiantai. There was silence for a long time after he left. Among the 3 main outer peaks of Hangyue sect, Yi Chen has defeated the disciples of the chiefs of 2 main peaks in a row. After leaving Fengjiantai, Yi Chen rushed to Wanbao Pavilion without stopping, carrying Wei Yang's storage bag and treasures. This battle was even more rewarding than the last one against Zhao Long. Wei Yang was born with the ability to generate icy energy. Although his talent was not very good, he was highly regarded by the Tianyang Peak. Because of that, his storage bag was very full. There were more than 1,000 spirit stones alone, more than 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid, and other miscellaneous things. It could be said that it was a considerable fortune. Not bad, not bad. Yi Chen patted his storage bag. He was in a good mood and had one foot already stepped into the gate of Wanbao Pavilion. As soon as I walked in, Pang Dehai popped up. Just like the first time, this fellow's big eyes were bright and sharp, and he could see everything clearly. Anyone who dared to steal things from his treasure pavilion would not escape his eyes. Little kid, here you are again. What do you like? Grandpa will give you a discount. This guy rubbed his hands and smiled abnormally, which made Yi Chen feel uneasy. Elder, do you have any snow magnolias? Yes, yes, yes. My Wanbao Pavilion has everything. Pang Dehai said, and he did not forget to raise 2 fingers. 50 spirit stones per plant, how many do you want? This is so expensive. If you want more, it can be cheaper. Pang Dehai pinched the small tuft of beard on his chin and blinked at Yi Chen. Of course, it will be cheaper if you want at least 50 plants. Hearing this, Yi Chen placed Wei Yang's storage bag on the counter with a clang and asked, Elder, please see how much the things inside are worth in spirit stones. Oh, look at the weight of your storage bag, it's not light. As he spoke, Pang Dehai had already opened the storage bag and took a look inside, then glanced at Yi Chen. I say, did you rob that kid Wei Yang? Hearing Pang Dehai say this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Elder, can you see this? Of course. Pang Dehai said, and took out a jade pendant and a glowing bead from his storage bag. See. He just bought them yesterday. Well. Yi Chen couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose. Pang Dehai didn't ask any more questions. He took out his abacus and calculated the value of the things in the storage bag. Finally, he said, all the bits and pieces together are worth about 900 spirit stones. Do you want to sell it? Sell. Yi Chen said, and handed over the storage bag of spirit stones. Including these, there are a total of 2,000 spirit stones. Exchange them all for snow magnolias. Snow magnolia. Pang Dehai was stunned. What's the use of having so many snow magnolias? Make soup. Just pretend I didn't ask. With that, Pang Dehai walked in. Soon, he came out with a storage bag and handed it to Yi Chen. I'll give you 10 or 50 plants. Thank you, Elder. Yi Chen put away the storage bag, then moved forward a little and asked, Elder, do you know where in the back mountain of Hangyue sect the snow magnolias grow the most? There aren't many in any direction. Although the snow magnolia is not very precious, it is an essential spiritual herb for refining the jade spirit liquid. Spiritual herbs like this are specially planted in the spiritual herb garden by people sent by the sect. Those in the back mountain are all wild and the number is extremely limited. That's it. Yi Chen touched his chin and muttered in a low voice, no wonder it's so hard to find in the back mountains. Love, the snow magnolia, is controlled by the sect. Thinking of the spiritual grass garden, Yi Chen immediately gave up the idea. That place was not accessible to anyone. With this thought in his mind, Yi Chen was about to turn around and leave, but was pulled back by Pang Panghai. Elder, is there anything else? Pang Panghai rubbed his fat palms and winked at Yi Chen. Little guy, do you still have bloodthirsty pills? Bloodthirsty pills? Yi Chen was a little surprised, and then shook his head gently. I got that bottle of bloodthirsty pills by chance, and it's gone. Hearing this, Pang Panghai felt a little regretful. His expression aroused Yi Chen's curiosity. Elder, what is the origin of that bloodthirsty pill and what do you want it for? The origin of the bloodthirsty pill is very long. Pang Dehai became interested when talking about the bloodthirsty pill. Only people in the bloodthirsty palace have it. You have heard of the bloodthirsty palace, right? It's the giant in the north of Dachu. Bloodthirsty Hall. Yi Chen frowned slightly and murmured, is that hunchbacked old man from the bloodthirsty hall? The blood-sucking pill is extremely toxic, but in a sense, it is also a tonic. Alas, there is only one bottle, what a pity. Pang Dehai muttered, leaving Yi Chen a little confused. After taking a final glance at Pang Dehai, Yi Chen walked out of the Wanbao pavilion thoughtfully, thinking to himself that if he had known the value of the bloodthirsty pill earlier, he would not have given it to Pang Dehai so easily. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Chen took a few quick steps and plunged into the back mountain of Hangyue sect, frantically collecting spiritual herbs needed to refine the jade spirit liquid. And at this moment, on Tianyang Peak. When Taoist Zhong saw the disabled Wei Yang being carried to Tianyang Peak, he almost fell off his chair. Yi Chen, you're too cruel. Master, Yi Chen has bullied Tianyang Peak too much. I will go meet him someday. I will believe that a person who is at the first level of qi condensation can still rebel against the heavens. Let's let the disciple of Gohong from Diyang Peak try the waters first. Yi Chen is such a weird guy. As night fell, a hidden cave in the back mountain of Hangyue sect was still flashing with golden light. Beside the stove, Yi Chen was already sweating profusely. Ever since he collected the spiritual herbs, he has been refining the jade spirit liquid without stopping. Up to now, he has successfully refined more than 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Although there have been failures during this period, the success rate is still rising. Yi Chen stayed there for 3 days. It was not until the night 3 days later that he took back the true fire. Beside him were more than 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Excluding the failed ones, these were his results for the past 3 days. Call. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Yichen poured a bottle of jade spirit liquid into his mouth. The spiritual liquid was like a magical medicine, flowing throughout his body like a clear spring, nourishing his body and replenishing his consumption. Soon, he poured bottle after bottle of jade spirit liquid into his mouth, until all the more than 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid were poured into his stomach without a single bottle left. If there were someone here, they would definitely be scared. The jade spirit liquid contains tremendous spiritual power. Drinking the whole bottle would risk bursting the dantian. Even disciples who have reached the 7th level of qi condensation dare not drink a whole bottle in one breath. He, on the other hand, drank 20 bottles in one go. This is the domineering aspect of Danhai. Its huge capacity is enough to hold the tremendous spiritual power contained in more than 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid, and with the ability to be refined by true fire, the conditions are simply unique. More than 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid entered his body and were powerfully refined by the true fire, making Yichen's whole body steaming hot. Every meridian and every pore was overflowing with pure true energy. The Danhai filled with true energy was shining with brilliant golden light. Boo. At some point, a voice like this seemed to be heard from nowhere. Advanced. After a few days, Yichen broke through again. I have reached the 3rd level of qi condensation. Now, I have the capital to confront the human Yuan realm head-on. Clenching his fist and feeling the powerful force on his fist, Yichen couldn't help but smile. The night sky is deep, and the broken stars are like dust. After 3 days of refining the jade spirit liquid, Yichen walked out of the cave for the first time. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Yichen saw a white light flying from afar at an extremely fast speed. It crossed the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What is that? Yichen muttered softly after taking a last look at the direction where the white light passed, then turned around. Rustle. Rustle. Soon, a rustling sound was heard from the lush jungle, and a gust of wind blew in, bringing with it a refreshing feminine scent. Then, a graceful figure came like the wind. She is pure and elegant, bathing in the moonlight, bright and flawless, like a fairy in the blue waves, untainted by the dust of the world. This person, if you look closely, is not Chu Linger. More precisely, it is Chu Linger's sister, Chu Xianer. Why is it her? When Yichen saw Chu Xianer, who looked exactly like Chu Linger, he took a step forward and then quickly retracted it. Is she also from Hang Yue's sect? With his thoughts racing, Yichen suddenly turned around and ran away. Perhaps he ran too fast and was tripped by a vine under his feet. He fell to the ground with his hands in the mud. Regardless of his embarrassment, he got up and crawled towards the depths. Seeing this, Chu Xianer frowned slightly and immediately stretched out her delicate hand. Soon, Yichen, who had just run a few feet, was picked up by Chu Xianer like a chicken. Yichen wanted to move, but was restrained by Chu Xianer's powerful aura. Senior, good morning. Yichen smiled awkwardly. He was already half disappointed. He cursed in his heart countless times. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet on. He actually met his destined evil star here. At this moment, Yichen was already mourning for himself, his heart pounding. Kongming realm was too strong, and he was definitely capable of killing him in an instant. He might even be beheaded in the next moment. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Yichen's forehead. However, in his imagination, Chu Xianer did not fly into a rage, nor did she show any murderous intent. Instead, her powerful aura suppressed Yichen, and her beautiful eyes like water waves were slightly narrowed as she looked at Yichen. The most important point is that he didn't even recognize Yichen. Are you a disciple of Hang Yue's sect? Chu Xianer stared at Yichen. When these words came out, Yichen was stunned on the spot. She doesn't remember me. Yichen was stunned. It had only been a few days. Your memory is really bad. Thinking of the ridiculous Chunshao incident that night, Yichen couldn't help but rub his brows. Who would have thought that he would do that with a beautiful senior in the Kongming realm? He was clearly trying to save someone, but he almost lost his life. I'm asking you a question. Are you a disciple of Hang Yue's sect? Seeing that Yichen did not answer, Chu Xianer asked again. Yes. Although he was doubtful in his heart, Yichen still hurriedly showed his ID card. Chu Xian'er glanced at the ID card and stared at Yichen again. What are you doing sneaking around in the back mountain so late at night? I pick spiritual herbs. Then why did you run when you saw me? Perhaps because Yichen looked a little flustered, Chu Xian'er stared at Yichen again, and her words gave Yichen a great sense of oppression, as if Yichen's every word and action was under her scrutiny. If Yichen lied, he would definitely not escape her eyes. Am I that scary? I'm afraid you'll steal my things. Yichen made up an excuse at random, and said it in a timid manner. His acting was very concise, and anyone who saw his harmless face would think that he was a good child. Steal your things. Chu Xian'er was amused. Where is this? Although this is the back mountain of Hengyue sect, it is also covered by the Hengyue barrier. Besides the people of Hengyue sect, are there people from other sects? Would the elders of Hengyue sect rob a disciple in the condensation stage? Chu Xian'er thought that it was her action just now that scared the little guy, and she was frightened by the child. After looking at Yichen, Chu Xian'er didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she looked around at the lush jungle with her beautiful eyes. Occasionally, she would glance into the void and asked, "Did you see anything flying past just now?" Yes, there is a white light flying over. Yichen thought of the white light that just flashed across the sky. Which direction did you go? Northeast. Yichen hurriedly pointed to the northeast. What he was thinking at this moment was that the woman in front of him should leave here quickly. If she remembered, who knows what nonsense would happen. Hearing this, Chu Xian'er hurriedly took out a glowing sound transmission note and whispered to it, "Brother, it's going in your direction. Stay in the southwest and don't come near here." A powerful voice sounded from the sound transmission note. I understand. Chu Xian'er waved her hand to take away the sound transmission talisman, sat down cross-legged, and then formed a seal with her hands. Suddenly, a ray of light shot up into the sky above her head, forming a huge formation in the void. Boom. Soon, a deafening roar was heard from the northeast, shaking the earth violently. Roar. Then, there was a deafening roar. The roar was very strange. Not only was it deafening, it also carried such powerful magic that even at such a distance, Yichen's mind was a little dazed. He staggered on the spot and almost fell down. Seeing this, Chu Xian'er gently flicked her jade hand and shot a ray of spiritual light into Yichen's forehead. Yichen's mind finally regained clarity, and he looked towards the northeast in horror. A roar almost made him lose his mind. With his vision, he could naturally see the extraordinariness of the white light. Yichen was so confused that he seemed to have forgotten about Chu Xian'er beside him. What on earth is that? Yichen muttered to himself as he stared blankly in that direction. He knew that Chu Xian'er must have also come here following the white light, and their meeting here was purely a coincidence. On the side, Chu Xian'er saw Yichen in a daze, and said in a deep voice, "Don't be in a daze, leave here quickly." Hearing this, Yichen finally reacted. As if he had been pardoned, his tense body moved as if by a conditioned reaction. Not caring where the white light came from, he plunged into the lush jungle without looking back, crawling and rolling. Do I look that scary? Chu Xian'er glanced at Yichen, who seemed to be fleeing and looked stunned. If she had to control the magic circle, she would really like to catch Yichen again and interrogate him. In the distance, Yichen had disappeared. After Yichen left, another divine rainbow flew over from Tianshao and landed beside Chu Xian'er, transforming into a beautiful woman in white. Upon closer inspection, she looked exactly like Chu Xian'er. Needless to say, it was Chu Linger. Ah! After Chu Linger fell down, she let out a light exclamation in her heart. Looking at the direction where Yichen ran away, she couldn't help but let out a sigh, her beautiful eyes flashing with light and darkness. She scratched her head and muttered to herself, "What a familiar breath. Linger, weren't you in seclusion? Why did you come out?" Chu Xian'er looked at Chu Linger with some concern. Retracting her gaze from that side, Chu Linger spread her hands and shrugged, "With such a big commotion, it's impossible not to get out. Indeed, this riot is much bigger than usual." Chu Xian'er's expression became more serious. "Can this barrier trap it?" Chu Linger looked up at the magic circle in the void, and then her eyes fell on Chu Xian'er. "Master Brother and his men are surrounding it. Chu Xian'er replied softly to Chu Linger's question, with a rather unhappy look on her face. It has been getting more and more violent these days. I wonder if we can seal it in the future. I'll help. Seeing Chu Xian'er's solemn expression, Chu Linger hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground and sacrificed her spiritual light. Oh, by the way, I just met a strange little guy. Strange little guy? How strange? Chu Linger blinked her big eyes and looked at Chu Xian'er. Although she had been practicing Taoism for nearly 100 years, she was still as innocent as a girl who knew nothing about the world and was curious about everything. Anyway, it's just very strange. Chu Xian'er scratched her head, not knowing how to describe it. Just pretend I didn't ask. After coming out of the back mountain, Yi Chen ran back to Heng Yue's sect in one breath. At this moment, it was already bright. The disciples of Heng Yue's sect began to run out again to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. When they saw Yi Chen in such a miserable state, there was some confusion in their eyes. That was a close call. Not caring about the strange looks around him, Yi Chen slowed down his pace, breathing heavily, and glanced at the back mountain. He still felt a little scared, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. It took him a long time to calm down. She doesn't remember me. Isn't it just one person? No way. Are there people in the world who look so similar? Yi Chen was muttering to himself all the way. If the woman was also in Heng Yue's sect that night, then he would have to leave here. If she really just looked like what he imagined, then he wouldn't have to worry about it at all. I didn't go in, I just stood outside the gate of Lingshan. Just as Yi Chen was thinking, a familiar voice not far away interrupted his thoughts, followed by noisy scolding. You little bastard, you're still lying. Why don't you stay at the foot of the mountain and come up to steal things? Don't you even consider your identity? Tiger boy. Yi Chen saw the familiar figure from a distance. Wasn't it the tiger boy from Shaolin Garden? At this moment, a group of Heng Yue's sect disciples had surrounded him, scolding, mocking, or swearing at them, forcing Hua's weak body to not dare to curl up. His nose and face were swollen, and he didn't dare to raise his head at all, like a criminal who had committed a serious crime. I didn't come up, I just stood at the door and watched. Hua seemed to have suffered a great injustice, and sobbed with his head down. You dare to quibble and ask for a beating. A disciple looked ferocious and slapped him immediately. However, before he could fall, his arm was grabbed by a hand. Do you want to die? A cold voice suddenly sounded. The person who made the move was naturally Yi Chen. He treated Tiger Boy as his relative and naturally couldn't bear to see Tiger Boy being bullied. When the disciples around saw that it was Yi Chen, they subconsciously took a step back. Although he is just a trainee disciple, Yi Chen is an outlier. Zhao Long from Diyang Peak and Wei Yang from Tianyang Peak are bloody examples. Instead of absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, you come to bully a child who can't practice. You are really capable. Yi Chen glanced around with a cold gaze and sneered, if you have the guts, fight me. Upon hearing this, a group of disciples hurriedly gathered together. He was the first to violate the sect rules. Perhaps because they were outnumbered, the white-clothed disciple led by Su Ming sneered. That's right. If you are not a disciple of Heng Yue's sect, you are not allowed to go up to the Lingshan mountain of Heng Yue's sect. This is the rule that has always existed. This little bastard named Hua sneaked up here. God knows if he came here to steal something. Yi Chen frowned, he had heard that Heng Yue's sect had such a rule. Moreover, although Hua lives at the foot of Heng Yue's sect's mountain, he is different from Zhang Fengnian. Although Zhang Fengnian was demoted down the mountain, he is still a member of Heng Yue's sect, while he was adopted by Zhang Fengnian and in a certain sense does not belong to Heng Yue's sect. I didn't. Hua's face was full of tears. I was just standing outside the gate. I didn't come in. They dragged me in. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen glanced at the group of disciples with cold eyes. You little bastard, you still dare to lie. The leading disciple named Su Baibai scolded again, believe it or not, I will break your legs. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, Yi Chen suddenly drew out the Tiank heavy sword. You try to hit me. Yi Chen looked at Su Ming coldly. What? Do you want to bully the weak in broad daylight? Su Ming yelled at the top of his voice. His shout attracted more people to watch. With more people around, Su Ming became even more unscrupulous. Come and see. Yi Chen is relying on his strength to bully others. Bullying. Yi Chen sneered, took a big step forward, and immediately swung the Tiank heavy sword to smash over. Then I will bully you today. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly drew out his magic sword and held it across his body. Snap. A shattering sound was heard immediately, and Su Ming's spiritual sword was broken on the spot. Even he was shocked and vomited blood and retreated. Murder, murder. Su Ming hid in the crowd and yelled, as if he wanted to deliberately make the situation worse, murder, Yi Chen is going to kill someone. Since you said so, I will kill you today. With a cold snort, Yi Chen rushed forward with Tiank in his hand. Seeing this, the disciples around him started to scold him. How dare you commit a crime in broad daylight? No wonder senior sister Su said that you have a strong desire to kill. It turns out to be true. Why can't we just talk it out calmly? Do we have to resort to violence? Get out. Yi Chen shouted loudly and swung Tiank immediately. The scene suddenly fell into chaos. The white-robed disciple and his accomplices in the dark added fuel to the fire, so that more than one disciple came forward to accuse, scold, or curse. Send him to the discipline hall. When the first disciple used his true energy, others took action one after another. A melee was about to break out, and soon blood was seen. Yi Chen's face was as cold as ice, and any disciple who rushed towards him was blown away by his sword. Vaguely, he also saw Su Ming hiding behind the crowd and giving him a cunning smile. It seemed that he had already anticipated the scene before him, and all of this seemed to have been planned long ago. The disciples gathered together to fight, which alarmed the people in the discipline hall. Soon, people from the discipline hall intervened forcefully. The person who came was a disciple dressed in purple, with a fair face and holding a folding fan. He was the chief disciple of the discipline hall, Yin Jiping. School rules prohibit private fighting. Don't you know that? Yin Jiping gently waved his folding fan, glanced at the injured disciple, and then glanced at Yi Chen. Senior brother Yin, you have to make the decision for us. It was Su Ming again, covering his chest and crying. Although his cultivation was average, his acting skills were top-notch. Brother Yin, Yi Chen disregarded the sect rules, you can't tolerate this. Relying on his strength, he bullies his fellow disciples at will. It's so abominable in broad daylight. The atmosphere at the scene was really heated. Some people gnashed their teeth and wished they could drag Yi Chen out and torture him to death on the spot. Listening to the noise and cursing around him, Yin Jiping looked at Yi Chen and smiled teasingly, Yi Chen, come with me to the discipline hall. If I dare to do it, I dare to take responsibility. Yi Chen looked indifferent. He retracted Tiank and was about to raise his foot, but was blocked by Hua behind him. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Tiger Boy was very panicked. As he said this, he knelt on the ground with a thud, begging for mercy for Yi Chen while kowtowing until blood flowed out of his forehead. He just wanted to use his weak body to take all the blame for Yi Chen. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's heart trembled. Young people are ignorant, please forgive him this time. An old voice sounded, and Zhang Fengnian hurried over with a cane. His old body was hunched over, and he kept bending over to apologize. Hearing this, Yin Jiping gently waved his folding fan, looked Zhang Fengnian up and down, and smiled playfully, Zhang Fengnian, you have been demoted down the mountain. You should understand the rules here. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Junior brother Yin, just for the sake of our past. Zhang Fengnian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Chen. Yi Chen pulled the kneeling Tiger Boy up, and then pulled him behind him. Looking at the old Zhang Fengnian, his heart was filled with warmth, and he smiled and said, Grandpa, take Tiger Boy back. I'm fine. As he spoke, Yi Chen strode towards the discipline hall. The cold and majestic hall was filled with people, all pointing fingers at the center and some even cursing angrily. In the center, Yi Chen stood solemnly like a stone tablet. He looked indifferent and said nothing, but he had already figured out a lot of things. Everything that happened today was not accidental, but a deliberate conspiracy by someone to frame him. Turning his head indifferently, Yi Chen saw Su Ming grinning sinisterly in the crowd. Passing across Su Ming's face, Yichen saw the badge hanging on Su Ming's waist. Although the 3 words Di Yang Feng on the badge were not big, they were particularly glaring in his eyes. He had already guessed that this was Di Yang Feng's conspiracy specifically against him. But he still said nothing, just quietly looking at Yin Jiping not far away. Master is in seclusion, so I will be in charge of today's matter. Yin Jiping waved his folding fan leisurely, with an awe-inspiring and impartial look, but when he looked at Yichen, the corners of his mouth revealed mockery and amusement. You wantonly harmed your fellow disciples, Yichen, do you admit this crime? If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext for it. With a sneer, Yichen did not explain too much. He knew that this was a conspiracy and any more explanation would be nonsense. So you plead guilty? Since you have admitted your guilt, then it will be easy to deal with. According to Article 9 of the sect's rules, anyone who willfully harms a sect disciple will be punished with a fire whip. The punishment will be immediate. Fire whip. Upon hearing this word, the disciples in the hall swallowed their saliva, as if they knew how terrifying this punishment was. This time Yichen will suffer. How many lashes do you think he can take? As discussions rose and fell all around, disciples from the discipline hall stepped forward from both sides, chained Yichen to a rack, and stripped off his shirt on the spot. Soon, a flaming whip was presented. Junior brother Yi, if it hurts, you can scream out. Yin Jiping took the fire whip, his eyes full of teasing and amusement. No need to talk nonsense, come on. As soon as these words came out, Yin Jiping sneered, raised the fire whip in his hand, and swung it hard at Yichen. Bang. The sound of the fire whip hitting Yichen was particularly clear. The burning pain was piercing to the bone. Yichen seemed to have underestimated the punishment of flogging. The fire whip in Yin Jiping's hand was obviously not simple. With one whip, his body was torn into pieces, and a blood mark was particularly eye-catching. But even so, Yichen clenched his teeth and said nothing. Very good, you're tough enough. Seeing that Yichen didn't scream in pain, Yin Jiping sneered and became more fierce, swinging the fire whip on Yichen continuously. Bang. 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 As the sound continued to sound, more and more bloodstains appeared on Yichen's body. You deserve it. This is the consequence of going against Di Yang Feng. Su Ming showed a sinister smile in the crowd. You should be punished for wantonly harming a sect disciple. He brought this upon himself, he can't blame anyone else. Yin Jiping seemed to have benefited from Di Yang Peak, and he did not hold back at all. The fire whip in his hand was like a swimming snake, and every whip made Yichen's blood fly. Soon, Yichen's body was covered with blood, and the overflowing blood flowed down his body, which was very shocking. However, from beginning to end, he never cried out in pain. I wonder how long you can endure this. Seeing that Yichen never cried out in pain from beginning to end, Yin Jiping felt frustrated and swung the fire whip even more frantically, wanting to hear Yichen scream in pain before he would stop. Bang. 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 Yin Jiping became more and more crazy and more frightened as the fight went on. As the head disciple of the discipline hall, he knew all too well the horror of the fire whip torture. Not to mention the Qi condensation realm, even the human Yuan realm would find it difficult to withstand more than 100 whips. And Yichen in front of him, actually endured 100 whips without even a cry of pain. How could he not be shocked? How many times has this been whipped? Someone nearby asked in a low voice. There were also some kind-hearted disciples here who couldn't help but show a look of pity when they saw Yichen being whipped like this. It's the 108th time. He survived the 108 lashes. Isn't his body made of flesh? Not a single scream was uttered. Bang. When the last loud whip fell, the fire whip punishment came to an end. Put it down. Even though it was Yin Jiping, his breathing became uneven, and he was gasping for breath and sweating profusely. The locked Yichen was immediately uncuffed. Suddenly, his body staggered, and after swaying a few times, he did not fall to the ground. Can I leave now? Yichen raised his face and looked at Yin Jiping with a sneer. Whatever. Yin Jiping took a deep breath, but still waved his hand. Yichen looked around, and there was obviously a cold light flashing in his indifferent eyes. He turned around staggeringly and walked out of the hall, leaving a series of bloody footprints behind him. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Zhang Fengnian came to meet him in a hurry. "Child." Old Zhang Fengnian's hands were trembling as he wanted to support Yi Chen, but he didn't know where to start, because Yi Chen's body was covered in blood, and he was afraid that any move would hurt Yi Chen. "Grandpa, I have thick skin and flesh, I won't die." Yi Chen showed a casual smile. Although he said this, his eyes began to become blurry. He shook a few times and finally fell down. Zhang Fengnian stepped forward, grabbed him, and carried him on his hunched back. "Kid, let's go home." "Grandpa, you are right. We need to be patient in everything, but the weak deserve to be bullied. I would rather take a more difficult path. The pain they inflicted on us, one day, Yi Chen will make them pay back 100-fold. Before he knew it, Yi Chen fainted. In a daze, Yi Chen felt Zhang Fengnian's bumpy back, felt that Zhang Fengnian had taken a lot of effort to bring him back to the small spiritual garden, and even more clearly felt that Zhang Fengnian was wiping his scars. He woke up again and it was already night. The burning pain all over his body still did not dissipate. The fire whip was very strange. Even though he used his true energy to warm it, he still could not resist the severe pain of the burning flames. "Just wait for me," Yi Chen said coldly. Ninja felt severe pain and Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed with difficulty. Soon, he heard a crackling sound of bones colliding in his body, and the method of barbaric body refining started working again. Suddenly, a look of pain appeared on his face. However, as time went by and the number of times he practiced body training increased, he had gradually adapted to this pain. But even so, the pain from the fire whip was still nothing compared to the pain from body training. After 3 hours, Yi Chen completed a cycle with great difficulty. What surprised him was that this barbaric body refining actually had the magical effect of accelerating the recovery of wounds. The rotten flesh and blood were discarded, and new flesh and blood were grown through the body refining. What a pleasant surprise! Yi Chen thought to himself, he never thought that the barbaric body training had such mysteries. It turns out that getting beaten is also a different kind of practice. Then, he tried 2 things at once. On one hand, he refined his body, and on the other hand, all the pores on his body opened wide, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a whale. Sometimes, traces of spiritual energy between heaven and earth would enter his body through his wounds. In this way, he practiced the savage body refining for 1 week. The effect became more obvious, and the scars on his body had healed a lot. Very good. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. He continued to temper his body without stopping. It was late at night before he stopped practicing the body refining technique. At this moment, his skin became smooth and shiny, and there was not even a trace of scar. If people knew about this kind of recovery ability, they would be shocked. The barbaric body training is indeed domineering. With a loud laugh, Yi Chen jumped off the bamboo bed and ran out of the room. When he reached the center of the garden, he threw a powerful punch, then turned around and kicked with a side kick. After refining his body and taking the jade spirit liquid, he felt full of energy and used his bestiality to unleash his ultimate fighting skills to loosen up his stiff muscles and bones. Roar! Roar! Inexplicably, his moves underwent strange changes. To be more precise, each move was accompanied by the roar of beasts, the roar of a tiger, the scream of an eagle, the howl of a wolf, and the roar of an ape. Yi Chen was completely immersed in the state of comprehending the profound meaning of the beast's rage. Gradually, he mastered the profound meanings and his techniques were sublimated imperceptibly to a strange state. Very good. Feeling that the moves became strange and mysterious, Yi Chen could not help but laugh out loud, and even his laughter was accompanied by a faint beast roar. Before I knew it, it was already bright. Yi Chen was still performing his punches and kicks very close to the scene. Perhaps he was too engrossed in the subject, and he did not seem to notice Zhang Fengnian who had just walked out of the room. Young man. Zhang Fengnian was stunned when he saw Yi Chen. Grandpa, you're awake. After retracting his fists and feet, Yi Chen turned around and saw the extremely shocked look on Zhang Fengnian's face. Zhang Fengnian opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. He was once an elder of the Hangyue sect and knew too well how powerful the fire whip was. Even with magical medicine to treat it, it would take at least half a month. Yesterday, he carried back a Yichen covered in scars and blood. After just one night, not only did the scars on Yichen's body disappear, he was also full of energy as if nothing had happened. Anyone who sees this at this moment will be shocked. Seeing Zhang Fengnian so shocked, Yichen smiled slightly. "Grandpa, you saved me again. Your injury. It's all right. People always say I have thick skin and tough flesh." That's good, that's good." Zhang Fengnian was obviously very excited. He also regarded Yichen as a relative. Seeing that Yichen was fine, he felt relieved. "Come here, keep this." After the excitement, Zhang Fengnian's old hand reached into his arms, and then he tremblingly took out a palm-sized brocade bag and stuffed it into Yichen. Yichen was a little confused, but still took the treasure bag. When he opened the brocade bag, he found that there was only a talisman in it. The talisman was engraved with dense runes and two bright big characters, Tianling. Heavenly Spirit Curse. Yichen looked at Zhang Fengnian suddenly. Zhang Fengnian smiled and nodded. He knew that Yichen had offended too many people recently, so he taught him the Tianling curse, hoping that this talisman could help him out of trouble at the critical moment. "Senior, this gift is too valuable. I am sorry that I cannot accept it." Yichen obviously knew the value of the Heavenly Spirit Curse and was about to hand the brocade bag back, but was pushed back by Zhang Fengnian. "The Heavenly Spirit Curse requires true energy to activate. It is useless for me now." Zhang Fengnian sighed. Yichen was silent, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. The Tianling mantra is one of the three major mantras of the Hengyu sect. It has the ability to imprison the true qi of a cultivator for a period of time. It is so precious. Zhang Fengnian has kept it for so long and suffered a lot of humiliation but never handed it over. But now he gives it to him. "Thank you for the gift, senior. Young man, just do your best." Zhang Fengnian patted Yichen on the shoulder and walked away with a smile. Only after Zhang Fengnian left did Yichen take out the Tianling curse. The Heavenly Spirit Curse is a yellow talisman which is made of paper. These are secondary. The main thing is the runes engraved on the yellow talisman, which are extremely complicated and reveal a strange power. It can temporarily seal a person's true energy. It's a really good thing. Yichen put the Tianling curse into the brocade bag again. "Is this thing precious?" After a simple breakfast, Yichen changed into clean clothes and carried the huge and heavy tiank on his back. "Young man, you." Zhang Fengnian hesitated to speak, knowing that Yichen was going up the mountain to settle accounts with someone. His turbid old eyes were full of worry. "Big brother, you don't have to go up." Even Tiger Boy saw it. He lowered his head, twisting his clothes with his two little hands. He knew that Yichen would most likely be seriously injured or even not come back if he went there this time. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yichen smiled casually. After leaving the small spiritual garden, Yichen put on a black robe, covering his entire body so that no one could see his appearance. After climbing up the Hengyu sect's sacred mountain in one breath, Yichen went straight to the back mountain. After finding a secret place, Yichen stuffed the Tiank heavy sword into the storage bag, and then picked up some mud from the ground and smeared it on his face, making his hair messy and even his clothes torn to shreds. At this moment, seeing his attire, one would think he was a beggar and it would be difficult to recognize that this was Yichen. After doing all this, Yichen hid in the lush weeds and restrained his breath. Because the jungle was hidden and he restrained his breath, many disciples who came to the back mountain to pick spiritual herbs did not notice that there was a person hiding here. "If you guys are playing dirty tricks, I'll play along with you." Yichen sneered in the bushes. As he spoke, Yichen did not forget to take out a black stick from his storage bag. Then, the purpose of everything he did here was very clear. This was a posture of waiting for something to happen. He had to stay here and wait for the disciples of Diyang Peak to show up, and then rush out to strike them with a club. Soon, his first target appeared. He was a disciple from Diyang Peak wearing a white robe. His cultivation was at the 5th level of qi condensation, but he was very arrogant. "You, and the rest of you, go somewhere else. The spiritual herbs in this piece belong to my Diyang Peak." As soon as this person arrived, he scolded the disciples with low cultivation. Look, still looking, are you looking for death? Get out of here. The outer disciples of Heng sect are not all disciples from the three main peaks. There are also some disciples who are weak in cultivation and have been abandoned. Because of Deyang Peak, most people dare not speak out. Soon, all the disciples in this area were expelled, and the white-clothed disciples from Deyang Peak naturally occupied this place. At this moment, Yichen suddenly rushed out and in 2 or 3 steps he came behind the white-clothed disciple. Feeling a cold wind blowing from the younger generation, the disciple frowned. Who? His body's instinct made him turn around suddenly, but before he could turn around completely, a black iron rod came down from the sky and hit him hard on the back of his head. The disciple in white was knocked unconscious on the spot, lying on the ground in a big shape, without even noticing who had attacked him. The first one. Yichen waved his hand to take the storage bag of the white-clothed disciple, and then he rummaged around. Anything of value on the white-clothed disciple was taken away by him consciously. After the looting was completed, Yichen kicked the white-clothed disciple into the lush weeds, then left and began to look for his next target. Ah! Not long after, screams like a pig being slaughtered were heard from a corner of the back mountain of Heng sect. Another disciple from Deyang Peak fell to the ground. When someone came running over after hearing the noise, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, because that disciple from Deyang Peak had been stripped down to only a pair of shorts. Who is this? How cruel! Not a hair was left after being robbed. It was so quick and clean. You deserve it. Let Deyang Peak bully us again. Ah! Not long after, another scream was heard from deep in the back mountain, attracting more disciples to watch. On this day, the back mountain of Heng sect was very restless, with screams coming one after another. When the disciples who were collecting spiritual herbs arrived, they would see a similar scene before their eyes. All the valuables of those who were knocked unconscious had been looted. Moreover, those who were knocked unconscious were all disciples of Deyang Peak without exception. When night fell, the disciples who were collecting spiritual herbs came out from the back mountain, and all they talked about were the strange things that happened in the back mountain that day. They are all disciples of Deyang Peak. What's going on? Could it be the other 2 peaks who did it? Who knows? But it definitely won't be Yichen. He was beaten and crippled yesterday. It's still unclear whether he can stand up. At night, more than a dozen disciples from Deyang Peak were carried to the top of Deyang Peak. Who did it? When Gohong saw this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. This was a blatant slap in the face of Deyang Feng. No, I don't know. When we went there, the brothers had already been attacked. Below, everyone was crawling on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Master, perhaps the only one who dares to attack our Diangfeng disciples so blatantly is Yichen. A disciple said timidly. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Looking at the disciple who was talking, Gohong couldn't help but scold him. He was hit by more than 100 fire whips. It's lucky that he didn't die. Is it possible for him to stand up? Master is right. We did not see Yichen today. Then, could they be people from Tianyang Peak and Deyang Peak? Hearing this, Gohong took a deep breath, his face turned frighteningly pale, and his sinister eyes flashed with sharp light. Investigate it for me. No matter who it is, I will make him pay a heavy price. At this moment, Yichen, the mastermind of the back mountain incident, had already slipped back to the small spiritual garden and took off his black robe happily. He acted very carefully and there were no flaws. Firstly, when he went up the mountain in a black robe, no one knew he was Yichen, which meant that no one had seen him. If no one had seen him, it meant that he had not gone up the mountain. If he had not gone up the mountain, it meant that he had evidence of his alibi. Secondly, when he knocked someone out with a club in the back mountain, he also made preparations. He smeared mud on his face and changed his makeup, so that even if he was discovered, it would be difficult to recognize him. The third, and most important point, is that he was hit by more than 100 fire whips yesterday. Any decent person would have thought that after being hit by more than 100 fire whips, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled, and it would be impossible for him to launch a sneak attack in the back mountain. Everything that was done was within Yichen's calculations. It turned out that his approach was very effective. At least at this point, no one doubted him. Cool. Unable to help but burst out laughing, Yichen placed a dozen storage bags on the bed. These were all today's spoils. It has to be said that the disciples of Deyang Peak are indeed rich. Their storage bags are filled with spirit stones, spirit liquids, spirit herbs, and mysterious arts. In one storage bag, there are as many as 2,000 spirit stones. It's enough to help me break through to the 4th level. After a hearty smile, Yichen swallowed nearly 60 bottles of jade spirit liquid into his stomach. So much jade spirit liquid entered his body, like clear springs, flowing through all the meridians in his body. The true fire in his Danhai also gushed out at this time, helping Yichen to refine the tremendous spiritual power contained in the jade spirit liquid. As the refined jade spirit liquid poured into the Danhai, Yichen's aura also rapidly increased. At this moment, all the pores on his body opened wide and he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a whale. He accepted all comers, and he had the domineering true fire to refine the jade spirit liquid and external spiritual energy for him, forcefully pushing his cultivation realm to the barrier of the 3rd and 4th levels of chi condensation. Boo! At some point, such a sound came from Yichen's body. Advanced. Yichen's cultivation level broke through to the 4th level of chi condensation at this moment. He did not continue to absorb the spiritual power contained in the spirit stone, because he had just broken through to a new realm and needed time to consolidate. Advancing too quickly was not a good thing. At this moment, it was still a little dark outside. Yichen turned over and jumped off the bed, covered himself with the black robe again, and slipped out of the small spiritual garden. However, this time he did not go up to the sacred mountain of Hengyue sect, but walked down the mountain, running for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. This is a valley, not very long, only a few hundred feet, but it is the only way to the monster forest. Then, Yichen's purpose of coming here is very clear. He will not go to the back mountain of Hengyue sect to attack with a club today, but will move the battlefield and wait in this valley for the disciples of Deyang Peak who are going to the monster forest to kill the monsters. In the art of war, there is a tactic that describes his current approach, which is to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. After yesterday's incident in the back mountain of Hengyue sect, he was certain that Gohong would secretly send disciples with strong cultivation to hide in the back mountain in order to catch the assailant who attacked his disciples. Yichen was a meticulous person. Since he knew there was an ambush in the back mountain, he would not be so foolish as to fall into the trap. So, he chose to change the battlefield. On weekdays, there are countless disciples of Hengyue sect who go to the monster forest to kill monsters, including many disciples from Deyang Peak. Ambushing in this valley is definitely a good choice. It's here. Yichen chose a secret place, but did not smear mud on his face. Instead, he put on a ghost mask. Not long after, it was dawn. Yichen also sat up and watched the movements in the valley closely. Soon, a Hengyue disciple appeared, but he was not a disciple of Xingyang Peak. Yichen did not take action and let him go. Time passed slowly, and wave after wave of disciples passed by in the valley, some in groups of 3, some in groups of 5, all heading to the monster forest to form teams to kill monsters. Finally, Yichen waited for his target. Looking over, they saw a group of 3 people, all disciples from Deyang Peak. Su Ming. From a distance, Yichen saw a familiar figure among the 3 people. Wasn't it Su Ming who plotted against him that day? Yichen knew that although the one who really plotted against him was Gohong from Deyang Peak, and Su Ming was just a small fry who followed orders, it was an indisputable fact that he beat up Hua. For this reason alone, Yichen would never let Su Ming go. Kid, you will pay for what you have done. With a sneer, Yichen restrained his breath again and waited for the 3 to approach. Among the 3, the one with the highest cultivation level is a disciple from Deyang Peak in purple, whose cultivation level is at the peak of the 6th level of chi condensation. The second one is the skinny disciple in green beside him. The weakest of the 3 is Su Ming, whose cultivation level is only at the 5th level of chi condensation. Senior brother Yang, who do you think was responsible for what happened in the back mountain yesterday? Su Ming nodded and bowed to the purple-robed disciple who was in the lead. Most likely they will be people from the other 2 peaks. I think so too. The green-clothed disciple groaned. The 3 main peaks have always been fighting openly and secretly, so it's not surprising that people from the other 2 peaks took action. As the 3 of them were talking, they had already walked into the valley. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to take action, he felt someone coming quickly from the other end of the valley. And then, let's wipe them out altogether. Yi Chen lay dormant again. Soon, the second wave of disciples from Deyang Peak entered the valley. They were a group of 5. The strongest one was only at the 7th level of qi condensation, and the weakest was only at the 4th level of qi condensation. Ah! Su Ming had sharp eyes and saw that the person coming behind him was his fellow apprentice. Are you brothers going to the monster forest as well? The 8 of them gathered together and spoke some meaningless words to each other. Kill the blood spider. Blood spider? That's an extremely ferocious monster. Let's go together. As they spoke, the 8 of them gathered together and headed towards the valley entrance. But at this moment, a black object flew over from one side. Upon closer inspection, it was an iron ball the size of an egg. Be careful. The purple-clothed disciple shouted suddenly, and gracefully took out the magic sword in his sleeve. With one sword, a half-moon-shaped blade was chopped out, hitting the black iron ball squarely. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron ball exploded instantly, and thick black smoke spread rapidly, covering an area of nearly 20 meters in radius. Damn, it's a smoke bomb. Curses were suddenly heard in the black fog. Yes, what Yi Chen threw out was a smoke bomb, which he got from the hunchbacked old man. Originally, he didn't plan to use smoke bombs, but there were 8 people on the other side, and who knows what mistakes might occur, so after thinking it over, he decided to use smoke bombs to interfere with their vision. Who is it? Come out. A cold shout from a disciple of Deyang Peak came from the black fog. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of an iron rod hitting the back of the head. Ah! With a scream like a pig being slaughtered, a disciple fell to the ground on the spot. Upon seeing this, the purple-robed disciple immediately took action and slapped in the direction where the scream came from. Ah! Suddenly, screams rang out. The purple-clothed disciple's terrifying palm power failed to hit Yi Chen, but instead knocked a disciple from Deyang Peak out with one palm. At this moment, Yi Chen had already stood up and walked behind the purple-clothed disciple, and hit him hard on the back of the head with a stick. Otherwise, how could they say that the purple-clothed disciple was at the peak of the 6th level of qi condensation? Yi Chen hit him with his stick, but he didn't knock him out. Seeing this, Yi Chen consciously hit him with another stick. Now, the purple-robed disciple who was staggering in place was stuck on the ground in the shape of a big character. Ah! After the purple-clothed disciple fell down, another scream was heard. He was knocked unconscious by Yi Chen's stick without any mercy. Next, the whole valley was filled with continuous screams. It was already difficult to see clearly in the black fog, and since it was a sneak attack, Yi Chen was successful every time. Even the disciple from Deyang Peak who was at the 7th level of qi condensation was knocked off balance by one of his punches, and then he hit him with a stick and knocked him unconscious. Having broken through to the 4th level of qi condensation, he was confident enough to challenge the 8 of them even in a head-on confrontation. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Chen decided to play it dirty. Ah! As the last scream rang out, all 8 disciples of Deyang Peak fell to the ground. The black fog caused by the smoke bomb was still thick, and Yi Chen had already walked out carrying 8 storage bags and holding an iron chain in his hand. At one end of the chain, there were 8 people tied up tightly. After throwing them into the forest behind the valley, Yi Chen did not forget to blow a scent of incense that would make them fall asleep at each of them before leaving, to prevent them from waking up in the middle of the journey and disturbing his good deeds. After doing all this, Yi Chen ran to the valley again, ready to ambush the next wave of disciples from Deyang Peak. By the morning, there were still groups of Hangyue disciples in the valley. During this period, Yi Chen had taken action several times, but they were all insignificant small shrimps. He suddenly rushed out and hit with a stick, without even having to use smoke bombs. Throughout the whole day, he defeated more than 20 disciples of Deyang Peak. It was a big harvest, enough for him to enjoy himself for a few days. The sky started to darken without me noticing. Yi Chen looked up at the last ray of setting sun in the sky and decided to go back. However, just as he stood up, he heard the fluctuation of true energy coming from one end of the valley entrance. 2 blurry figures came from the direction of the monster forest, approaching from far away, and quickly crossed the valley. Human Yuan Realm, 2. Yichen shrank back quietly again, secretly thinking that he had caught 2 big fish. Only when he got closer did Yichen see the 2 people's faces clearly. The 2 men who came were one tall and one short. The tall one was called Wang Heng. He was broad-shouldered and had violent internal energy and explosive muscles. He was obviously a power-type cultivator. The short one was called Song Yu. He was a little feminine, with a slender figure and a fair and delicate face. If you didn't know him, you would think he was a woman. Qi Hao, who is slightly weaker in strength, can be dealt with. Seeing Wang Heng and Song Yu entering his ambush range, Yichen took out 2 poison needles. The human Yuan realm is not as good as the Qi condensation realm. Yichen believes that he cannot defeat them without exposing his identity, so he decides to use some despicable means. He will only rob them of their money and not harm their lives. Thinking this in his mind, Yichen waved his hand and threw out a smoke bomb. Be careful. Wang Heng and Song Yu were very alert. When they saw an unknown object suddenly flying towards them, they both summoned their magic swords. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded and thick smoke spread again. Who is it? The burly Wang Heng suddenly became furious. Clang! A slight clanging sound was heard, and a poisonous needle as thin as an ox hair pierced through the air and stabbed Wang Heng's arm, but he didn't notice it at all. On the other side, Song Yu was in the same situation. He was stabbed in the back by a poison needle, but he didn't feel anything unusual. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. They stood back to back, used their true energy, and frantically dispersed the smoke in front of them. Soon, the 2 felt something was wrong. Senior brother Wang, do you feel a little dizzy? Song Yu staggered. Yes, a little bit. Wang Heng shook his head, and felt his whole body was soft. Even his true energy had returned to calm, and he couldn't use any strength in his body. The poison needle of that hunchbacked old man is really powerful. Yichen, who was in secret, saw the appearance of Wang Heng and Song Yu, and couldn't help but sigh and smack his lips. He thought that it would be better to use the poison needle less. It was a waste to use such a powerful poison needle here. Bang! Bang! 2 noises were heard in succession, and both men were hit on the back of their heads by a hard object, and then they lost consciousness. Don't blame me, blame your master. Yichen walked out, grabbed one of each person's legs with one hand, and quickly hid in the forest. Just like the previous 20 or so disciples of Diyang Peak, Wang Heng and Song Yu's storage bags were taken away, and all the valuable things on their bodies were looted by Yichen. After doing all this, Yichen disappeared into the night. Before leaving, he did not forget to detoxify Wang Heng and Song Yu. Ah! Ah! Soon, the silence in the dark forest was broken by a series of loud roars. The disciples of Diyang Peak who were knocked unconscious by Yichen all woke up. When they saw that their storage bags, valuable things, and even clothes were gone, they started to yell loud curses that shook the earth. At night, a group of disciples from Diyang Peak staggered up to the Lingshan mountain of Hengyue sect. What's going on? Looking at this group of disciples from Diyang Peak, the corners of the Hengyue sect's mouths twitched violently. It's no wonder they were so shocked. The main reason was that it was hard for these 20-odd disciples from Diyang Peak not to attract attention. They were all shirtless, with only a pair of flowered shorts on their bodies. The most important thing is that there are not just one person but more than 20 people in such a miserable state, which has become the most beautiful scenery at night. Were they all robbed? This was the question on everyone's mind. This is too much noise. The clothes were all taken off. How hungry must the murderer be? Who did it? Just as more than 20 people stepped onto Diyang Peak, Guhong's hysterical roar was heard from the top of the peak. Yichen, the mastermind behind all this, was currently counting his spoils in the small spiritual garden. Today's harvest is more than twice that of yesterday. The most important thing is the contribution of Wang Heng and Song Yu, both of whom are in the human Yuan realm. The wealth of the Qi condensation realm is really far behind that of the human Yuan realm. The candlelight flickered in the room. Yichen put all the spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, and spiritual tools into the storage bag, and only held an ancient scroll in his hand. The ancient scroll is a little damaged, perhaps because it is too old, so the surface has turned a little yellow. Weapon refining technique. Weapon refining technique. Yichen touched his chin and continued reading. Soon, a look of joy appeared on Yichen's face. This is because this ancient scroll records the method of refining weapons. It details the fine materials needed to refine weapons, as well as how to refine weapons and how to temper weapons. This is a treasure. Yichen couldn't help but cheer in his heart. After reading the weapon refining techniques roughly, Yichen pondered for a moment and came up with an idea in his mind, which was to refine a weapon himself. Although the Tianq sword is easy to use, its weight will greatly slow down your speed. If you abandon the Tianq sword during a duel, your speed will be greatly improved. If you have a sharp weapon in your hand at that time, you will be even more powerful. Thinking of this, Yichen picked up the ancient scroll of weapon refining techniques again and studied it carefully. He sat there all night. In the early morning, he ate some food hastily and locked himself in the room again. It was not until the morning that he finally put down the ancient scroll of weapon refining techniques. Refining equipment requires fire. It is really tailor-made for me. Yichen had a smile on his face. He thought to himself that Wang Hengkong had such a wealth of money for refining equipment, but he could only watch because he had no fire. He slapped the storage bag, and immediately there was a clanging sound, and glowing spiritual weapons flew out, including spiritual swords, broadswords, spears, and sledgehammers. These were all obtained when he robbed the disciples of Diyang Peak. At this moment, he wanted to melt these spiritual weapons into one furnace and extract the most essential parts they contained. Do what you say. With a thought, Yichen summoned true fire. As his mind moved, the true fire changed its form and was condensed into a furnace by Yichen. Then, he threw a glowing spirit sword into the furnace, and then carefully controlled the flame, slowly removing the impurities in the spirit sword, and then tempering the most refined part of it. Soon, the spirit sword was melted by the high temperature of the true fire, and Yichen refined it into a fist-sized liquid. The liquid was full of mottled colors. The spirit sword was not of top quality, and the materials used to refine it were not of the best quality, so there were too many impurities mixed in it. Now, under the quenching of true fire, all of them emerged. The flames rose, and Yichen was neither anxious nor impatient. He slowly removed the impurities from the liquid. Half an hour later, the liquid that was originally the size of a fist was refined into something only as big as a fingernail. Although it was very small, it was the most refined part. With a thought, Yichen shook the fingernail-sized liquid out. Once out of the furnace, the liquid in the nails returned to a solid state due to the sudden drop in temperature. Yichen grabbed it in his hand. It was like a crystal, glowing and very hard. With a good start, Yichen was full of energy. The flames in the furnace were burning fiercely. He threw an iron hammer into it and then repeated the action of tempering the spirit sword. Time passed and night fell quickly. During this period, Yichen failed many times because he could not control the true fire, so that even the essence contained in the spiritual weapon was turned into ashes. However, he did not gain nothing. Beside him, there were many large and small crystal fragments, which were the essence refined from spiritual weapons. It was not until late at night that Yichen extracted all the essence of spiritual energy. Call. The first step is completed. He let out a long breath, his face showing fatigue. In just one day and one night, he already had stubble at the corners of his mouth and bloodshot eyes. He had completed the first step of extracting the essence of many spiritual weapons. The next step was to fuse the essence of these spiritual weapons together, and then temper them with true fire. Only then would he be complete. Yichen poured a bottle of jade spirit liquid into his mouth, replenished his body's consumption, and began the second step of fusion. It was still a flame furnace, and Yichen put the essence of many refined spiritual weapons into it. Soon, under the burning of the true fire, the solid essence of the spiritual weapon turned into liquid again, and was then controlled by Yichen to continue to melt into one. This step was not difficult, and it took less than an hour for him to complete the melting. At this moment, he was holding a piece of red iron as big as a brick in his hand. This was the form of the essence of many spiritual weapons fused together. The red iron is very extraordinary. It is a fusion of many essences. It glows red and is very hard. It is extremely refined and is absolutely an excellent material for refining weapons. If it is refined into a weapon, it will naturally be weak. After collecting the red iron, Yichen quickly walked out of the room and jumped out of the small spiritual garden, because the subsequent tempering would definitely make some noise, and he didn't want to disturb Zhang Fengnian and Hu was rest. After finding a secret place, Yichen once again condensed the true fire into the shape of a furnace. Then, he threw the red iron in. Taking a deep breath, Yichen carefully controlled the flames, continuously tempering the red iron, tempering it into the shape of a sword. This was an extremely time-consuming project. Yichen spent 6 hours to barely forge a crude sword blank. The sword body was bumpy and extremely rough. Anyway, the sword has taken shape. Wiping off the sweat from his forehead, Yichen continued to refine the sword calmly, with clanging sounds continuing. This process is extremely long. Yichen went from night to morning, and from morning to night, a cycle that lasted for 3 days and nights, without stopping. During this period, the crude sword blank was tempered inch by inch, and the bumps on the sword were smoothed out bit by bit. He was like a sculptor who would not tolerate any flaws in his sword. Clang. I don't know when, but when the first clanging of the sword sounded, a relieved smile appeared on Yichen's tired face for the first time. It took him 4 days and nights to finally refine his sword. With a slap on the stove, the red sword was shaken out and caught in Yichen's hand. Then, he cut his palm, and blood flowed out along the hilt and all over the sword. This is a blood sacrifice to the sword, which is the final step in refining the weapon. Soon, his blood seeped into the red sword at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clang. Then, the red sword trembled slightly, and there was a ringing sound. A red light bloomed, which was very elastic. Under the moonlight and starlight, the sword light flashed, and it seemed to be indestructible. Holding a long sword in his hand, Yichen slashed out with the sword. Bang. Not far away, a huge rock was split in half like tofu. The red sword was really sharp. From now on, your name is Qi Shao. Yichen gently stroked the red sword, unable to let it go. This was the result of his hard work over the past few days, and it was also the product of his first weapon refining. It was definitely of commemorative significance. Holding Tiank and Qi Xiao's sword, Yichen lay comfortably on the stone. Tomorrow, I will continue to strike back. With a smile on his face, Yichen did not forget to look up at the majestic Diang Peak on the Hengyue mountain. If you plot against me, you will have to pay the price. Yichen sneered. Nearly 5 days had passed since the surprise attack at the back mountain of Hengyue. Yichen was certain that Gohong had let down his guard, which meant it was time for him to make a comeback. The next day, before dawn, Yichen put on a black robe and went up to Hengyue mountain. Just like the first time, he went straight to the back mountain, changed into tattered clothes, messed up his hair, smeared mud on his face, and finally hid in the lush weeds. I'll stop after I've done this. Yichen made this decision in his mind while watching the Hengyue disciples passing by. He considered himself to be meticulous and well-planned. However, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. One must quit while he is ahead. Who knows where an unexpected mistake may appear, which may bring him fatal disaster. As the sky became brighter, more and more people appeared in the back mountain of Hengyue sect. However, Yichen discovered a strange phenomenon, that is, none of the disciples from Diang Peak who came to collect spiritual herbs today came alone, but came in groups of 3 or 5. We need to form a team just to pick spiritual herbs. A sneer appeared on Yichen's face in the weeds. It seems that the disciples of Diang Peak have become smarter. They are afraid that someone will attack them from behind, so they form teams to collect spiritual herbs. After figuring this out, Yichen felt a little conflicted. Although he believed that with his current cultivation level and strength, he was not afraid of any disciple from Diang Peak, even if they came in groups of 3 or 5, Yichen had the confidence to knock them all down. But, this is not a valley. If we fail to knock them all out in the first place, there will definitely be trouble. It is more likely that we will attract more people, which would be the most ridiculous thing. When he was struggling, Yichen saw a familiar figure from afar. The guy had red eyes and a frighteningly gloomy face, as if everyone owed him 100 spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, wasn't it Zhao Long? You dare to come out alone, you're quite brave. In the weeds, Yichen sneered and took out a black iron rod from his storage bag. However, just as Yichen was about to leave, he discovered that Zhao Long had also taken out a black iron rod from his storage bag, which made Yichen stunned on the spot. Yichen did not move and shrank back. His eyes followed Zhao Long's figure. He saw Zhao Long holding a black iron stick and walking straight behind a disciple from Tianyang Peak. Then he swung it down cleanly, and the disciple from Tianyang Peak fell to the ground on the spot. Well. Yichen opened his mouth and froze there. I'll let you from Tianyang Peak plot against my Diyang Peak. I'll let you from Tianyang Peak plot against my Diyang Peak. While Yichen was stunned, Zhao Long swung the iron rod again and hit the unconscious disciple from Tianyang Peak hard. After these words came out, Yichen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Well. These two incidents of being beaten with a club, Guhong of Diyang Peak, are now blamed on Tianyang Peak. Seeing this scene, Yichen, who was lying in the weeds, couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This was something he had never expected. His target was Di Yangfeng, but he didn't expect that Di Yangfeng would identify Tianyang Feng as the murderer. For a moment, Yichen's face became somewhat interesting. He finally understood why the disciples from Diyang Peak came to the back mountain in a team today. They were not here to pick spiritual herbs, but to attack in a group. Ah. Sure enough, screams like pigs being slaughtered soon came from the northeast. Ah. Another scream came from the northwest. Ah. Screams were also heard from the southeast. Ah. Then came the southwest direction. The screams were so creepy. Soon, a noisy sound was heard, and people from all directions gathered here. They were all disciples from Diyang Peak, and each of them was holding a black iron stick in his hand. I knocked Tianyang Peak down twice. I knocked Renyangfeng 3 times. I knocked out one person at Tianyang Peak and 2 people at Renyang Peak. The disciples of Diyang Peak reported their own battle results one by one, with expressions that ranged from anger to satisfaction to excitement. Retreat. With a wave of Zhao Long's hand, the disciples of Diyang Peak withdrew from the back mountain of Hengyue sect. After everyone left, Yichen jumped out of the weeds, scratched his ears with a dry cough, and said, "You can't blame me for this." As he spoke, he also covered himself with a black robe and quickly retreated from the back mountain of Hengyue sect. This place had become a place of right and wrong and he could no longer stay there. He knew that the back mountain of Hengyue sect would never be peaceful again for many days to come. The people of Diyang Peak would think that the ones plotting against them were the people of Renyang Peak and Tianyang Peak. The Renyang Peak would think that it was the Tianyang Peak's doing. Tianyang Peak would think that it was Renyang Peak's doing. The 3 main peaks of the outer sect restrain each other, and have always been fighting openly and secretly, so naturally there is no lack of mutual suspicion. At this moment, no matter who was the first to strike, it was already doomed to be difficult to explain. Why? Yichen rubbed his temples. What a sin. He could already imagine the scenes of the next few days. When the disciples from the 3 main peaks went to the back mountain to collect spiritual herbs, they would definitely bring a black iron stick with them. After leaving the back mountain of Hengyue sect, Yichen went to Wanbao Pavilion. Pang Dehai, who had just walked in and was studying ancient books behind the counter, glanced up at Yichen and said unhappily, "Boy, what's the point of you wearing a black robe in broad daylight?" Well. Yichen chuckled. He didn't want to let people know that he had recovered too soon, so he covered himself with a black robe. He never thought that he still couldn't escape Pang Dehai's eyes. After being hit by more than 100 fire whips, you can get out of bed and walk so soon. Boy, you have a strong enough bone. Pang Dehai put down the ancient book and looked up and down at Yichen with his bright eyes, as if he wanted to find out some clues. Elder, you also know about the fire whip I was subjected to. Nonsense, everyone in the outer sect knows this. Hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but cough dryly, and then handed over a storage bag. Elder, Snow Magnolia. After taking the storage bag, Pang Dehai glanced inside and found that there were as many as 6,000 spirit stones. Even he couldn't help but be shocked. It would be strange if a trainee disciple in the Qi condensation realm had so many spirit stones. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Although Pang Dehai didn't have the habit of asking questions, he still couldn't help but ask. I picked it up. Picked up. You picked up too much. Good luck, good luck. Yichen touched the tip of his nose. Tell me next time and I'll go pick some up too. Pang Dehai glanced at Yichen but didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he took out a storage bag from his arms and handed it to Yichen. After receiving the storage bag, Yichen quickly stuffed it into his arms, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Pang Dehai and asked, Elder, is the library of our Heng sect open to interns? On the last day of every month, it is open to trainee disciples only. So it will be 3 days later. Yichen muttered softly, turned around and walked out of the library. After Yichen left, Pang Dehai stroked his beard, his old eyes full of meaning. This kid is really a freak. After returning to the small spiritual garden, Yichen locked himself in the room. He bought a lot of snow magnolia flowers this time, and he decided to refine them all into jade spirit liquid in preparation for breaking through to the 5th level of chi condensation. The true fire was sacrificed, and spiritual herbs were thrown in one by one. He continued to refine until nightfall, and after swallowing a bottle of jade spirit liquid, he started working again. There was no conversation all night, and dawn came in the blink of an eye. The Heng sect is exceptionally lively today, or to be more precise, the back mountain of the Heng sect is lively. Yesterday, the disciples of Tianyang Peak and Renyang Peak were defeated in the back mountain. Taoist Zhong and Taoist Qingyang were furious and ordered their disciples to beware of the other 2 peaks. Their words also implied that they should go ahead and do it. Just as Yichen expected, the back mountain of Heng sect became the battlefield for the secret fight among the 3 main peaks. To the extent that, a phenomenon emerged, every disciple who went to collect spiritual herbs carried a black iron stick in his arms. If you hit me with a club, I will hit you back even if I die. Almost all the disciples who were hit with a club had this mentality. I can't suffer in silence. I'm so angry that I won't care if you're the murderer or not. I'll still hit you to vent my frustration. Ah. Ah. The screams like pigs being slaughtered came from the back mountain, lasting from dawn to dusk, leaving the disciples and elders of Heng sect completely confused. These 3 main peaks are going to turn the world upside down. From now on, you can't just go into the back mountain casually. Who knows when you might get hit by a club? Knock whoever you want, just don't knock me. At the end of the day, most of the disciples who went into the back mountain came out with their hands covering the back of their heads, or with bruised faces and noses, or with footprints all over their bodies, or with wounds all over their bodies, which really became a beautiful sight. The secret fight in the back mountain intensified. As time went by, the secret fight gradually evolved into an open fight, and the battlefield moved from the back mountain of Heng sect to the Fenjiantai of Heng sect. Tianyang Peak Kong Lo, get out here, I'll be waiting for you at Fenjiantai. As soon as the sun rose, the disciples of Diyang Peak issued a letter of challenge. His challenge seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and the voices of challenges continued. Yukong from Renyang Peak, I'll be waiting for you at Fenjiantai. Zhao Long from Diyang Peak, you bastard, I will fight you to the death. Don't play dirty tricks on me, come on stage and fight if you dare. There have always been personal grudges between the disciples of the 3 main peaks. This incident of being hit with a club really became the fuse for them to go to war. The fighting was in full swing on Fenjiantai all day long. Their mutual challenges made the already lively Fenjiantai a place where real storms gathered. Such a grand occasion has probably never happened before since I founded Heng sect. How come the 3 main peaks started fighting without any reason? The grudge has been building for a long time. Even if there was no knock-on incident, they would have started fighting sooner or later. Yichen, the root cause of all this, was currently slowly refining the jade spirit liquid in the small spirit garden. The whole small spiritual garden is filled with the aroma of medicine that permeates the heart. It smells so good. Hua stood outside Yichen's door with confused eyes, greedily inhaling the fragrance emanating from the room. Jade spirit liquid. As a former elder of the Heng sect, Zhang Fengnian was very familiar with the aroma of medicine. There was still a look of surprise in Zhang Fengnian's eyes. The jade spirit liquid was cool and gentle, and the fragrance of the jade spirit liquid wafting out of the room was steaming. It was obviously the jade spirit liquid that had just come out of the oven. This made Zhang Fengnian stroke his beard meaningfully. It was late at night when Yi Chen's door opened. Yi Chen came out in a sloppy outfit, with messy hair, tired face, and stubble around his mouth. After stretching hard, Yi Chen heard crackling sounds inside his body. In 2 days and 3 nights, he refined hundreds of bottles of jade spirit liquid. His control of fire and the refining of jade spirit liquid became more and more proficient. Quack! Quack! The giant bird named Little Eagle seemed to be still awake. It came over with flapping wings, and its furry head rubbed against Yi Chen's body from time to time. Its injuries have not yet fully recovered. It will take at least a month for it to fly in the air. Are you hungry? Yi Chen gently stroked the little eagle's furry head. Quack! Quack! The little eagle was quite intelligent and seemed to understand Yi Chen's words and shook his head. Yi Chen smiled slightly, brushed his hand across the storage bag, took out a large piece of meat and handed it to Xiaoying. The little eagle's eyes suddenly became bright and it ate with great relish. Let me help you. Yi Chen stroked Xiaoying's head again, and then injected a bottle of jade spirit liquid into Xiaoying's body. When the jade spirit liquid entered his body, the little eagle suddenly felt his whole body steaming with heat. The tremendous force supporting his body made him look up at Yi Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes, fearing that his body would burst. It's okay, I'm here. Yi Chen smiled, and the true fire was already sacrificed. Seeing the flames, Xiaoying's eyes showed fear, as if he knew the horror of the real fire in Yi Chen's hand, so much so that his body couldn't help but tremble. Don't be afraid. With a slight smile, Yi Chen wrapped Xiaoying's whole body with true fire, and then poured into Xiaoying's body to help Xiaoying refine the bottle of jade spirit liquid. Quack! There was no burning pain. The little eagle felt warm all over, and its trembling body returned to normal. The refined jade spirit liquid and the vast spiritual power nourished its injuries. In less than a quarter of an hour, the little eagle flapped its wings and jumped, and was able to barely fly in the air. Quack! The spirit bird seemed very excited to be able to fly again, and was reluctant to come down. It fluttered in the air for a long time before landing. Perhaps it was tired, so it fell into a deep sleep. Go to sleep. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Yi Chen touched the little eagle's head and smiled, then turned and walked into Tiger Boy's room. Hua was honest and simple. He was sleeping soundly on the bed and didn't seem to notice Yi Chen coming in. Coming to the bedside, Yi Chen carefully examined Hua's body. He discovered that the child's innate spiritual orifices were blocked, and his several major meridians were not opened, let alone the opening of the dantian. With such a physique, if he did not have a fortuitous encounter, he would be destined to never become a cultivator in his life. Generally speaking, a person's meridians must be unobstructed before their spiritual orifice can be opened. The spiritual orifice is the gateway to the dantian. Only when the spiritual orifice is opened and the dantian is opened up can one attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body and become a true cultivator. But if a person's meridians are congenitally blocked and he wants to become a monk, then someone must open up all the meridians in his body for him. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, and a stream of true fire was injected into Tiger Boy's body. Yes, he wanted to temper Hua's body, then open up his meridians, open his spiritual orifices, and then develop his dantian. Soon, a look of pain appeared on Hua's face. He wanted to wake up, but was sent back into a dream by Yi Chen's incense. Controlling the true fire, Yi Chen carefully tempered Tiger Boy's body, fearing that the terrifying true fire would hurt Tiger Boy. Before long, he was sweating profusely. However, his hard work was not in vain. Through the tempering of true fire, Hua's meridians became tough, and the blocked meridians also loosened, and were slowly opened up by the true energy injected by Yi Chen. This process is very time-consuming. It was not until before dawn that Yi Chen opened up all of Hua's meridians. After being tempered by the true fire, the impurities in Hua's body overflowed through his pores. He could vaguely be seen with a comfortable smile on his face in his sleep. Call. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Yi Chen's tense body relaxed. Then, the next step is to open up the spiritual orifice. Yi Chen smiled slightly. He was already halfway successful. It will be a little painful, just bear with it. After a brief rest, Yi Chen once again used his true energy to infuse it into Tiger Boy's body, and then it flowed through Tiger Boy's meridians, impacting the barrier leading to Dantian. With the first impact, a look of pain appeared on Hua's little face. Come again. Yichen proceeded step by step and did not dare to be careless, because if he was not careful he would endanger Hua's life. He poured his true energy into Hua, like a sharp sword, continuously striking him, with the strength of the strike increasing from weak to strong. Hua's little face was already covered in sweat, and his complexion was as pale as paper. If Yichen hadn't used a magic incense to make him fall asleep, he would have woken up from the pain. Hold on, your fate may change because of this. Yichen was still using his true energy to attack the barrier. It was almost dawn, and even Yichen looked a little pale. Boo. When such a sound was heard inside Tiger Boy's body, the spiritual orifice leading to Dantian was truly opened by Yichen. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth fluctuated and gathered towards Hua's body, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. It seemed that it had found an outlet and poured into Hua's body through every pore of his body. God will not let down those who work hard. Yichen let out a breath and couldn't help wiping off a cold sweat. It's getting light. Yichen did not rest and started to prepare breakfast for Zhang Fengnian and Hua. The door opened, and Zhang Fengnian walked out tremblingly with a cane. Seeing Yichen, he smiled gently. Young man, you got up so early. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. Yichen smiled casually. It's rare to find someone as hardworking as you. Senior, you are joking. Grandpa. Their conversation was interrupted by Tiger Boy, who suddenly rushed out. Hua walked to Zhang Fengnian and Yichen in confusion, pointed at the air currents flowing around him, and looked at them in confusion. What's wrong with me? I feel like something is flowing into my body, and I feel warm all over. Spiritual energy. Zhang Fengnian took a closer look, a little surprised, and hurriedly checked Hua's body. How can this be? Zhang Fengnian was stunned. Can I practice now? Hua raised his little head and looked at Yichen and Zhang Fengnian. Yes, of course. Zhang Fengnian seemed more excited than expected. From today on, you are a cultivator. Yichen patted Hua's shoulder. I'm a cultivator now. Tiger Boy jumped excitedly. What an innocent and brilliant child, jumping around in the small spiritual garden, and finally ran to the spiritual beast called Little Eagle, dancing with joy. Little Eagle, I can practice now, and I can protect you in the future. Quack. The little eagle seemed to understand, and its cry was filled with joy. God has eyes. Zhang Fengnian smiled happily. Looking at the jumping Tiger Boy, his complexion instantly improved a lot, as if he had become several years younger. Yichen, who was standing aside, looked at Hua silently. He was also happy for Hua, but he felt a little conflicted. Is this really good for him? The path that monks take is much more difficult than that of ordinary people. Taking this path means having a longer life than ordinary people, but a long life is also accompanied by loneliness. The path of a monk is even more cruel. Yichen didn't know whether it was right or wrong to change Hua's fate without authorization. Perhaps when Hua truly understood the hardships of a cultivator's journey, he would understand that being a mortal is much more free and easy than being a cultivator. After a simple breakfast, Yichen walked out of the small spiritual garden. Today, he did not wear a black robe. Because he knew that there was no need to hide at this moment, as the disciples of the three main peaks were already fighting in full swing. Even if he appeared alive and well on Hengyue Mountain, it would be difficult for the three main peaks to focus their attention on him. However, his appearance still attracted too much attention. Any Hengyue disciple who saw Yichen would show a look of shock. After being whipped by fire for more than 100 times, is it okay now? Is he a monster? There's not even a single scratch on my body. It's only been a few days. What? Upon hearing that Yichen appeared alive and kicking again, Yin Jiping from the discipline hall stood up suddenly, an expression of uncontrollable surprise on his face. Not only him, but also the outer disciples and elders of Tianyang Peak, Diyang Peak, Rinyang Peak, and the entire Hengyue sect were all surprised after hearing it. In just a few days, all the scars were healed. No one has ever achieved this since the founding of Hengyue sect. Hurry, the disciples from Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak are fighting on Fenjiantai again. I heard that the disciples from Deyang Peak also went there. I heard that there are disciples with Yuan realm cultivation level joining the battle this time. Soon, groups of people rushed towards Fengyuntai. This also means that the surprise at Yi Chen's recovery was instantly overwhelmed by the fight between the three main peak disciples on Fengyuntai. No matter how fierce the battle was on Fengyuntai, Yi Chen did not stop. Today is the day when the Hangyue sect's library is open to trainee disciples, and he doesn't want to waste time just to watch the fun. Yi Chen stopped in front of a majestic pavilion. Compared to the past, the library is very quiet today. There is not even a single person in sight. Perhaps everyone has gone to Fengyuntai to watch the fun. There is no perfect time, and it is rare to have peace and quiet. With a slight smile, Yi Chen stepped into the library. The library is a world of its own, extremely vast and majestic. Rows of bookshelves are filled with ancient scrolls, as many as 100,000. These were all collected by the Hangyue sect. Although they are on the first floor, they are also precious items. The person guarding the library is an old man with white beard and messy hair. The people of Hangyue call him Huangshizhenren. Elder. Yi Chen bowed respectfully. Come in. Leave your ID card with me. Master Huangshi looked Yi Chen up and down, revealing his big yellow teeth as he spoke. Yi Chen handed over his ID card and walked in. There were many ancient scrolls on the bookshelf. I took one down and found that it was an ancient scroll introducing spiritual herbs. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Chen put it back into the distance. The library was quiet, and Yi Chen was happy with the quietness. He picked and chose along the way like buying vegetables, taking down ancient scrolls and putting them back to their original places. After 3 hours, he still hadn't found any ancient scroll related to the mysterious arts. It seems that the mysterious techniques are all at the upper levels. Yi Chen murmured. In Hangyue sect, trainee disciples can only enter the first floor of the library. As for the floors above, with his current status, he is not qualified. Feeling a little disappointed, Yi Chen picked up the ancient scroll again to read it. Old man Huangshi, did you miss me? The tranquility of the library was broken by a voice at the door. It seemed that someone came to the library again. You little bastard, if you steal things here again, I'll beat you up. The cursing voice of Master Huangshi was heard. Look at what you said. Am I that kind of person? Get lost. After a few brief conversations, Yi Chen, who was reading ancient books, finally saw the person coming. Suddenly, Yi Chen's mouth twitched violently. What did this guy eat? What did he eat to grow up? Don't blame him for that expression, blame the person who came. He was a boy about 13 or 14 years old. He was not as tall as Hua, but he was extremely fat. When he walked, the fat on his body swayed. From a distance, he looked like a lump of fat. Besides, his attire was the most bizarre one Yi Chen had ever seen. He was wearing only 2 pieces of clothing, a pair of large shorts on the lower body and a small vest on the upper body. His eyes were so small that they were almost invisible, and his chest was exposed. He looked like a miniature Maitreya Buddha. Hangyue has so many talented people. Looking at the little fat man, Yi Chen sighed meaningfully. As he was talking, the little fat guy came over. When passing by Yi Chen, he looked Yi Chen up and down. Although his eyes were small, they were very focused and he looked at everything with a sly look. Why haven't I seen you before? The little fat boy touched his chubby chin. I just got here. Well. The little fat boy responded casually and was about to walk over. But, he had just taken 2 steps when he came back, his chubby nose twitched, and then he sniffed around like a dog. Soon, the little fat guy smelled Yi Chen. Really angry. The little fat boy raised his head suddenly, his small eyes flashing with fiery light, staring at Yi Chen. You have real fire. Do you have real fire? Hearing this voice, Yi Chen frowned suddenly. True fire is his biggest secret, which he has been hiding all along. Even the leaders of the 3 main peaks and Zhou Dafu have not noticed it, but it was actually smelled by the little fat man in front of him. Yi Chen's heart was filled with shock. Do you have real fire? The little fat boy had already grabbed Yi Chen's arm with his chubby little hands, and even lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that Huangshizhenren outside would hear it. True fire is so precious. How could a trainee like me have it? Although he was shocked, Yichen still smiled slightly. Don't lie to me. I can smell it. I'm afraid you smelled it wrong. No, right. Then I'll find someone to check it out. As he said that, the little fat man turned around, held his breath, and howled towards the door. Old Huang, this kid is really, MMMM. Before the word fire could be uttered, Yichen stepped forward and covered the guy's mouth, letting Master Huangshi to check it. His true fire definitely could not be hidden. Little fatty, you know a lot. Yichen's forehead was filled with black lines. It's not without reason that this little fatty is fat. It's all because of his clever ideas. Look, I told you there was one. The little fat boy broke free from Yichen's hand, rubbing his chubby little hands, his two little eyes still shining. You are so cruel. Yichen took a deep breath and finally resisted the urge to beat up the fat boy on the spot. Why are you howling? Why are you howling? Huang Shizhenren came over, cursing. He glared at the little fat man and cursed, Are you bored? I'm practicing my voice. The little fat boy scratched his ears and ultimately did not reveal the fact that Yichen was really angry. Be quiet. Master Huangshi turned around and left with a gloomy face. After walking a few steps, Huang Shizhenren turned around and looked at the little fat man again. By the way, you just said that he has true what? When asked by Huang Shizhenren, the little fat boy's eyes rolled around, really angry. After hearing what the fat boy said, even Yichen almost laughed out loud. Fuck you. Huang Shizhenren swung his big hand over and slapped the little fat man in the face. Who among the people of Heng sect doesn't have true energy? What's the big deal? Having said that, Master Huangshi turned around and left, cursing. After Huang Shizhenren left, the little fat boy who was knocked to the ground climbed up from the ground. A slap mark was clearly visible on his chubby face. You old bastard, just wait for me. The little fat man covered his face and kept cursing. On the side, Yichen took a glance and was about to leave. You can't leave. Seeing Yichen was about to leave, the fat man grabbed him on the spot. What's up? Yes. The little fat man said immediately, lend me your true fire to help me refine a treasure. No time. Old man Huang, this kid. Refine. Yichen really lost his temper. The two of them came to the back mountain one after the other. At this time of day on weekdays, there would be no shortage of Heng disciples collecting spiritual herbs in the back mountain. But today, there was not a single person here. They all went to Fenjiantai to watch the fight between the three main peaks. Let's make it clear in advance. I can help you refine it, but you can't tell anyone that I have real fire. Along the way, Yichen repeatedly emphasized this issue. Don't worry about that, I keep my mouth shut, hee. The little fat man patted his chest. Also, you can't refine it for nothing. Give me 500 spirit stones. Otherwise, forget it. Deal. The fat man was very straightforward. He was so straightforward that Yichen couldn't help but be curious about the treasure he wanted to refine. He gave 500 spirit stones without blinking an eye. That treasure must be extraordinary. The two found a hidden cave, and the fat man took out the treasure he had mentioned. It was a mace, dark in color, and gave people the overall feeling of being heavy. It was definitely a fierce weapon. See, there's a wisp of black gas on it. The little fat man brought the mace closer and pointed at the wisp of black gas lingering on the mace. Yichen moved his eyes closer. The black air was only as thick as a hair. It was impossible to see it without careful observation. The black air gave him a chilling feeling. If he smelled it carefully, he could smell a bloody smell. What is this? Yichen asked, pointing at the black gas. The evil thoughts of the previous owner of the mace are here. I can't make the mace recognize its master. Evil thoughts. Hearing this name, Yichen's eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. The evil thoughts from a lifetime could actually remain on the weapon. One can imagine how powerful the original owner of the mace was. And the mace must have been a powerful weapon. Are you sure that the true fire can refine him? Yichen glanced at the little fat man. Yes. The little fat man said with certainty, all evil thoughts are extremely yin things, and they are most afraid of extremely yang things. True fire is born from heaven and earth, and it is definitely a kind of extremely yang. It will definitely be able to refine it. Let's start. Yi Chen said, and with a thought, he summoned the true fire. The flames of the true fire rose, causing the temperature in the cave to rise instantly, illuminating the surrounding walls with a golden glow. Such a domineering true fire, I will definitely be able to refine it, he he he. Seeing Yi Chen's true fire, the little fat man was full of confidence and hurriedly suspended the mace in the air. Yi Chen controlled the true fire and wrapped the mace. There was a real fire burning, and the black gas was struggling violently. Ah! There seemed to be a scream in the dark, which made Yi Chen and the little fat man's minds dazed for a moment. See, I'm telling you. Seeing that ray of black air struggling, the little fat boy rubbed his chubby little hands. The evil thoughts are too strong, it will take an hour. Yi Chen roughly estimated the time. It's okay, I have plenty of time. The little fat man simply squatted down, staring at his mace. This guy is really too fat. When he squats down, all the fat on his body piles up together, and he looks like a lump of fat. My name is Xiong Er. The little fat boy gave his full name while looking at the mace. Xiong Er. I am the second child in my family, so my father named me Xiong Er. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. He looked at the little fat boy and asked tentatively, "What's your brother's name?" Big Bear. Then your brother wouldn't be called Xiong-san. I don't have any brothers. Well. Yi Chen did not ask any more questions. He thought Xiong Er was weird enough, and I, who had never met him, was even weirder. Otherwise, I would not have given them such lawless names. What a sin! Ah! A shrill scream was heard from the mace again. Looking at the wisp of black gas again, it has become extremely thin. It was just the evil thoughts of its owner during his lifetime. True fire is its innate nemesis. No matter how it struggles, it cannot escape the fate of being refined. An hour later, Yi Chen collected his true fire. Not bad, hee hee. Xiong Er took the mace, and then couldn't wait to drip blood on the mace. Soon, the blood was absorbed. Then, the entire mace trembled. Bigger, get bigger. Xiong Er became the master. With a thought, the mace instantly became huge, so much so that it was thicker than a tree and taller than a man, and the whole thing exuded a heavy aura. If this mace were to hit someone like that, few people would be able to withstand it. Yi Chen touched his chin, thinking to himself how ferocious the mace was. On the side, Xiong Er had already put away his mace and was in a good mood. He patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said, "My dear, I'm in a good mood today. I'll buy you a drink." Yi Chen glanced at Xiong Er and said, "Don't you want to pay me? We hit it off right away. Talking about money hurts our feelings." Unexpectedly, Xiong Er directly hugged Yi Chen's neck and winked, "You are really angry, do you want to do something big with me? Give me money." Yi Chen's face darkened. "Are you short of snow magnolias?" Xiong Er winked again. Hearing this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He actually underestimated this little fat boy, who was very clever. He knew that Yi Chen had true fire and must have known that he was refining the jade spirit liquid. He also knew that the only thing Yi Chen lacked for refining the jade spirit liquid was the snow magnolia. The elder who guards the spiritual herb garden is my uncle. Xiong Er's words made Yi Chen's eyes light up. At night, Yi Chen and Xiong Er came to the spiritual herb garden of the outer gate of Hengyue sect. The spiritual herb garden covers a very large area. Looking around, the entire garden is filled with lingering clouds and mist, and various spiritual herbs are shining with different colors. Before you even walk in, you can already smell the rich aroma of herbs. Naturally, this spiritual herb garden is surrounded by restrictions, and not everyone can enter. I say, is this possible? Yi Chen looked at the fat Xiong Er beside him. He always felt that this guy was unreliable. It must work. Xiong Er patted his chest and took the lead to walk into the spiritual herb garden. Yi Chen glanced around and then followed. In the spiritual herb garden, there is a pavilion hidden deep among the spiritual fruit trees. Oh, oh, oh ah. Before Yi Chen and Xiong Er could get close, a woman's moaning sound was heard from the pavilion, and they could even see the pavilion shaking. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen's mouth twitched, because he was very familiar with this kind of voice. That night in the cave, the beautiful woman in the Kunming realm screamed even more lewdly than the woman in the pavilion at this moment. I say, your uncle is very dedicated. Yi Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiong Er beside him. But it doesn't sound like my aunt's voice. Xiong Er scratched his head. Immediately, Xiong Er twisted his fat body and took a few steps forward, then tentatively called out to the attic, "Uncle! Hurry up and put on your clothes." Soon, a man's urging voice came from the attic. Soon, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard, and a male disciple with disheveled clothes and a female disciple with untidy clothes appeared at the door of the attic. "Fatty Xiong, it's you." The panicked male disciple heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it was Xiong Er. He waved to the female disciple beside him and said, "Little darling, you go back first. I'll come again tomorrow." The female disciple's face flushed. As she spoke, the female disciple twisted her charming body and walked out. When she passed by Yi Chen, she did not forget to throw a seductive glance at him. Yi Chen simply ignored it. Perhaps since that night, there was no room for any other woman in his heart. "Haley Sanner. You are too brave. Aren't you afraid that my uncle will beat you up?" On the other side, Xiong Er was already cursing with his mouth wide open. If someone didn't know, they would think this was his mother's brothel. "Master has gone on a journey, who knows when he will come back. I am lonely, so I have no choice but to find a companion. My uncle is traveling. He left half a month ago." "Oh, that's easy." Xiong Er walked forward, then took out an iron rod from his arms and hit the male disciple on the head with it. The male disciple was knocked unconscious on the spot, and a big shape appeared on the ground. "Well." Yi Chen, who was standing by, saw this and his mouth twitched suddenly. "Is this what you said about coming to get the spiritual herbs? You are trying to rob them." "It doesn't matter if he stole it or robbed it, as long as we can get the spiritual herbs." Xiong Er had already started, throwing the male disciple into the bushes, clapping his hands and saying, "If my uncle blames me, I'm still here. Besides, we won't take too much, and with so many spiritual herbs, it won't be visible. Why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? Stop doing this useless stuff, let's go." Although he felt a little guilty, Yi Chen still followed. There were indeed many spiritual herbs planted in the spiritual herb garden, which dazzled Yi Chen. Many of them were not available in the back mountain, and many of them were extremely precious. The precious spiritual herbs were all restricted, so he didn't dare to dream about them. Soon, they arrived at the site where the snow magnolias were planted. Indeed, just as Xiong Er said, there are countless snow magnolias here, and each one is shining brilliantly. If you steal some, they won't be noticeable. The most important thing is that the snow magnolia is not one of those precious spiritual herbs, and there are no restrictions around it. I searched the entire back mountain and couldn't find many snow magnolias, but there are so many here. Yi Chen sighed, secretly thinking how generous the Heng sect was. If all these snow magnolias could be refined into jade spirit liquid, it would definitely be a considerable fortune. Unfortunately, this spiritual herb garden was not his. "Don't just stand there, pick them," Xiong Er urged. Having said that, he started to move, pulling out a storage bag from his crotch, and then like a robber, every time he made a move, a snow magnolia was picked. Seeing this, Yi Chen stopped standing there and took out his storage bag and rushed in. "Don't pick it at one spot, it's too obvious." "Nonsense, I know. You know that, but you only pick at one spot. You have already picked all the fruits in that place." Under the moonlight, the two men had no moral principles at all, just like two robbers. When the two people's storage bags were full, Xiong Er waved his little hand and said, "Retreat." Yi Chen understood and stuffed the storage bag into his arms. Just as he was about to leave, the true fire in his body trembled. "There is a baby." This was the first sentence in Yi Chen's mind. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Yi Chen looked around, but his eyesight was limited and he didn't see anything strange. Let's go, let's go." Xiong Er pulled Yi Chen with one hand and walked outside. Although he wanted to go deeper to find out what was going on, Yichen still followed Xiong. You have to know that they came here to steal the spiritual herbs. If someone else blocked them here, who knows what nonsense would happen. However, just as they reached the bottom of the attic, someone riding a divine rainbow appeared in the sky. Oh no, my uncle is back. Xiong secretly cried out inwardly. I'm so unlucky. Yichen couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why did he come back at this time? As he was speaking, a figure dropped from the sky. This guy has a decent appearance, a slender build, and the demeanor of a senior master, except that his mouth is a little too big. This person is the elder who guards the spiritual herb garden and Xiong uncle, Lin Qingshan. Uncle, you're back. Xiong rubbed his hands and laughed. Xiong. Lin Qingshan was stunned. Why are you running into my spiritual herb garden in the middle of the night? Nothing much. My father wants to marry another wife, so he asked me to send you the wedding invitation. What? Lin Qingshan's face darkened instantly and he became furious. Yichen, who was standing by, almost knelt down before Xiong. This fellow was really good at making up lies. Just make it up. He couldn't be so deceiving. Xiong Dahai, I think you are tired of living. Lin Qingshan was furious. He turned around and flew towards one side angrily. It seemed that he was going to settle the score with me, Xiong. Yichen could imagine that I, Xiong, was destined to suffer. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Seeing Lin Qingshan leaving, Xiong immediately pulled Yichen out of the spiritual herb garden. I say, aren't you afraid that I will beat you up when I get back? Yichen sighed as he looked at Xiong. It's okay. I get beaten every day. Late at night, Yichen and Xiong came to the back mountain of Hengyu sect again. Still in the same cave, the two were counting the stolen snow magnolia flowers. There are more than 900 plants. This is going to be a big success. Refine all of them into jade spirit liquid, split 50-50, how about that? Make a deal. So the two of them searched the back mountain again. The spiritual herbs needed to refine the jade spirit liquid are not just the snow magnolia, there are also several other spiritual herbs. Fortunately, there are still a lot of them in the back mountain. It was almost dawn when the two of them returned to the cave, exhausted. After working for most of the night, they finally managed to gather 500 herbs needed to refine the jade spirit liquid. Let's get started. Yichen was full of energy and immediately summoned his true fire, which transformed into the form of a cauldron. On the side, Xiong was also in high spirits, helping Yichen. He threw one spiritual herb after another into the flaming cauldron according to Yichen's instructions. A new day means a new beginning. The disciples from the three main peaks were still fighting fiercely on Fenjiantai, and several times they almost got into a group fight with their weapons. However, these did not disturb Xiong and Yichen at all. The two of them are now working together diligently to refine the jade spirit liquid. The aroma of Chinese medicine in the cave is rich and refreshing. Day and night alternate, the sun and the moon rotate. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed quietly. During these 9 days, the two of them would take a rest every once in a while, and then intensify their refining again. It was another starry night. The two men lay on the ground exhausted, breathing heavily. Their efforts were not in vain. Hundreds of bottles of jade spirit liquid lay quietly beside them, which was a delight to look at. I have a question that I've wanted to ask for a long time. Xiong looked at Yichen in confusion. You have true fire, which is a great asset for a sect. Why did you only become Ying's apprentice disciple? The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Yichen shrugged, it's just that Jinhua makes people jealous. There are too many people coveting it. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of its existence. That's true. Until I have fully grown my wings, I don't intend to show my true fire in front of outsiders. The outer sect competition will be held in a month. If you want to enter the inner sect, I don't think you'll succeed if you don't use your true fire. Xiong pinched his chubby chin. Outer sect competition. Yichen pondered for a moment. The Hengyu sect should be the same as the Xingyang sect. There will be an outer sect competition every 3 years, and only those who can make it to the end can enter the inner sect. Thinking of the outer sect competition, Yichen felt a little disappointed. It had been more than a month since he was kicked out of Xingyang sect. If he was still in Xingyang sect at this moment, he would probably have entered the inner sect of Xingyang sect long ago. Things in the world are so unpredictable. Yichen couldn't help but sigh about his own fate. He was abandoned by his sect and suffered humiliation, but God was fair and gave him a second chance, allowing him to shine again in Yinghua's sect. I'm leaving. Xiong patted his butt and stood up, picking his nose. My dad might be looking for me all over the world. With that said, Xiong jumped out of the cave. After Xiong left, Yichen closed the cave and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, he poured all 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid into his body at once, and true fire immediately gushed out, helping to refine it into pure true qi. As the majestic true qi poured into Danhai, the ocean of true qi in Danhai began to rage, with rolling waves and a golden scene. As the amount of true qi continued to increase, Yichen's cultivation was forced to the peak of the 4th level of qi condensation. At this moment, all the pores on his body opened wide and he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like a whale. Boo! He didn't know when such a voice sounded in his body, and his realm broke through to the 5th level of qi condensation as he wished. Call. After a long breath of foul air was exhaled, Yichen felt refreshed. Looking inside his body, Yichen discovered that his meridians had become thicker and his bones had become tougher under the subtle tempering of the true fire. Moreover, his meridians and bones were all stained with a brilliant golden glow. As his cultivation progressed, the capacity of the Danhai expanded again. The next breakthrough will require at least 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Yichen roughly estimated the amount of true energy required for the next realm. He knew that the 5th level of qi condensation was a watershed in the qi condensation realm. Breaking through the first 4 levels of the qi condensation realm was not difficult, but starting from the 5th level, there was a big change, so that each breakthrough in a realm would become exponentially more difficult, especially since he had the Danhai, which made it even more difficult. Fortunately, there is the true fire that can refine the jade spirit liquid. Otherwise, if I only rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, who knows when I can break through again. Thinking of this, he slapped the ground and jumped up, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Ah! Just as he stretched, something in his storage bag trembled. After opening the storage bag, Yichen discovered that the thing that was trembling slightly was the small purple gold gourd he bought at Wanbao Pavilion that day. Since I bought it, it has never moved. Feeling surprised, Yichen took out the small purple gold gourd. The small gourd had changed. It was flashing with purple light, and the runes engraved on it would flow from time to time. Could it be because I broke through the realm and triggered its awakening? Yichen murmured, and then gently pulled out the cork. Suddenly, the small purple gold gourd trembled again. Soon, a small vortex appeared at the mouth of the purple gold gourd. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was pulled over by the small vortex, and then sucked into the gourd through the small vortex. This made Yichen's eyes light up. Without putting the cork on the bottle, Yichen quietly observed the changes in the small gourd. This small gourd was like a human body, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Yichen broke open the cave entrance and came out. Compared to the cave, the spiritual energy outside is even more abundant. He placed the small purple gold gourd on the rock, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was instantly attracted to it and then forcefully pulled into the gourd. After an unknown amount of time, Yichen finally came forward and looked inside through the mouth of the gourd. He was surprised to find that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was sucked in actually turned into a few drops of spiritual liquid. Although the amount was not large, it was extremely pure. You actually have such ability. Yichen was stunned. Then he raised his head and poured the spiritual liquid in the small gourd into his mouth. The spiritual liquid entered the body like a clear spring, flowing into the major meridians in Yichen's body, nourishing his body. It's no worse than the jade spirit liquid. Yichen showed a look of joy on his face. Immediately, Yichen put the small gourd of funds back on the rock and continued to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Not only that, he also poured a few bottles of jade spirit liquid into it and found that the jade spirit liquid and the spiritual liquid merged together and became even purer, causing Yi Chen's eyes to glow with fiery light again. Seeing this, Yi Chen poured all the jade spirit liquid in the storage bag into the small gourd. It's really good. Yi Chen gently stroked the small gourd, thinking that the 1,300 spirit stones were well spent. In the future, you only need to take out the small purple gold gourd and place it in a place with rich spiritual energy. It will absorb the spiritual energy on its own and then transform it into spiritual liquid. Although the speed at which this small gourd transforms the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a bit slow, it must be absorbing it continuously. Over time, it will surely accumulate into a large amount. The most important thing is that it does not need to waste Yi Chen's time. Baby, it's really a treasure. With a chuckle, Yi Chen took the small purple gold gourd and then walked out of the back mountain. It was already late at night when we returned to the small cemetery. But when Yi Chen walked in, he found that the tiger boy in the garden was still awake. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After careful investigation, he discovered that Hua's cultivation had been consolidated at the first level of qi condensation. What a hard-working little guy. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Hearing the voice, Hua opened his eyes, and seeing that it was Yi Chen, he hurriedly stood up. Big brother, you're back. How do you feel? Yi Chen patted Hua's shoulder. It feels great, hee. Tiger boy showed his 2 rows of white teeth. He was honest and didn't know how to hide his true feelings. He said, I feel full of energy, and my appetite has increased a lot. It will be even stronger in the future. Yi Chen showed a gratified smile, and then took out 3 bottles of spiritual liquid from the storage bag and handed them to Hua. Take 3 drops every hour. 3 drops is the limit. Don't drink too much. Thank you, big brother. Tiger boy was very excited and did not forget to wipe the bottle with his sleeve. Come back for me when you're done. Yeah. Tiger boy nodded, then raised his little head and looked at Yi Chen with his big, blinking eyes. Big brother, can I also go to Lingshan to practice like you? Yi Chen fell silent. As a disciple of a sect, he is well aware of the dangers within the sect. If you are weak, you will be bullied. If you are strong, you will attract jealousy, and conspiracies and tricks are even more difficult to guard against. Hua is a simple and honest child who doesn't understand intrigue and deception. He really doesn't want to let the child be exposed to these things too early. I just want to see the world above. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Hua lowered his little head. Seeing Hua like this, Yi Chen sighed in his heart, but on the surface he still smiled slightly, touched Hua's little head, and said with a smile, Get ready, I will take you up the mountain tomorrow. Really? Tiger boy raised his little head again. Go ahead. Aha. Tiger boy was very excited and ran into his little room. Why? After Hua left, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to help you become a cultivator. After taking a last look at Tiger boy's small room, Yi Chen healed the injuries of the little eagle spirit beast, then took advantage of the night to walk into Zhang Fengnian's room and injected a bottle of jade spirit liquid into his body to help warm his body. After doing all this, Yi Chen returned to his room and placed the small purple gold gourd on the bedside to absorb the spiritual energy. Then, he closed his eyes and practiced the savage body refining technique to temper his body. The next day, before dawn, he walked out of the room. In the small garden, Tiger boy had already gotten up and changed into clean clothes. Behave properly when you go up there to practice, don't cause trouble, and remember to come back early. Zhang Fengnian was leaning on a cane and giving instructions over and over again, fearing that Tiger boy would be bullied up there. Yi Chen walked over slowly and said with a smile, Don't worry, senior, I will take care of him. After a quick breakfast, Yi Chen and Hua walked out of the small spiritual garden under the gaze of Zhang Fengnian. The first time he stepped onto the sacred mountain of Hengyue sect, Hua's big eyes kept looking around, the towering mountains, the majestic palaces, the spiritual trees surrounded by brilliance, everything was new to him. Today in the Hengyue sect's sacred mountain, there seemed to be a lot of people going out to absorb spiritual energy. Perhaps it was because the melee among the disciples of the 3 main peaks at Fengjiantai had come to an end and there was nothing exciting to watch, so they returned to their cultivation. Or perhaps it was because the upcoming outer sect competition in a month made them feel pressure, so they intensified their cultivation. However, Yi Chen's arrival still attracted a lot of attention. This trainee disciple has done many shocking things since he came to Heng sect, including fighting against Zhao Long, openly confronting Diang Feng, throwing Wei Yang half-crippled, and being tortured in the discipline hall. Why did he bring Tiger Boy up here? Is he blatantly ignoring the sect rules? You are blind. That boy named Hua has chi fluctuations in his body. Can I practice now? What a strange story. Yi Chen simply ignored the discussions around him, holding Hua's hand and walking slowly. However, Tiger Boy, facing the words and pointings all around, followed Yi Chen timidly, not daring to make any unnecessary moves. Don't be afraid. Yi Chen smiled slightly. I'm not afraid. After turning a few corners, Yi Chen brought Hua to Jiuqing Pavilion to get an identity card for Hua. The lawless-looking elder in green was still in the lobby. Seeing that it was Yi Chen who came in, the elder in green couldn't help but smile. Little guy, I am really short-sighted. The elder in green still remembered the scene when Yi Chen came here for the first time. The leaders of the three main peaks happened to be there, but they refused to accept Yi Chen as their disciple because of his low talent. But the following major events really surprised him. A trainee disciple who was rejected by the three main peaks actually had such amazing talent, which made him regretful. Senior, you are joking. Yi Chen smiled. As he said this, he led Hua to him and said with a smile, Senior, his name is Hua, and he is here to get his ID card. Oh. Hearing this, the green-clothed elder turned his gaze to Hua. As he watched, he pinched Hua's little arms and shoulders up and down. He had made a mistake once and didn't want to make it wrong again. However, this time he looked carefully, and found that Hua's talent and qualifications were indeed mediocre. Compared with Yi Chen, there was a huge gap. Little boy, you can only be a trainee disciple first. Finally, the elder in green looked at Tiger Boy and asked, Are you willing? Yeah. Hua nodded quickly, Grandpa, as long as I can practice in the mountains, I'm fine with anything. The elder in green smiled and walked in. Soon, he came out with a storage bag. Yi Chen took the storage bag for Hua, and then bowed to Elder Qingyun, Senior, I am sorry to bother you. Having said that, Yi Chen was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by the green-clothed elder. Little guy, when your internship is over, would you be willing to be my Qingyi's disciple? The Qingyi elder extended an olive branch. Heng sect has always had such a rule that elders from the three main peaks or the major pavilions can all accept disciples, and what Elder Qingyun said was that he wanted to accept Yi Chen as a disciple of his Jiuqing pavilion. Thank you for your appreciation, Elder. I will consider it after my internship is over. Yi Chen smiled slightly and spoke very tactfully, neither agreeing nor refusing. I'll wait for your answer. Yi Chen nodded slightly and walked out of Jiuqing Pavilion with Hua. Heading forward, he met an acquaintance, or to be more precise, an enemy. The man wore a flowing white robe and looked handsome and elegant. There was always a disgusting mockery and amusement on the corner of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, wasn't he Qi Hao, the disciple from Yang Feng who attacked Yi Chen from the back mountain that day? Wow! Seeing that it was Yi Chen, Qi Hao smiled playfully, this world is really small. I can see a loser like you everywhere. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and he was about to go up to the Fenjiantai with Qi Hao right on the spot, but after careful consideration, he temporarily gave up the idea because Tiger Boy was following him, and he didn't want the child to see too bloody a scene. What? Didn't Fire Whip kill you? Qi Hao sneered. He did not come alone. He was accompanied by a young man named Qi Yun. He was about the same age as Hua, but he was also arrogant. He glanced at Hua with disdain in his eyes, how weak. When the young man Qi Yun looked at him, Hua lowered his head in inferiority. Whether in family background, cultivation level, temperament or qualifications, he was far inferior to Qi Yun. Yi Chen pulled Hua away, but a cold voice came back to him. Qi Hao, I'll be waiting for you at Fenjiantai tomorrow. After leaving Jiuqing Pavilion, Yi Chen pulled Hua towards the Spirit Weapon Pavilion to choose a suitable spiritual weapon for Hua. Big brother, I'm embarrassing you. As they were walking, Hua suddenly said with his head down. Hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned. But soon, he thought of the reason. Hua was honest and sturdy, and seemed to be still worried about what happened just now. He was also leading a boy of similar age, but Qi Yun, whom Qi Hao brought, was much stronger than Hua. He had heard about Qi Hao's background a long time ago. He was the son of a cultivation family and was sent to Hengyue sect when he was young. And the young man named Qi Yun was obviously also a member of the Qi family, and would also be sent to Hengyue sect to practice. There is no shortage of cultivation families in Dechu, like the Shangguan family in Dongyue, the Situ family in Qishu, the Qi family in Nanjiang, and the Wang family in Beichuan. Qi Hao and the young man Qi Yun are both descendants of the Qi family in Nanjiang. Although the cultivation family is not as profound as the sect, it is not as simple as it sounds. The disciples of the family have been soaking their bodies in spiritual medicine since childhood and have been provided with spiritual medicine all the way. Just this point alone, not only Hua, but even Yi Chen, cannot compare to him. You have just become a monk, and you still have a long way to go. Patting Hua's shoulder, Yi Chen smiled comfortingly. Shouldn't I have come up here? Since we are here, we should make the best of it. This world is divided into strong and weak, but God is fair. Being inferior to others at one time does not mean you will be inferior to others forever. Wasn't I looked down upon when I first arrived? Well, I will work harder and will never embarrass my big brother. As they spoke, the two of them came to the spirit weapon pavilion. As soon as he walked in, Zhou Dafu, the elder of the spirit weapon pavilion who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes drowsily. Go in. You can only take one item. Chow Tai Fuk waved his hand casually. Go. Yi Chen gently pushed Tiger Boy forward. Choose a handy one first, and I'll find you a good one later. Yi Chen's arrival seemed to wake Zhou Dafu from his deep sleep. He sat up, stretched vigorously, and then yawned. Seeing that Zhou Dafu had woken up and Hua had not come out yet, Yi Chen took a step forward and asked with a smile, Elder, do you have any black iron and black steel here? Black iron and black steel are precious materials for refining tools. They have always been in short supply and can only be found by chance but not sought after. The reason why Yi Chen asked about black iron and black steel was very obvious. He wanted to refine the essence of black iron and black steel into his Qixuan sword. Black iron is hard and black steel is flexible. The combination of the two is definitely the best choice. At least, that's what the weapon refining technique says. Black iron and black steel are very precious. I have them, but I'm afraid you can't afford them. Zhou Dafu rubbed his sleepy eyes. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he asked hurriedly, Elder, how much is it? Chow Tai Fuk didn't say anything, just raised a finger. 10,000. 10,000. What are you thinking? It's 100,000. Gulp. Yi Chen swallowed hard on the spot. 100,000 is considered cheap. The Wanbao Pavilion in Pang Dahai sells it for a higher price. Zhou Dafu glanced at Yi Chen, who had a wonderful expression, and continued, besides, 100,000 spirit stones are only enough to buy a piece of black iron or black steel the size of an egg. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva again. He knew how precious black iron and black steel were, but he still underestimated their value. 100,000 spirit stones. What a concept! An outer sect disciple may not be able to earn so much even if he works in the sect for his whole life. Even if he can refine the jade spirit liquid, it will take a long time to collect 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, there is a place where it will be very cheap, Chow Tai Fuk continued. Where? The Netherworld Black Market. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but touch his chin and thought to himself, I forgot about that place. The Netherworld Black Market is located at the junction of the Hengyue sect, the Xingyang sect and the Qingyun sect. It is a place for trading and a good place to sell stolen goods. Because of this, it is not very peaceful there. There are many treacherous and evil people there. It has been notorious since ancient times. Although Yi Chen had never been to the Netherworld Black Market, he had heard of its evil reputation. Of course, the Netherworld Black Market is not just known for its evil reputation. Although it is chaotic there is no shortage of rare treasures being bought and sold, and the prices are lower than on the market. Many cultivators go there to shop for treasures. The black iron and black steel in the netherworld black market are much cheaper than what you have here. Thinking in his mind, Yichen looked at Chow Tai Fook. The black iron and black steel in that place are of shady origin, and the owners will most likely be eager to sell them. If you calculate it, it can be reduced by about 40,000 to 50,000. 40 to 50,000. Yichen touched his chin again. To him, 40 to 50,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. If he could really buy black steel and black iron in the netherworld black market, he wouldn't mind making a trip. The netherworld black market is not a good place. You may lose your life at any time. You should think about it carefully. Zhou Dufu glanced at Yichen. That can't be helped. It's your fault for selling it so expensively. It's only 40,000 or 50,000. I'll have some if I save up. Zhou Dufu coughed dryly. I didn't get these black iron and black steel for nothing. I put a lot of effort into it. Let me make some money. Hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that Zhou Dufu was just like Pang Dehai. Both of them were cunning and treacherous. As the two were talking, Hua came out holding the weapon he had chosen. What he chose was not a spiritual sword, but an iron rod. Although the length was somewhat disproportionate to his height, it was still barely usable. Black iron stick. Zhou Dufu saw it, looked at Hua, and said, "Little guy, there are so many spiritual weapons, why did you choose this one? Tiger boy, you can go change into another one." Yichen also said with a smile. Among many weapons, the most difficult to practice is the spear, and this black iron stick only has a spear head less than a spear, so the difficulty of practicing can be imagined. This is why Yichen and Zhou Dufu did not recommend Hua to choose the black iron stick. No, I like this black iron stick very much. Tiger boy smiled. Then let's stick with it. Knowing that Tiger boy's character would not change once he made up his mind, Yichen didn't say anything more. A sword has its own sharpness, and a stick has its own mystery. Just choose it. Chow Tai Fook no longer objected. Elder, do you have any mysterious stick techniques? Yichen looked at Zhou Dufu. Hua had just joined the ranks of monks and did not know many things. He even chose a black iron stick as his weapon. Even he knew nothing about stick techniques, let alone Hua. Staff techniques are a niche skill, I don't have it. Zhou Dufu shook his head. You can go to Wanbao Pavilion and see, maybe old Zhou has it. Hearing this, Yichen was a little disappointed. In that case, we'll take our leave. Yichen bowed and led Hua out of the spirit weapon pavilion. During this period, they went to Wanbao Pavilion again, but also returned disappointed. Yichen placed Hua on the small hill where he practiced, and they took care of each other, and Yichen would occasionally give Hua some guidance. Tiger boy, diligence can make up for lack of talent, you have to work hard. Well, I will practice harder and won't embarrass my big brother. There was no conversation all night, and dawn came in the blink of an eye. The next day, just after dawn, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the outer sect of Hengyue sect. Have you heard? Yichen is going to challenge Qi Hao from Renyang Peak. Is this true? Qi Hao is a genuine second-level human being. Yichen must be full and bored. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar. The melee between the disciples of the three main peaks at Fengjiantai had just come to an end. Fengjiantai, which had just been calm for a short time, once again became a place where storms gathered. The important thing was that one of the opponents was Yichen, who had caused quite a stir. To the extent that some idle disciples had already rushed to Fengjiantai in advance to reserve space. You look down on my Renyang Peak, so I'll punish you. The head of Renyang Peak, Qingyang Jinren, sat on a high stone platform, his words full of confidence towards Qi Hao. I will follow your mission. Qi Hao threw his robe aside, revealing his elegant demeanor, with a playful smile on his lips. Let's go too. Su Xinyue and a group of disciples followed. On the other side, under the Fengyun stage, the Hengyue disciples who came to watch the excitement had already tacitly made way for them, and Yichen, carrying the Tiank heavy sword on his back, slowly walked in. I defeated two Peaks disciples before. I don't know if I can defeat Qi Hao this time. Can Wei Yang and Zhao Long compare with Qi Hao? The Qi condensation realm and the human Yuan realm are not at the same level at all. Amid the discussions all around, Yichen was about to step onto the stage when he was grabbed by a figure that rushed out from the side. Looking over subconsciously, Yichen's mouth twitched involuntarily. The person who was pulling him was none other than Xiong-er, who looked extremely miserable. One side of his already fat face was swollen, and his nose and face were bruised. It looked like he would be severely beaten up by me when he got back. Boy, tell me the truth, what are your chances of winning? Xiong-er stared at Yichen with his two small eyes. 100%. Okay. Xiong-er came and left quickly, leaving Yichen a little confused. Retracting his gaze, Yichen stepped onto the Fenyun battle stage. Come on, place your bets. The more you bet, the more you win. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Yichen had just stepped onto the stage when such a voice was heard from below. Looking closely, it was Xiong-er. The guy brought a table from somewhere, with two signs hanging on the table, one with Yichen's name on it and the other with Chihao's name on it. Outside gambling. Yichen saw through what Xiong-er was trying to do at a glance. Normally, people who go to Fenjiantai to fight will bet on something. As for the disciples in the audience who do not want to practice Taoism, they will not be idle either. They will come with spirit stones to place bets. This is external gambling. If you are lucky, you may become rich overnight. If you are unlucky, you may lose everything. Come on, bet on Yichen for 10 to 1, bet on Chihao for 10 to 1, bet less and win less, bet more and win more. It's true, as soon as Xiong-er shouted, the disciples from all around swarmed over. Bet Chihao. I'm betting on Chihao too. Chihao wins. It is easy to imagine the bets placed. Without exception, all of them favor Chihao, so much so that the side where Chihao was betting on winning had spirit stones piled high, while the side where Yichen was betting on winning had nothing at all. Am I that bad? On the stage, Yichen glanced down and couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Once you buy it, you can leave it. No refunds. Xiong-er's shouts echoed throughout the Fenjiantai. This guy really has a business mind. While he was busy at the gambling table, he did not forget to wink at Yichen on the stage. There's money to be made. Yichen seemed to see piles of sparkling spirit stones. He was worried about the lack of money to buy black steel and black iron, and with what Xiong-er did, he was bound to make a fortune. Soon, the spirit stones piled on the gambling table were higher than a person. At a glance, there were as many as 50,000 or 60,000 spirit stones. The disciples who placed their bets have returned to their seats, rubbing their hands, and waiting to collect their money. Chihao is here. Soon, the sharp-eyed disciple shouted. The disciples below the stage all looked in one direction. Chihao, dressed in white and holding a white fan, was walking slowly towards them. Behind him was a large group of Yang Feng's disciples, who seemed to be there to cheer them on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chihao, with a playful look on his face, landed gracefully on the Fenyun battlefield. Wow, so handsome. Suddenly, screams of surprise from female disciples were heard everywhere. Chihao seemed to enjoy this feeling very much, gently waving his folding fan with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Brother Chi, beat him up. Before the battle started, the disciples of Renyang Peak were already cheering for Chihao with high morale. You have too much murderous intent, and you will never achieve your goal. Su Xinyue glanced at Yichen with disdain as she was surrounded by people. On the stage, Chihao looked at Yichen opposite him with amusement and said teasingly, Yichen, who gave you the courage to challenge me? You feel too good about yourself. Yichen sneered. Hey, the one called Chihao, do you want to place a bet? If not, I will close the market. Xiong-er's voice came from below. Bet, of course. Chihao gently closed his folding fan and threw down a storage bag casually. Bet on me to win, 10,000 spirit stones. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate uproar below. The women in particular screamed in amazement, thinking that Chihao not only had a good family background, high cultivation, and handsome looks, but also had great courage in his moves, which completely fit the image of the Prince Charming in their hearts. I'm not as rich as you, senior brother Chi. I'll just bet 100. Yichen also made a move and threw 100 spirit stones on the gambling table to represent his winning side. His 100 spirit stones were the only 100 spirit stones. Close the market. Following Xiong Er's shout, he knocked the gambling table with his hammer. There's an outside bet downstairs. Aren't we going to bet something between you and me? Chi Hao looked at Yi Chen with a smile, his chin raised as high as it could go. If it was any higher, this guy might be able to soar into the sky. I don't have money, so I won't gamble with you. Are you afraid? I'm not scared. Yi Chen scratched his ear. I'm going to knock you unconscious later. All the valuable things on you are mine. What a big tone. Chi Hao's eyes turned cold, and he moved immediately. He tapped the ground with his toes and appeared in front of Yi Chen in a few flashes. His movements were unpredictable and there were afterimages left behind him. What a fast speed. This movement is truly mysterious. Even his opponent Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. As he spoke, Chi Hao had already approached and raised his hand to make a palm print. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately swung Tiank. Pound. Yi Chen was knocked back by a palm strike. He did not use his full strength, nor would he use it. He showed weakness just to test Chi Hao's strength. Vulnerable. After a successful attack, Chi Hao sneered, his figure became more graceful and free, he took a step forward, and approached Yi Chen again, with true energy flowing in his palms, gathering into a 5-star palm print. Buzz. Yi Chen immediately swung the Tiank heavy sword. Seeing this, Chi Hao dodged the juk by leaning sideways, and then slapped Yi Chen's chest with the 5-star palm seal, as if he was going to knock Yi Chen down with one blow. Are you looking down on my combat ability? Yi Chen sneered, and when the 5-star palm print was about to hit him, he retreated quickly. Too slow. Chi Hao rushed forward to attack, at an extremely fast speed. Slow. Then hurry up. Yi Chen smiled leisurely, and while retreating quickly, he threw Tiank to Chi Hao. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with his feet, and his retreating body suddenly turned into a forward rush. Pound. Chi Hao slapped Tiank who was coming towards him and sent him flying, but right after Tiank, Yi Chen also attacked. Thunder Palm. As thunder roared, Yi Chen struck out with a thunder palm. Chi Hao's body paused, and he also struck out with a palm through the air. Boom. Two terrifying palm forces suddenly collided in the air, making a loud bang. Chi Hao seemed to have not accumulated enough strength, so that he, who was at the human yuan realm, was actually knocked back half a step by Yi Chen's palm. After a head-on confrontation, Chi Hao was actually at a disadvantage. There was an uproar below. You know nothing. Chi Hao didn't have time to mobilize his chi at full speed because he knocked Juk away, so he didn't have enough energy to accumulate. That's why he lost half a move. But even so, Yi Chen is not simple. I really underestimated you. After being pushed back half a step, Chi Hao smiled mockingly, but he was not angry about losing a move, because the warm-up had just begun. If you underestimate me, you will lose miserably. Then I wonder if I can take this move. Chi Hao's eyes turned cold, and he immediately made a hand seal. The wind and clouds above his head changed instantly, and brilliant sword energy appeared, clanging and moving, countless in number. Sword rain in the sky. With a light shout from Chi Hao, he waved his hand and sword energy fell from the sky like rain, which was truly magnificent and extraordinary. Seeing this, Yi Chen had already taken action. He pulled out the juk that was inserted into the battlefield, and then poured his inner energy into it. Buzz. The Tiank sword was heavy and huge. Yi Chen held it high up, pointing it straight to the sky, and then stirred it frantically. With him as the center, a huge vortex of true energy formed. The sword energy falling from the sky was crushed by the vortex of true energy. Ling Tian's sword rain was broken, but Chi Hao was not angry. Instead, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart shuddered slightly, and he felt a cold air rushing towards him rapidly from underground. Earth Dragon Technique. Chi Hao clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. Roar. Suddenly, a low dragon roar sounded from under Yi Chen's feet. The next moment, an illusory dragon aura broke through the ground and roared towards Yi Chen. What a mysterious secret technique. There was the sky-high rain of swords in front and the Earth Dragon technique in the back, which made the audience amazed. Whether you are a dragon or a bug, get down on the ground. On the stage, Yi Chen's cold shout was heard. He clenched his fists, the blood in his body flowed rapidly, and the surging true energy flowed madly between his fists and fingers, and then he punched solidly on the illusory dragon energy. Such a powerful punch dispersed the dragon's energy on the spot, shocking the people watching below. Yi Chen actually has such strength. I really underestimated him. Good boy, I didn't know you had such domineering fighting power. Xiong Er, who was below the stage, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Chen smash the dragon's energy with one punch. The dragon's energy was dispersed, making Qi Hao's expression colder, and he immediately made hand seals again. Do you think I will give you another chance? The cold voice came from far away, very quickly. Yi Chen came like a lion, and he struck out with a thunderpalm through the air, interrupting the seal that Qi Hao was forming. The seal was interrupted, Qi Hao was gloomy and stepped back immediately. Yi Chen chased after him. Having abandoned Tiank, he was no longer oppressed by the weight. His body became light and graceful, with an afterimage flashing behind him. What a fast speed! Not only the people in the audience, but even Qi Hao couldn't help but be surprised. Thunderpalm. Yi Chen crushed a piece of bluestone slab on the battlefield with one step, and then attacked with great force. He used 60% of his strength in this palm strike. On the opposite side, Qi Hao narrowed his eyes, because he felt a powerful and domineering force from the palm force that was bombarding him. This palm was obviously not on the same level as the previous one. He hid his strength. A cold light flashed in Qi Hao's eyes. In a flash, Qi Hao stopped, took a step forward, and pushed out with the tiger head palm print. Boom. It was another hard blow, but Qi Hao was knocked back with a groan. How can there be such a strong power? Qi Hao's face suddenly turned gloomy. However, just as he stopped and hadn't made any move, Yi Chen pounced on him like a lion, attacking with the powerful and domineering thunderpalm. Xianguan Shield. In an instant, Qi Hao bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood-colored shield in front of him. Bang. Yi Chen's palm hit the shield, making a bang. Break it for me. With a loud roar, Yi Chen rushed over, swung his arm vigorously, and punched the shield. Snap. A crisp sound was heard, and the shield armor condensed by Qi Hao cracked on the spot. Even he was shocked and retreated with a muffled groan again. What a freak this kid is. Qi Hao stepped back, a look of surprise appearing on his face for the first time. It's not over yet. Yi Chen, who was coming towards him, obviously did not intend to give Qi Hao a chance to breathe. He took a step forward and stood in front of Qi Hao. Shield-breaking slash. Qi Hao was about to form a seal but was interrupted by Yi Chen again. Good luck to you if I get close to you. With Yi Chen's cold voice, all the fighting skills of the beast heart were instantly revealed. He was like a ferocious beast descending the mountain, and his movements were bizarre and precise. Sometimes he was like a tiger, sometimes like a ferocious ape, sometimes like a lion, and sometimes like a wolf. He grabbed, slapped, and tore, using his hands, feet, knees, and shoulders. Every joint in his body became a ferocious weapon. Again, this kind of fighting style again. There was a burst of surprise below. Anyone who has seen the fight between Yi Chen and Zhao Long knows that Yi Chen has a strange fighting style. The moves in that style are not fancy, but they are crisp, powerful, domineering and disorganized. Thinking back to that day, wasn't Zhao Long suppressed and beaten so badly that he couldn't even raise his head? Isn't that the most basic fighting technique? How come in Yi Chen's hands, it becomes so strange? Why do I feel that Yi Chen is not like a human but more like a ferocious beast? Weird, so weird. Boy, you're awesome. Xiong Er, who was sitting in front of the gambling table, was dazzled and sighed in amazement more than once. Ah. On the battlefield, Qi Hao's angry roar was heard. Although he was much stronger than Zhao Long and also mastered many secret skills, he would be interrupted by Yi Chen every time he used them. He could not escape the embarrassing posture after Yi Chen got close to him, and his body was covered with fist marks and footprints. At this moment, there was no more mockery or playfulness on his face. He, who was so arrogant and boasted of his high status as a senior brother not long ago, was like a stray dog, being beaten by Yi Chen and unable to raise his head. The disciples from Renyang Peak who came to help in the battle were dumbfounded at this moment. Who is Chi Hao? He is the senior brother they have always respected. They never thought that at this moment he would be defeated by a Qi condensation realm expert. This is the first time I've seen senior brother Chi Hao in such a state of disgrace. Senior brother Qi is at the human Yuan realm. Yi Chen is clearly only at the Qi condensation stage, so why does he have such overwhelming combat power? He is clearly using witchcraft. Su Xinyue, who was usually taciturn, spoke in a frighteningly cold voice. Especially when she saw Yi Chen attacking Chi Hao, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Witchcraft, yes, it is witchcraft. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of Renyang Peak echoed them one after another. Yi Chen, it's really shameful that you use sorcery. After the first disciple of Renyang Peak shouted angrily, the disciples of Renyang Peak also followed his voice and cursed loudly. As a result, a chain reaction quickly formed among the audience. Those disciples who were on good terms with Chi Hao responded one after another. They were all filled with righteous indignation, and their scolding, abuse and shouting formed a continuous wave. Get down, you are not worthy to fight with senior brother Chi Hao. Someone in the crowd threw an egg at Yi Chen on the stage. Afterwards, many disciples followed suit and threw eggs, rotten vegetable leaves and other things onto the stage, claiming that they wanted Yi Chen to roll off the stage, so that Yi Chen, who was fighting, had to stop. Our Hengyu sect is a prestigious and upright sect and will not tolerate such evil magic. He should be sent to the discipline hall for severe punishment. Using witchcraft, this behavior is really despicable. The audience was filled with indignation, and people condemning Yi Chen came one after another. Because of the commotion below the stage, the battle on the stage was temporarily stopped, and Chi Hao, who was badly beaten, finally had a chance to catch his breath. Using sorcery, how despicable and shameless. The disciples of Renyang Peak still held on to this point and refused to give in. The more they scolded, the more unscrupulous they became. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and he glanced at the disciples of Renyang Peak and said coldly, "Try to curse again." What? You're not letting people say anything when you use witchcraft. A white-clothed disciple from Renyang Peak shouted. You can shut up my mouth, but can you shut up everyone here? Instead of thinking about correcting the orthodox ways, they choose to practice crooked and unorthodox ways. One punch cannot beat four hands. Faced with false accusations that confuse right and wrong, although I am angry, I cannot stop the tide of abuse. What people say is scary. Yi Chen truly experienced this. Clang. Just when Yi Chen's attention was attracted, Chi Hao on the opposite side suddenly launched an attack, and a crescent-shaped sword light slashed towards him. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, Yi Chen was instantly injured, and a bloody gully was cut on his chest. Die. With a roar, Chi Hao's face was ferocious and he pounced like a mad dog. There was a faint light lingering on his index finger, which he pointed out. Puff. A bloody hole appeared on Yi Chen's right shoulder on the spot. Another sneak attack. Yi Chen stepped back, his face instantly turning extremely cold. That day in the back mountain of Hengyu sect, he was suddenly ambushed and injured by Chi Hao. The scene today was so similar to that day. Because of the sneak attack and continuous injuries, Yi Chen was in a very miserable state. Chi Hao was like a madman, not giving Yi Chen any chance to breathe. Palm prints, fist shadows, and sword beams came overwhelmingly. He has no shame at all. Xiong Er, who was below, couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He slammed the table, jumped up, and started cursing on the spot. But at this moment, who would pay attention to him? Beat him. Seeing Chi Hao's desperate counterattack, the disciples of Renyang Peak shouted loudly. How could senior brother Chi lose? Seeing Yi Chen being defeated step by step, Su Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief. Is there any justice in the world? Xiong Erli jumped directly onto the table and howled at the top of his lungs. You know, he is the banker of foreign gambling. The spirit stones bet on Chi Hao to win are as much as 70,000 or 80,000, while the spirit stones bet on Yi Chen to win are only 100. This means that if Yi Chen loses, he will have to pay 70,000 or 80,000 spirit stones to the person who made the bet. Of course, it's not entirely because of the spirit stones. Although he had known Yichen for a short time, he had a clear understanding of Yichen's character and knew that he was definitely a person worthy of close friendship. He truly regarded Yichen as a friend. Seeing Yichen being framed first and then attacked, it really aroused the anger in his heart. Puff. Puff. On the battlefield, blood kept splattering. After being successfully ambushed by Chi Hao, Yichen had no time to react at all and was beaten to the edge of the arena by the mad Chi Hao. Go to hell. With a roar, Chi Hao pierced the air with a sword. Puff. There was another splash of blood. However, this time Yichen did not dodge, but endured the piercing of his shoulder and did not fall off the stage. Today, we will settle all old and new grudges together. Yichen's voice was extremely cold. He grasped Chi Hao's sword with his left hand, and his right hand was infused with powerful true energy. He punched Chi Hao in the face solidly. After being hit by the blow, Chi Hao staggered by Yichen's punch. Before Chi Hao could steady himself, Yichen slapped him with his palm, sending him stumbling backwards. War. With a loud roar, Yichen ignored the flowing blood and pounced on him like a lion. He was really irritated. Facing a group of hypocritical, insidious, and cunning people, he no longer held back and rushed to Chi Hao, unleashing the profound meaning of the beast's rage and launching a desperate counterattack. Roar. Roar. Every time Yichen made a move, there was a roar of a beast, bursting out from his rage. Ah! Chi Hao roared with his hair disheveled. Even though he had mastered many secret techniques, he was suppressed and beaten again after Yichen got close to him. He had no place to vent his strength and could not use his many secret techniques in time. Witchcraft, he is performing witchcraft again. Seeing Chi Hao being beaten again, the disciples of Renyang Peak started to make a fuss again. Soon, the disciples who were watching the battle also echoed, and this time the momentum was even greater than the last time. Not all of them were disciples on good terms with Chi Hao, they just cared about their spirit stones. You know, there is external gambling under the Fengyun stage. Everyone present, except Xiong Er and Yichen, bet on Chi Hao to win. If Chi Hao lost, their spirit stones would be gone forever. Using witchcraft, that's despicable. Get off the stage, you are not worthy to fight with Brother Chi. Take him to the discipline hall. Insults, scolding, and shouting formed a tide again, and the hat of witchcraft was put on Yichen's head again. He wanted to use this method once again to stop the fight on the stage and buy Chi Hao some breathing time. But, having been tricked once, how could Yichen make the same mistake again? He did not stop attacking, like a ferocious beast, with powerful and domineering punches, each of which drew blood, leaving Chi Hao unable to turn over. Ah! Chi Hao's face was distorted and hideous, but it was of no use. Good job, boy. Xiong Er stood at the gambling table, got a piece of white cloth from somewhere, and waved it desperately. Master, senior sister, what should we do? Below the stage, the disciples of Renyang Peak looked at Su Xinyue one after another. Su Xinyue was also a little panicked. How could she have thought that Yichen would have such fighting power? Even after being repeatedly injured or even forced to the edge of the battlefield, he was able to fight back. Everything was beyond her expectations. Bang! On the stage, Chi Hao was knocked flying by Yichen's punch. With another bang, Chi Hao's falling body smashed the battle platform into pieces. However, when he stood up, there was a ferocious smile on his face. Yichen, you can't defeat me after all. Hearing this, Yichen, who was about to attack again, frowned suddenly. He discovered that the true energy flowing in his body was restrained by a powerful force, and even his Danhai was imprisoned. Heavenly Spirit Curse. Yichen took a look at his arm and found that there was a yellow talisman on his arm, which had slowly merged into his body. Upon closer inspection, wasn't it the Heavenly Spirit Curse? It's the Heavenly Spirit Mantra. The disciples below were in an uproar. The Heavenly Spirit Mantra was so precious. They never thought that Chi Hao actually had this kind of mantra. The true energy is imprisoned, Yichen is doomed to be unable to turn over. No need to lose money this time. It turns out that senior brother Chi had already planned this. The disciples of Renyang Peak breathed a sigh of relief. The upcoming battle was no longer suspenseful. Chi Hao, you have no shame. Xiong Er was the only one who yelled at the top of his lungs, "You actually used the heavenly spirit curse against a Qi condensation realm cultivator. Can you be a little more despicable?" But how could Qi Hao listen to it at this moment? He was already overwhelmed by shame and anger, and now he had only one thought in his mind, which was to defeat Yi Chen, no matter what the cost. On the opposite side, Yi Chen's face was as cold as ice. It was also the first time for him to experience the heavenly spirit curse. He truly felt the horror of the heavenly spirit curse. With his current strength, there was no way he could break it. My Qi is imprisoned. I can't defeat him. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Since his Dan Hai was imprisoned, he thought that his true fire was also sealed. Even if his body was strong and his combat ability was excellent, without true energy, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. Ha ha ha. From the other side, Qi Hao's ferocious and unscrupulous smile came. I will make you live a life worse than death. Qi Hao drew out his sharp sword and walked slowly towards Yi Chen. He was not in a hurry, but wanted to fully appreciate Yi Chen's helpless anger. It's still unknown who will live and who will die. With a sneer on his face, Yi Chen was ready for a battle again. Why, Yi Chen wants to continue fighting. Seeing that Yi Chen was ready for a battle again, there were voices of surprise coming from below. The true energy has been imprisoned, and defeat is inevitable. It looks like it's going to be a last-ditch effort. It's all in vain. I wonder how long you can hold on. Qi Hao on the stage became furious and slashed out a sharp sword energy in the air. Yi Chen had already retreated, and while retreating, he pulled out the Tiank heavy sword that was inserted into the battlefield. Pound. Qi Hao's sword energy struck the sky, creating sparks. Without the protection of true Qi, Yi Chen's arms were shaken so hard that they hurt. Then his throat felt sweet and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Die. Qi Hao's figure was as fast as flying, and he arrived in the blink of an eye, piercing the air with his sword again. Surprisingly, Yi Chen did not dodge. Puff. Blood spurted out again, and Yi Chen's body was pierced. And at this moment, he once again grasped the killing sword with his flesh and blood hands, and attacked again with his right fist. But this time, Qi Hao was well prepared. He gently raised his palm and grasped Yi Chen's fist. In his eyes, this punch of Yi Chen, whose true energy was restrained, had no offensive power at all. Too weak. Qi Hao smiled grimly and slapped Yi Chen so hard that he vomited blood and retreated. You're not going to die this time. After repelling Yi Chen, Qi Hao raised the bloody sword and was about to kill him. However, just as he took a step, his expression suddenly changed. This. He clearly felt a powerful force rushing into his body, forcefully restraining his body. How is this possible? He looked in disbelief at the heavenly spirit talisman in his palm that was about to merge into his body. Yi Chen also has the heavenly spirit curse. There was an uproar below again. The heavenly spirit curse is extremely precious. Can he afford it? It's over. Qi Hao has also been hit by the heavenly spirit curse. Well done. Xiong Er couldn't help but howl like a wolf, and his little fists clenched tightly in excitement. Where did he get the heavenly spirit curse? Su Xinyue was shocked. It was obvious that Yi Chen also had the heavenly spirit curse in his hand, which was completely beyond his expectations. This is impossible. Qi Hao roared on the stage. I've said before, it's unknown who will live and who will die. A few feet away, Yi Chen staggered to his feet and looked at Qi Hao with a sneer. How do you have the heavenly spirit curse? Qi Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Chen. Does this matter? Yi Chen sneered and walked over slowly. What matters is that now it's fair. You have no true energy, and I have no true energy either. The real battle has just begun. Hearing this, Qi Hao subconsciously took a step back. Yes. He has no more energy. So, is he still Yi Chen's opponent? Thinking of Yi Chen's domineering close combat skills, Qi Hao's eyes were filled with fear. He had relied too much on true Qi over the years and had never practiced the most basic fighting skills. Without true Qi, he was no match for Yi Chen. War. Yi Chen shouted loudly and powerfully, took a step forward, and shot out like a cannonball. Seeing this, Qi Hao retreated in a hurry. Can you escape? A cold voice came with the wind. Yi Chen had already arrived and punched with a wave of his hand. The human body's instinct made Qi Hao block. However, he once again couldn't escape the suppression from Yi Chen's domineering close combat. Ah! No matter how he roared, it was of no use. However, just when Yi Chen was displaying his prowess, a white-clothed disciple from Renyang Peak suddenly rushed onto the stage. The white-clothed disciple's cultivation level was not high, but he was very calculating. He knew that Yi Chen's true energy was restrained at the moment and his strength was greatly reduced. He wanted to take this opportunity to destroy Yi Chen. Die. The disciple in white had a sinister look on his face and pushed out with one palm without holding back at all. You're at the 4th level of Qi condensation, are you worthy enough? With a cold shout, Yi Chen kicked Qi Hao and knocked him out. Then he turned around suddenly and dodged the palm power of the white-clothed disciple with a leap. Ling Tian slapped the white-clothed disciple with a palm, causing him to stagger. The disciples below were surprised. Even though his true energy was restrained, Yi Chen was still extremely ferocious. Ah! Amidst the shock, Yi Chen had already grabbed the white-clothed disciple's leg and slammed him hard onto the stage. Yi Chen was very smart. From the moment his true energy was restrained, he had anticipated that the disciples of Renyang Peak would launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, among the disciples of Renyang Peak who came to Fengjiantai to help this time, except Su Xinyue who was at the 9th level of Qi condensation, most of the others were below the 5th level, which was completely within the range that Yi Chen could handle. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Yi Chen belongs to this kind of person. Although his true energy is restrained, his actual combat ability is still there. Coupled with his domineering physical body, not everyone can look down on him. After all, those disciples are not Qi Hao. Ah! There was another scream, and the white-clothed disciple was smashed onto the battlefield by Yi Chen again. His internal organs were displaced, so that a human shape was smashed out of the hard battlefield. He has no true energy, let's attack together. With a loud shout, all the disciples of Renyang Peak below, except Su Xinyue, swarmed onto the battle stage. When Xiong Er in the audience saw this, he immediately became furious. He took out his mace and was about to rush onto the stage. However, as soon as he raised his foot, he consciously put it back. Because Yi Chen on the battle stage was fighting against Shen Wei. He held the leg of the unconscious white-clothed disciple with one hand and swung it wildly as if it were a weapon. Any Yangfeng disciple who came forward to kill him was thrown away on the spot. Such a scene occurred at the scene. The disciples of Renyang Peak flew backwards from the battle stage like sandbags. Awesome! Xiong Er sighed and smacked his lips. This is too fierce. The disciples around swallowed subconsciously. Ah! Following a scream, a Yangfeng disciple had his dantian kicked by Yi Chen on the spot. Yi Chen! Su Xinyue shouted coldly from the audience, you are killing your fellow disciples like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by the discipline hall? Killing a fellow disciple. Yi Chen was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, staring at Su Xinyue, and shouted, in a Fengyun duel, apart from the two fighting parties, no third party may intervene. This has always been the sect's rule. Even if I killed them on the spot, the discipline hall has no right to punish me. You. After being scolded again, Su Xinyue's pretty face turned red with anger. It was your people from Yangfeng who disrespected the sect rules first, you can't blame me. Yi Chen's voice was sonorous and extremely cold. As he said that, Yi Chen suddenly turned around and knocked Qi Hao, who had just climbed up, unconscious with a palm. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Su Xinyue's eyes, and she was about to rush onto the battlefield. Su Xinyue, right. I advise you to be good, otherwise the wind-chasing arrow will not recognize anyone. Xiong Er's voice sounded. The mace in this guy's hand has been replaced with a longbow, which is now like a full moon, and there is a terrifying Qi arrow that is moving and clanging. Once Su Xinyue dares to go on stage, this Qi arrow will be shot out in the first place. Seeing this, Su Xinyue's expression froze, and she felt the cold air from the true energy arrow. She was certain that if she moved rashly, she would be pierced through the heart by an arrow. Thinking this in her mind, she took a deep breath and obediently retracted the step she had just taken. That's right. Xiong Er sneered, and then he glanced at the disciples below and scolded, "I don't want to target anyone, so just behave yourself, or don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as these words were spoken, those disciples who were ready to make a move restrained their energy and dared not move again. On the stage, Yi Chen had already taken Qi Hao's storage bag, and then searched his entire body, taking away all the valuable treasures. He still gave Qi Hao some face, otherwise, based on his previous character, he would have stripped Qi Hao naked. After doing all this, Yi Chen jumped off the stage and walked outside. When passing by Su Xinyue, Yi Chen glanced at her frosty face and sneered, "Senior Sister Su, your skill in confusing right and wrong is not to be underestimated. I am ashamed of myself as your junior brother." "You." Su Xinyue was about to say something, but Yi Chen had already thrown away his robe and walked away. In front, the disciples on both sides tacitly made way for Yi Chen. Today's battle was full of climaxes and was shocking. Qi Hao, who was in the human Yuan realm, was defeated by a strong force. Even the disciples of Renyang Peak who came to help, except Su Xinyue, were all knocked down. After today, I am afraid no one will dare to underestimate Yi Chen, the trainee disciple. Let's go. After Yi Chen left, Xiong Er also collected all the bets, patted his butt, and disappeared without a trace. After he left, those disciples who were still reluctant to leave finally woke up from their dreams, feeling that something was missing. Ah! Soon, bursts of ghostly howling sounds were heard from Fengjiantai. My spirit stone. That's all I have. After decades of hard work, we are now back to where we were before liberation. After the battle at Fengjiantai, Yi Chen became completely famous among the outer sects. A trainee disciple at the condensation stage defeated 3 main peak disciples in a row within a month, including one at the human Yuan stage. This was destined to become a lasting legend. Night. Tianyang Peak. Taoist Zhong covered his heart tightly. He missed out on a talented disciple, his heart ached so much. Diyang Peak. Guhong sneered, "Old Qingyang, compared to our Diangfeng, your Yangfeng was defeated even more miserably." Renyang Peak. Qi Hao had already woken up, and he was roaring like a mad dog, "Kill, kill, I'm going to kill him." Noisy. Truman Qingyang shouted, his face ashen and frighteningly gloomy, "If you can't even beat a Qi condensation realm master, I really taught you in vain." "Master, it is that Yi Chen who is too insidious." Su Xinyue on the side said angrily. "Stop talking. For the next month, all of you stay quietly on the mountain. Don't embarrass me again in the outer sect competition." Small cemetery. Yi Chen has been practicing the savage body refining technique for more than 6 hours. He was seriously injured in this fierce battle, with many scars all over his body, especially the 2 bloody holes on his left shoulder and right chest. However, these injuries were nothing compared to the fiery whipping he suffered in the discipline hall. With the operation of the savage body refining technique, his injuries recovered extremely quickly, and by the time he walked out of the room, he was full of energy. As soon as he walked out of the room, Yi Chen heard the sound of a wolf howling. Yi Chen then discovered that in addition to Huan Zhang Feng Nian, there was also a piece of fat meat in the small spiritual garden. Oh no, it should be a person. Needless to say, this person is Xiong Er. Are you a beast? Xiong Er rushed over and checked Yi Chen's body. He was shocked to find that there was no injury at all. Give it here. Yi Chen stretched out his hand. Don't worry, yours won't be left out. Xiong Er rolled his eyes at Yi Chen, knowing that Yi Chen was asking him for the spirit stones he won from the Fengyan gambling. After all, this was not a small amount, so Xiong Er naturally wouldn't swallow it all. After all, Yi Chen was the one who did most of the work. Old rules, 50 to 50, 40,000 each. Xiong Er handed a storage bag to Yi Chen. Taking the storage bag, Yi Chen glanced inside and found exactly 40,000 yuan, so he stuffed it into his arms. This fierce duel indeed made him a huge fortune, 40,000 spirit stones, which would definitely put him on the rich list among the outer disciples of Hengyu sect. At the side, Xiong Er took a step forward, obviously not intending to leave, and asked in a low voice, "Boy, have you ever been to the netherworld black market?" No. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. Would you like to go with me? Xiong Er winked at Yi Chen. In a few days, the Netherworld Black Market's auction held every 3 years will begin. I heard that there will be many treasures to be auctioned. As he spoke, he took out his mace and said, "See. I bought this mace at an auction in the Nether City Black Market. It only happens once every 3 years. If you miss it, you have to wait another 3 years. But I heard that place is not very peaceful." Yichen touched his chin. "You have to take risks to get rich." Xiong Er said hurriedly, "Besides, fighting is prohibited during the auction. Just go and take a look. If you can't do anything else, just leave after watching. What do you think? Do you want to go?" Hearing Xiong Er say this, Yichen touched his chin again. "Then let's go and take a look." "Okay. It's settled. I'll go get some more snow magnolias. We'll meet tomorrow at the back hill, at the old place." Xiong Er jumped up, patted his butt and ran out of the small spiritual garden. After Xiong Er left, Yichen locked himself in the room again. He first placed the small purple gold gourd on the bedside to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then took out Chihao's storage bag. After opening the storage bag, even Yichen, who had great self-control, couldn't help but sigh and smack his lips. Chihao is indeed a young talent from a family of cultivators. His family has high hopes for him and he is being trained by Truman Qingyang. The treasures in this storage bag are extremely rich. First of all, there were as many as 30,000 spirit stones in the storage bag. Secondly, the spiritual liquids in the storage bag are of various kinds, some nourishing the meridians, some prolonging life, and some strengthening the body. It is truly extremely rich. In addition, there are many spiritual herbs and spiritual weapons in the storage bag, many of which he has never seen before and are absolutely precious. As for the spiritual weapons, they are all top-quality items, and some of them can even rival his Chixiao sword. Finally, only a lonely broken tortoise shell remained in the storage bag. This tortoise shell. Under the candlelight, Yichen held the tortoise shell in his hand and examined it carefully. The surface of the tortoise shell is mottled and is only the size of a palm. A few incomprehensible runes can be vaguely seen on it. There is also an indescribable feeling throughout the shell, like the vicissitudes of ancient air. It was this ancient aura that attracted Yichen. Buzz. But just as Yichen was pondering secretly, the small purple gold gourd on his bedside trembled. Before Yichen could react, the ancient tortoise shell was sucked away from his hand. The vortex in the purple gold gourd opened up and swallowed the tortoise shell directly. "What's wrong with you?" Yichen hurriedly grabbed the small purple gold gourd and looked inside. Yichen was surprised to find that after the tortoise shell was swallowed by the purple gold gourd, it was actually melted by a strange power in the gourd and finally turned into a breath. This scene shocked Yichen. When he was stunned, the small purple gold gourd trembled again, and all the air turned into a tortoise shell was sprayed out by it, pouring into Yichen's eyes impartially. Wow! Yichen only felt his eyes darken, and his head roared for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Yichen shook his head and opened his eyes. However, his eyes became very strange. If you look carefully, you can still see lines of small words passing through his eyes. Quick shadow 1,000 phantoms. The speed is infinite, following the shape like a shadow, the thousands are endless, and following the heart is like an illusion. As Yichen murmured, he closed his eyes again and fell into a strange state. The room fell into silence, with only the flickering candlelight. At some point, Yichen, who was standing on the ground, took a step forward. Although this step was ordinary, it somehow added something to it. After taking a step forward, Yichen did not stop. He walked slowly, like a sleepwalker, circling around the room, sometimes moving forward, sometimes inexplicably moving backwards. After an unknown amount of time, there was a rapid flow of air under his feet, and his pace became faster, with an afterimage appearing behind him. Time slips away inadvertently. In the room, Yichen left for the whole night. When dawn arrived, with the door suddenly opened, Yichen stepped out and walked freely in the garden. Sometimes he was like a black tortoise paving the way with steady steps, and sometimes he was like a breeze, coming and going without a trace. Each of his steps contained an indescribable aura, his movements were so mysterious that it was impossible to fathom, and his speed was so fast that people could not keep up with the pace. At some point, Yichen paused for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes flashing with ecstasy. It is extremely fast, following the shape like a shadow. It is infinite, following the mind like an illusion. Good speed shadow 1,000 illusions. After taking a deep breath, Yichen ran back into the house. Coming to the bed again, Yichen took the small purple gold gourd into his arms and kept wiping it. Baby, it's really a baby. Yichen couldn't stop smiling, thinking that the more than 1,000 spirit stones he spent that day were totally worth it. He had already figured out that the ancient tortoise shell contained the mysterious body movement secret technique of speed shadow 1,000 illusions. The small purple gold gourd captured this point, so it swallowed the tortoise shell and refined the secret technique inside. Who on earth are you, baby, to have such power? Holding the small purple gold gourd, Yichen liked it more and more the more he looked at it, and the more he thought about it, the happier he became. The small purple gold gourd can not only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn it into spiritual liquid, but also capture the mysteries hidden in unidentified objects. This makes Yichen feel more and more that the origin of this small purple gold gourd is amazing. Why do I feel like I'm going to get rich? Yichen touched his chin and said, my true fire can sense treasures, and this purple gold gourd can capture the mysteries hidden in treasures. This is going to be a success. Thinking this in his mind, Yichen took out a spirit bead that looked extraordinary from the storage bag, and then stuffed it directly into the small purple gold gourd to see if the small purple gold gourd could find something from the spirit bead. Buzz. When a spirit bead was suddenly stuffed into it, the small purple gold gourd made a buzzing sound and spat out the spirit bead on the spot. It looks like an ordinary spirit bead. Yichen groaned for a moment, then took out a small dagger and stuffed it back into the small gourd. Just like the first time, he spat out the small purple gold gourd on the spot. Neither do I. After putting away the small dagger, Yichen took out things one after another, some spiritual jades, some spiritual weapons, and tried them one by one. Finally, Yichen stuffed a small jade bottle that was glowing with light into it. Snap. Suddenly, the small purple gold gourd crushed the small jade bottle into ashes, and then sprayed the ashes out. Yichen was stunned for a moment. Buzz. The purple gold gourd trembled violently, as if protesting again, as if saying, your grandma's, try putting another one in. Seeing this, Yichen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He finally understood that the small purple gold gourd had the ability to capture the mysteries of treasures, but it only worked on things that it actively swallowed. It would be useless to stuff those useless things in. Moreover, he also realized that the small purple gold gourd was spiritual. He was certain that if he stuffed some junk into it again, it would be crushed by the gourd on the spot. Little thing, you have quite a temper. Although Yichen cursed, he still held the small gourd in his arms. It was a treasure. After a simple breakfast, Yichen hurriedly walked out of the small spiritual garden. When the two arrived at the cave in the back mountain, Xiong-er was lying inside and snoring loudly, drooling all over the floor. His body looked like a big character, with his fat all over his body, like a lump. Cough cough. Yichen coughed dryly, but Xiong-er didn't react at all. Seeing this, Yichen went up and kicked him, little fatty, get up and work. Just like the first time, the guy still didn't wake up. Ah! Yichen exclaimed, why is that woman not wearing any clothes? As soon as these words came out, Xiong-er, who was sleeping soundly, jumped out with a start, where is it? Where is it? This trick really works. Yichen said meaningfully from the side. Damn it. Knowing that he was being teased, Xiong-er glared at Yichen fiercely and cursed at him. Don't bother with these useless things. Hurry up. We don't have much time to get the spiritual herbs. Don't worry about me, I'll do it. Xiong-er reached into his crotch and pulled out a storage bag. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Cut. Yichen didn't take it seriously, but when he opened the storage bag, he was shocked on the spot. The number of spiritual herbs inside was more than 3 times that of the last time. You are too cruel. Yichen looked at Xiong-er with a sigh and said, does your uncle agree to take so much? I don't agree. Then how did you get it? I called my aunt over. Xiong-er picked his nose, and added something to their food. Added something? Yichen raised his eyebrows, what is it? Huan powder. After these words came out, even though Yichen had great self-control, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, and had to give Xiong Er a thumbs up, awesome. After a small incident, the two started again. Yichen was still in charge of the refining, while Xiong Er was busy helping him on the side. Soon, a refreshing medicinal fragrance emerged in the cave. Yichen naturally would not waste the overflowing rich medicinal fragrance. As early as when he started to refine the jade spirit liquid, he took out the small purple gold gourd, and all the medicinal fragrance was swallowed up by the small purple gold gourd. What kind of treasure is this? It can absorb spiritual energy on its own. Xiong Er squatted on the ground, his two little eyes rolling around. Stop looking and come help. Because Yichen's technique of refining the jade spirit liquid became more and more skilled, this time they refined 3 times more jade spirit liquid than the last time, and it only took them 6 days. At night, the two of them lay on the ground like dead pigs. After 6 days of crazy refining, they were exhausted. We will set off tomorrow. Go to Wanbao Pavilion to get some useful things beforehand. Got it. Xiong Er instructed Yichen while stuffing bottles of jade spirit liquid into his storage bag. Useful things. Yichen couldn't help but look over and ask tentatively, you mean? The Heavenly Spirit Curse, the Heavenly Travel Curse, and the Heavenly Thunder Curse. Hearing these names, Yichen's eyes suddenly lit up. The 3 major spells of Hangyue sect, Tianling spell, Tianxing spell, and Tianlei spell. The main function of the Tianling curse is to imprison the cultivator's true qi for a short period of time. The main function of the Tianxing curse is to escape and can instantly increase the user's speed. The main attack is the Heavenly Thunder Curse, which is extremely powerful and has the power to blow up a mountain. The 3 great spells of Hangyue sect each have their own merits. When used in conjunction with each other, unexpected gains can be made. Their preciousness is also astonishing. Wanbao Pavilion also sells these 3 talismans. Yichen asked Xiong Er. Sell, of course. The Heavenly Spirit Curse costs 10,000 spiritual stones, the Heavenly Travel Curse costs 30,000 spiritual stones, and as for the Heavenly Thunder Curse, it costs 90,000 spiritual stones. However, the Heavenly Thunder Curse is too powerful and is banned in the Hangyue sect, but it can be used outside. Oh my god, who can afford this? Yichen couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. There are many talented people in the outer sect of Hangyue sect, many of whom are from cultivation families and are very wealthy. Yichen thought about it and it made sense. Just yesterday, he found 30,000 spirit stones in Qi Hao's storage bag. The disciples of other low-profile cultivation families must also be very wealthy. Although these talismans are expensive, they are very practical. Xiong Er said, they are essential items when going out. They can be used to save my life at critical moments. Compared with spirit stones, I care more about my life. That makes sense. Yichen agreed with Xiong Er's point of view. No matter how many spirit stones he had, if he lost his life, he would lose everything. He had secretly decided to go to Wanbao Pavilion again before going to the Netherworld black market. Even if he couldn't afford the Heavenly Thunder Curse, he could still buy 2 Heavenly Spirit Curse and Heavenly Movement Curse. At night, the two of them left the back mountain. Xiong Er went to the Linko Garden, while Yichen went to the Wanbao Pavilion. The night sky is deep, and the broken stars are like dust. Yichen came to Wanbao Pavilion again, and it happened that Pang Dehai was humming a tune and drinking wine alone. Wow! Someone actually comes to buy something in the middle of the night. Seeing that there was business, Pang Dehai stood up quickly, his bright eyes as always. Elder, you look so interested. Yichen smiled and handed over a storage bag. Elder, please help me estimate the value of the things inside. Pang Dehai took the storage bag, opened it and took a look inside, then looked at Yichen. You must have stolen all this from Qi Hao. Yichen coughed dryly, touched the tip of his nose, and nodded. Withdrawing his gaze, Pang Dehai took out a small abacus from his arms, and then counted every item in the storage bag. Finally, he put down his abacus, pinched his mustache, pondered for a moment, and then raised 3 fingers. 30,000 is too little. Yichen curled his lips, thinking that if he was not in urgent need of money, he would not sell these treasures. 31,000, no more. Pang Dehai said while glancing at Yichen, but Yichen's face clearly did not show that he was ready to sell. Seeing this, Pang Dehai asked tentatively, How about 32,000? Not selling it anymore. Yichen immediately put away the storage bag. Although he was not very sensitive to prices, the treasures in Qi Hao's storage bag were worth more than 32,000 yuan. Those few extraordinary spiritual weapons alone were worth more than that. Seeing Yichen was about to leave, Pang Dehai hurriedly grabbed Yichen and said, "Don't go. If not, let's add more." 50,000. Yichen directly stated the price. 38,000. Pang Dehai was not a pushover and he bargained down the price desperately. "You'll get 2,000, 48,000. 40,000, no more." "Elder, you are too cruel." 47,000, this is the price, otherwise. Deal. Unexpectedly, Pang Dehai interrupted Yichen on the spot and agreed straightforwardly. Going lower. Yichen's mouth twitched, thinking that he was fooled by Pang Dehai. "Here, 47,000. Not much, not much. Just count it." Pang Dehai said with a sly smile on his face, and stuffed a storage bag into Yichen's arms, fearing that Yichen would regret it again. Yichen simply pushed it back. "Give me 3 heavenly spirit curses and 1 heavenly movement curse." "That won't work. We're still 3,000 short." Pang Dehai refused to do it at that moment. "Then I won't sell it." "Hey, you little bastard." Pang Dehai was about to lose his temper, but he still put on a lewd smile and said, "How about this, if you add another 2,000, I'll give you a discount of 1,000 spirit stones. How about that? I can give you an additional 500 at most." After being fooled once, Yichen learned his lesson and started to bargain down. Deal. Unexpectedly, Pang Dehai agreed again. Ouch. Yichen couldn't help but slap himself twice in his heart. Too high again. Old Ginger is always wise. Yichen tried his best to bargain down the price, but he still couldn't beat Pang Dehai. It seems that there is a reason why this old man can be the elder of Wanbao Pavilion. 3 heavenly spirit curses and 1 heavenly movement curse. Take them. This time, Pang Dehai stuffed 4 talismans into Yichen's arms. Then, this guy quickly took Yichen's storage bag. Yichen stuffed the 4 talismans into the storage bag with a dark face. "Elder, don't fall into the pit when you walk at night. Hey you little brat." On the side, before Pang Dehai could get angry, Yichen ran out of Wanbao Pavilion first. It was already late at night when we returned to the small cemetery. Buzz. Buzz. The small garden was filled with the sound of iron rods hitting the air. Hua had not slept yet and was still practicing hard. The black iron rod fit him well, and although it was a bit clumsy, he gradually became proficient. Perhaps Tiger Boy was so absorbed in his practice that he seemed not to notice his return. Yichen did not disturb him and walked towards his room quietly. The moment he entered the house, he glanced at the sweaty Tiger Boy. Stick, maybe Tiger Boy is destined to be with it. Having said that, Yichen walked into the room. There was no conversation all night, and dawn came in the blink of an eye. The next day, just after dawn, Yichen walked out of the small spiritual garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xiong Air appeared one after another. Today, Xiong Air, in addition to the flowery shorts and the small vest, has one more thing on his body, a shiny breastplate hanging on his chest, flashing a restrained light. How about we rent a spirit bird and fly over there? Yichen looked at the sky. That won't work. Xiong Air rejected it immediately. The strong ones all fly in the air. It's not safe to fly in the sky on a spirit bird. You're right to listen to me. It's much safer on the ground than in the sky. As he spoke, Xiong Air took out 2 talismans from his crotch. 1,000 Travel Talisman. Yichen's eyes flashed, as if he recognized the talisman and knew its power. Once used, one could travel 1,000 miles a day. Wow, you actually know the 1,000-line talisman. Xiong Air was a little surprised. I've heard some. Xiong Air didn't ask any more questions and handed Yichen a 1,000-line talisman. Stick it on your leg and inject your true energy into it. Be sure to grasp the direction. This talisman is very fast. Don't hit the mountain. It depends on what you said. Yichen waved his hand and stuck the talisman on his leg. Then, he separated a stream of his true energy and poured it into it. The talisman immediately glowed and patterns appeared, which penetrated into the body. Whoosh! Yi Chen, who was still in the same place the moment before, suddenly flew out. Xiong Air did not lag behind and followed Yi Chen like a long rainbow. The sudden increase in speed made Yi Chen a little uncomfortable. It was also the first time for him to use the 1,000-line talisman. This 1,000 lines talisman is pretty good. Yi Chen said with a smile while controlling the direction, his ears filled with the whistling sound of the wind. Although the speed of the 1,000-line talismans was not as fast as the Speed Shadow 1,000 illusions, the true energy consumed was much less than that of the Speed Shadow 1,000 illusions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them left their afterimages along the way, with a trail of dust and fog behind them. After galloping all night, the two men rushed into a desolate forest. We'll be there in another hour. Xiong Air estimated the time and distance. I can already smell the scent of blood. Yi Chen murmured. Relax, it's okay, I'm here. Xiong Air patted Yi Chen with his chubby little hands. Be careful. Yi Chen suddenly shouted, grabbed Xiong Air with one hand, and then quickly retreated. Boom. As soon as the two of them left, the area they had just stepped on exploded. Suddenly, rubble flew everywhere, and the surrounding thick trees fell down in large numbers. Even the ground was blown out into a 3-meter-deep pit. Seeing this, Xiong Air immediately started cursing. If Yi Chen had not reacted quickly before, they would have been blown away on the spot. Damn it, who the hell set the trap here? Xiong Air screamed at the top of his lungs. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and stood back to back with Xiong Air, looking around vigilantly. He had encountered trouble not long after coming out, which made him worry about the safety of this long journey. Rustle. Rustle. Soon, in the dark night, there was a rustling sound, and gusts of cold wind blew, carrying with them the smell of blood. You actually managed to dodge my formation trap. I underestimated you. With a sneer, a burly man came out carrying a ghost-head sword. This man had bare arms, disheveled hair, sunken eye sockets, bloodshot eyes, and a hideous scar on his face. He was full of tyranny, and with his ferocious face, it was obvious that he was not a good person. True Yang Realm. Feeling the breath emanating from the big men, Yi Chen and Xiong Air's faces instantly turned ugly. Give me the storage bag, I can let you die more quickly. A burly man walked slowly towards them carrying a big sword. He looked even more brutal, and the broad and heavy sword was glowing with a faint cold light. Seeing this, Xiong Air turned his head to look at Yi Chen and said, Do you want to do it? Fuck. Yi Chen nodded slightly in response to Xiong Air's question. If someone heard this, they would be shocked. One of them is in Qi Condensation Realm, and the other is in Yuani Realm, yet they actually want to fight with someone in Jinyang Realm. If they were at the high-level True Yang Realm, they would have run away immediately. But although the big man's aura was powerful, it was very unstable. It was obvious that he had just broken through to the True Yang not long ago. Yi Chen and Xiong Air would naturally not be afraid of someone who had just broken through to the True Yang realm. Robbery. With a wolf howl from Xiong Air, the guy kicked the ground with his hind feet and shot out like a cannonball. Robbery. Yi Chen also howled like a wolf and followed Xiong Air to kill him. Seeing this, the big man was stunned. Buzz. In a moment of shock, Xiong Air's mace had already swung towards Ling Tian. Looking for death. The big man's face instantly became gloomy after reacting, and he flipped his hand and slapped out. However, in his eyes, the mace that Ling Tian smashed down suddenly grew more than 5 times larger. People who knew it was a mace would think that what Ling Tian smashed down was a big tree. Bang. Because he never expected the mace to suddenly become bigger, and Xiong Air was only at the human Yuan realm, the big man underestimated his enemy, and his body staggered after being hit, and his entire palm became bloody. However, although the big man was injured, Xiong Air was also shocked and retreated with a groan. The big man was furious and was about to attack when Yi Chen came towards him to kill him. Looking for death. The big man shouted angrily and pushed out with his palm. Yi Chen snorted coldly, and with a thought, true fire suddenly surged out, transforming into a flaming whip in his hand, which he swung out fiercely. Bang. When such a sound was heard, a dark blood mark was left on the big man's face. Real fire. The big man was shocked. Roar. When the big man was surprised, a tiger's roar was sounded, and Yi Chen used the beast's rage, the tiger pounce, and instantly appeared in front of the big man. He was like a ferocious beast descending the mountain, and his movements were bizarre and precise. Sometimes he was like a tiger, sometimes like a ferocious ape, sometimes like a lion, and sometimes like a wolf. He grabbed, slapped, and tore, using his hands, feet, knees, and shoulders. Every joint in his body became a ferocious weapon. The big man was beaten into a panic because he had never expected that a Qi condensation realm cultivator would have such a domineering close combat skill. Oh my! Xiong Er came shouting and waving a mace, and joined forces with Yi Chen to fight the big man, making the big man panic. But, he is in the True Yang realm after all. Soon, he stopped his retreat and slapped out with his palm. Thunder Palm. Dragon Tiger Fist. Yi Chen and Xiong Er rushed forward to fight back. Boom. The fists collided, making a loud noise. The palm strike from the True Yang realm was truly terrifying, and it made Yi Chen and Xiong Er vomit blood and retreat. The gap is really huge. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. Although he had the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, he was still no match for the absolute suppression. You are all going to die. The big man was furious after being beaten so badly by two greenhorns. It's not certain who will die. Yi Chen sneered. Boy, well done. On the side, Xiong Er stood side by side with Yi Chen and gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. You're not bad either. What's happening? The big man's voice of shock was heard at the scene immediately. His powerful momentum quickly dissipated, and the true energy surging in his body also calmed down. Only then did he realize that someone had put two talismans on his body. Heavenly Spirit Curse. The big man was shocked, as if he recognized the Heavenly Spirit Curse. He is in the True Yang realm, and the two Heavenly Spirit spells can only restrain his true energy for about a minute. Xiong Er said to Yi Chen. Then take advantage of his illness to kill him. Let's get started. The deserted forest, which had just returned to its tranquility, was disturbed by the wolf howls of Yi Chen and Xiong Er. The big man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He retreated while frantically attacking the restraints of the Heavenly Spirit Curse. He knew that if he could hold on for another minute, he could turn defeat into victory. But how could Yi Chen and Xiong Er give him time? Thunder Palm. Dragon Tiger Fist. Knowing that time is life, the two men did not dare to hold back at all, and used their powerful secret techniques without limit to the big man's attack. Puff. Blood flashed, Yi Chen swung the Qixiao sword, and almost cut the big man in half. The big man vomited blood and retreated, but before he could stop, Xiong Er jumped over and hit him with a stick. Buzz. The mace instantly grew 5 times larger as it fell, infused with all of Xiong Er's true energy. No, 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 seeing the mace coming, the big man roared in fear. How could he have imagined that he, a cultivator of the True Yang realm, would be killed by a cultivator of the Qi condensation realm and the Ren Yuan realm, before he could even use his many secret techniques? However, no matter how the big man roared, Yi Chen and Xiong Er would not show any mercy at this moment. You will have to pay for what you have done. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If they don't kill the big man will definitely kill them after breaking free from the confinement. This is the world of monks, cruel. Boom. As the mace fell, the entire earth shook. When the smoke cleared, Yi Chen and Xiong Er came forward, and the big man in the True Yang realm was almost smashed into a heap. It's not a good place to stay for long. The two men took action and took away the big man's storage bag, and all the valuable things on his body were looted. After doing this, the two of them disappeared. After the two men left, an old man in a purple robe walked out of the dark night. There is real fire. Looking at the direction where Yi Chen and Xiong Er left, he stroked his beard gently. Yi Chen and Xiong Er appeared again, deep in the wilderness. The two men each spent an hour recovering from their injuries before they took out the big man's storage bag and all the treasures on his body. Ouch. Suddenly, 2 surprised voices rang out one after another. As expected of the true Yang realm, it means you are rich. The two heavenly spiritual curses were not wasted. Old rule, 50-50. The two men squatted on the ground, heads together, dividing the loot. There were more than 100,000 spirit stones in the big man's storage bag. It seemed that he was going to the netherworld black market to participate in the auction. However, he didn't expect that he would capsize halfway. After Yi Chen and Xiong Er divided up the trivial things like spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, and spiritual herbs, all that was left on the ground was a ghost-head sword, 2 ancient scrolls and a small tripod the size of a baby's fist. Buzz. At this moment, the true fire jumped, making Yi Chen's eyes light up. He swept his eyes over the 2 ancient scrolls and the ghost-head sword, and his gaze finally fell on the small tripod. This is a treasure. A gleam of light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. I want this big knife. I want this little tripod. There was no particular order in which the two spoke. After saying that, the two looked at each other and said, "Good brother." In the end, there were only 2 ancient scrolls left, and each of them picked up one. Mountain Shaking Fist. Xiong Er glanced at the name on the ancient scroll, then he looked at the one in Yi Chen's hand and asked, "What is that? What is this?" Yi Chen grinned, looking at the ancient scroll in his hand in surprise. Secret to enhancing male sexual performance. Yi Chen said as the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Secret to enhancing sexual performance. Xiong Er's eyes lit up when he heard this. Come on, let's switch. Xiong Er snatched it away on the spot, then stuffed his own book into Yi Chen's pocket. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched again. Hee, not bad, not bad. Xiong Er lowered his head and flipped through the book, reading with great interest, laughing as he read, as if he had not noticed the look of disgust in Yi Chen's eyes. Weird. Yi Chen rubbed his brows and focused his attention on the secret technique of shaking mountain fist. After a quick look, Yi Chen discovered that the mountain shaking fist and the thunder palm were similar in nature. Both were mystical techniques that focused on attacking, and they required a very high level of physical fitness. Otherwise, one would definitely be counterattacked by the overbearing internal energy. After a brief rest for half an hour, the two set off again. This time, the two of them had a smooth journey. When the sky was full of stars, the two stopped in front of a vast and dark land. Look, that's the netherworld black market. Xiong Er pointed ahead. Without Xiong Er saying anything, Yi Chen was already staring at the black land in the distance. The netherworld black market covers an area of dozens of miles in radius, like a scorched earth, and is completely shrouded in darkness. Before he even walked in, he could smell the blood, brutality, and cold air coming towards him. Let's go. Xiong Er had already dragged Yi Chen into the netherworld black market. As soon as he walked in, Yi Chen felt a strange and powerful force, so much so that his cultivation was suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. What's going on? Yi Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiong Er. Don't be surprised. Xiong Er said, every time there is an auction, a powerful ban will be set up here. Everyone who comes here will have their cultivation suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. Even the strong ones in the Kongming realm can be suppressed. Yi Chen looked at Xiong Er tentatively. Without exception. So powerful. Yi Chen's eyes were stern, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Who set up this restriction? It's too powerful. Tiangshuanman. Xiong Er said, not forgetting to point to the netherworld black market. Yi Chen looked in the direction and found that in the center of the netherworld black market, there was another building suspended in the air, dozens of feet above the ground. The building was majestic, like a symbol that would not tolerate any infringement. Even at such a long distance, Yi Chen seemed to be able to feel a terrifying pressure. What is the origin of Tiangshuanman? Why have I never heard of such a force in the Chu? Yi Chen looked at Xiong Er in surprise. Xiong Er, who always knew everything, shook his head slightly this time. My uncle told me that before Heng Yu's sect was founded, Tianxian sect was already here. They don't belong to any sect, but their members are mysterious and powerful. I heard that their leader is a cultivator in Tianji realm. Tianji realm. Yi Chen couldn't help but be shocked. There are 6 levels of cultivators: qi condensation, Ren Yuan, True Yang, Ling Su, Kong Ming, and Tian Ji. One step at a time, they ascend to heaven. Even the three major sects in the more powerful bloodthirsty palace do not have cultivators in the heavenly realm. How could Yichen not be shocked? Although they are located in the netherworld black market, they never interfere in the conflicts in this land. Only during the auction every 3 years will they strictly prohibit the fighting here. Xiong Er said again. It is said that the people from the bloodthirsty palace once came here to cause trouble but were defeated and killed. The Tianxian sect is like a symbol of this land. No sect or cultivation family dares to challenge their majesty. Yichen said nothing but just looked up at Tiangshuanmen quietly, his eyes full of awe. Thinking in their minds, the two continued to walk deeper. Yichen discovered that although the cultivators coming and going here had a powerful aura, their cultivation had been suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. This made him sigh. No matter how strong you are outside, you will have to lie down here. The deeper he went, the more Yichen sighed. This netherworld black market is just as chaotic as the legend says. As he walked along the way, he saw many pavilions and towers, but there were even more collapsed houses. There was still undried blood in many places, and everywhere was the mess left by the war. Moreover, the people here are all tough and ferocious, with bloodshot eyes full of brutality. Come, take a look, there's a big sale on spiritual stones and spiritual liquids. Daoyo, do you want a spiritual weapon? These are all top-quality goods. The two came to a bustling place, where they could hear hawking sounds everywhere and street stalls selling all kinds of things. Huo Linglong. Yichen saw a treasure displayed on a stall, and his eyes flashed with fiery brilliance. 7-colored blood crystal. Red blood lotus paste. Along the way, Yichen was constantly watching with fascination. How about it? It's fresh, right? Xiong Er twisted his fat body and walked in front, like a small Maitreya Buddha. It looked funny and attracted many eyes from all around. It's quite fresh. Yichen sighed. Don't underestimate the stall owners here. Xiong Er whispered, most of them have disguised themselves. Who knows, one of them might be an elder of a sect or a strongman from a cultivation family. I believe this. The auction doesn't start until tomorrow. Let's just walk around. It's quite lively here at night. Xiong Er said as he pulled out a chicken leg from his crotch and ate it shamelessly, not caring at all about the disdainful looks from the people around him. Ah! As he said this, he let out a light exclamation, and his eyes became bright, as if he had seen something he liked. You can walk around. I'll go over there and take a look. Xiong Er said, stuffing the remaining chicken leg back into his crotch, then walked away in one direction. Yichen looked around and couldn't help rubbing his brows. There were a lot of people gathered there, it was very lively with 3 layers of people inside and outside, and there was also a sign standing there, Aphrodisiac Tiger Whip. Weird. Yichen smacked his lips, thinking that this netherworld black market really had everything for sale. After Xiong Er left, Yichen wandered around the stalls. He picked and chose along the way, hoping in his heart that Jinhua could give him some hint or something, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to tell which was the treasure and which was the counterfeit. My friend, these are all my treasures. Don't regret it if you don't buy it. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see this stall again. Yichen had been listening to these shouts all the way here. The things on the stalls dazzled him. Many of the things were things he had never seen before, and many of them were things he could not understand. Suddenly, Yichen stopped and stared blankly at the distance. There, a woman in white walked gracefully, her long black hair flowing and her sleeves fluttering, like a blooming lotus. She is like a fairy descended from heaven, untainted by the dust of this world. Upon closer inspection, isn't this person Ji Ningxuang from the Hangyue sect? She's here too. Yichen murmured as he watched from afar, his beating heart suddenly aching. Meeting his former lover here made him feel as if he was in a different world. He no longer loved Ji Ningxuang, but he didn't hate her either. The pain in his heart was only brief. Suddenly, Yichen took out a ghost mask from his arms and covered his face. The figures moved, and Ji Ningxuang followed the crowd. She was not alone, there was also a young man with a leisurely temperament beside her. He was truly graceful and elegant, and his every move revealed his gentle and graceful demeanor. Yichen recognized this person. He was Hua Yun, who was ranked first among the 9 true disciples of the Xingyang sect. Junior Sister Ji, let's go look somewhere else. Hua Yun gently waved his folding fan, his smile as gentle as a spring breeze, looking very comfortable. Ji Ningxuang looked calm, but did not refuse. Suddenly, she and Yichen passed each other. The former lovers met again, but they were like strangers. Yichen walked slowly, with steady and powerful steps, without looking back. It was unknown when Xiong Er finally found him. Why are you wearing a mask? Xiong Er looked at Yichen unhappily. It took me a long time to find you. I just bought it. Does it look good? Yichen took off the mask. Too much money to burn. Xiong Er cursed, let's go, I've found a place to stay, let's go and rest first. The two of them, one in front and one behind, came to the depths of the netherworld black market. In front of him were rows of pavilions, which served as places for people to stay during the auction. After entering a suite, Xiong Er locked himself in his room, apparently to study his secret book of aphrodisiac. Don't make up for it. Yichen cursed and turned to walk into his room. Locking the door tightly, Yichen took out the small tripod. The small tripod seemed to have been buried underground for a long time. It was mottled all over, and there was a burst of ancient air coming towards it. I wonder what secrets are hidden in it. Yichen said as he took out the small purple gold gourd and pulled out the stopper. Buzz. Suddenly, the small purple gold gourd trembled. Then, the small vortex reappeared, and the small tripod containing the bottle was swallowed up by the small purple gold gourd on the spot. Buzz. Buzz. After swallowing the small tripod, the small purple gold gourd began to hum violently and shake violently. Seeing this, Yichen's eyes became bright. Even the small purple gold gourd had such a big reaction. The mystery hidden in the small tripod must be extraordinary. What is the secret? Rubbing his hands, Yichen could no longer hold back and looked into the small gourd. The small purple gold gourd was hazy and filled with refreshing spiritual liquid, and the small tripod was suspended above the spiritual liquid, without any tremors or flashes of light, just floating there quietly. Yichen frowned slightly and continued to wait. It was not until an hour later that the small purple gold gourd made a humming sound and spit out the small tripod. However, Yichen did not realize that just before the small tripod was spit out, a drop of blood dripped from the tripod and merged into the spiritual liquid in the small gourd. This is gone. Not getting the secret in the tripod, Yichen looked at the small purple gold gourd in astonishment. Being stared at by Yichen, the small purple gold gourd seemed to be fine, still slowly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Waving his hand to take the small purple gold gourd, Yichen picked up the small tripod from the ground. The small tripod still looked the same as before it was swallowed. I just don't believe it. Yichen cursed inwardly, and with a wave of faith, he immediately summoned the true fire and wrapped the small tripod. An hour later. Yichen retracted the true fire, sat down on the ground, and panted heavily. The small tripod was still intact. It had been burned by Yichen's true fire for more than an hour but had not melted. What are you doing? You can ignore the burning of real fire. Yichen held the small tripod in his hand, sighing and smacking his lips. Even the real fire couldn't melt it. He was really so angry that he lost his temper. Damn it. Cursing inwardly again, Yichen held the small purple gold gourd, tilted his head back and took a few gulps of the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid entered his body and flowed through his entire body like a clear spring as usual. However, what puzzled Yichen was that the spiritual liquid he swallowed this time was actually a little different from usual. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. Why do I have a strange feeling? Yichen tore at his collar and felt a little hot. Soon, the blood in his body began to circulate faster and even boiled, making him feel as if his body was on fire. After licking his dry lips, he picked up the purple gold gourd again, tilted his head back and drank it down in one gulp. But soon, the feeling of being burned by fire became more and more intense. Shaking his head, Yichen felt a little dizzy and the feeling of dry mouth came again. He poured more spiritual liquid from the purple gold gourd into his mouth, but the more he drank, the thirstier he became, and the thirstier he became, the more he wanted to drink. Unknowingly, he had already drunk most of the spiritual liquid in the purple gold gourd. What happened? Yi Chen's eyes became blurry and even his vision became a little blurry. As a result, because he drank too much spiritual liquid, he didn't even notice that his cultivation had advanced to the 6th level of qi condensation. Ah! At some point, he growled and tore off his clothes. He felt as if his body was on fire, and even every tiny pore in his body was bursting with flames. Water. Subconsciously grabbing the purple gold gourd, Yi Chen tilted his head back and drank it violently, without stopping for a long time. Boo. Soon, such a voice came from his body again. Not long after his advancement, his cultivation level jumped from the 6th level of qi condensation to the 7th level of qi condensation, and his cultivation level was approaching the peak of the 7th level. If he continued like this, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the 8th level. Ah! With another low roar, Yi Chen's form changed. His eyes were bloodshot and veins on his forehead were popping out. That's not all. An inexplicable black mist emerged from his body, and every pore in his body was filled with black demonic energy. His long black hair turned blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most important thing is that there was a flash of magic light between his eyebrows, and a strange magic pattern appeared and disappeared. He held his head and staggered on the ground. He felt a buzzing in his head and it felt like his skull was about to explode. At some point, he fell to the ground and fainted. The room fell into silence. I don't know how long it took before he recovered. There was no conversation all night, and dawn came in the blink of an eye. As a ray of setting sun shone through the window onto his face, he sat up suddenly. After a brief moment of daze, he hurriedly checked his body and found that his clothes were torn to shreds by himself. My cultivation. He was shocked when he sensed the tremendous power in his body. His realm had actually climbed to the 3rd level, the 8th level of qi condensation. What happened last night? After a moment of trance, he remembered what happened last night. Waving for the purple gold gourd, Yi Chen's eyes became bright and dark. It was because he drank the spiritual liquid in it last night that all kinds of strange things happened later. His body felt like it was on fire, and his mind was roaring and about to explode. Is there something wrong with this spiritual liquid? Yi Chen pulled out the stopper of the gourd and was about to find out what was going on, but the door was kicked open by Xiong. Let's go, the auction is about to begin. Well. Yi Chen responded, covered the gourd with a stopper, then put away the purple gold gourd and walked out with Xiong. When the two went downstairs, they found that the street was full of people, and without exception, they were all heading towards the center of the netherworld black market. This scene is extremely grand. Yi Chen said, putting on the ghost mask again. These are disguise pills and voice-changing pills. Take one. Xiong took out 2 pills from his crotch and handed them to Yi Chen. They can change a person's appearance and voice. It's better to be safe than sorry. Yi Chen wanted to take it, but when he remembered that Xiong had taken it out from his crotch, he coughed dryly. You keep it. I'd better wear the mask. As he spoke, he took out a mask from his arms and put it on his face. No need to bother. Xiong was shameless and swallowed the voice-changing pill and the appearance-disguising pill without caring about Yi Chen's disdainful look. Why is your storage bag in your crotch? Safety. Near the center of the netherworld black market, there is a loft that towers into the clouds and looks majestic. This attic is called Sunglong Pavilion, and it is where auctions are held in Yudu over the years. At this moment, looking down from the air, people from all directions are gathering together. Each of them is not simple, they just act in a low-key manner. Soon, there was a huge crowd of people in front of the Sunglong Pavilion. Why haven't you opened the door yet? Some people were already getting impatient. The time has not come yet, why rush? I wonder what Tiangshuanmen will auction this time. The auction hosted by Tiangshuanmen is indeed extraordinary. Behind the crowd, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Soon, the door of Sunglong Pavilion hummed and slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, an old man in black holding a green dragon staff was the first to step in. Who is this person? He is so arrogant. You don't even know this. That's the Black Mountain Old Man, who dominates the area. I am short-sighted. After the Black Mountain old men, several other old men filed in. Immediately afterwards, people came and rushed into the Cunlong pavilion. Let's go. Xiong Er also followed the crowd and squeezed in. His small piece of fresh meat was almost squeezed into a meat patty. Yichen waited until there were few people around before he walked in. After walking in, Yichen discovered that the Cunlong pavilion was a world of its own, with a radius of 10,000 feet. The palace is decorated with carved railings and jade bricks, and looks divine. Even the magical herbs and flowers used as decoration are extraordinary. What a generous deal! Yichen sighed. The people who came in quickly found their seats. The monks who came to the auction for the first time had a look of novelty in their eyes, while those monks who had been there before seemed much more indifferent. That's it, that's it. Xiong Er pulled Yichen to a jade table in a corner. This guy was not polite. He grabbed the spiritual fruit on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, and while doing so, he didn't forget to put a few into his arms. Please leave some for me. Yichen couldn't help but curse. You couldn't eat it because you were wearing a mask, so I ate it for you. I'll eat you to death. After an unknown amount of time, an old man sat down next to their table. Upon closer inspection, he was the old man in purple who appeared in the wilderness yesterday. Yichen couldn't help but feel frightened when he glanced sideways at the old man in purple. Although his cultivation was suppressed, the old man in purple gave him the feeling of a huge mountain pressing down on him. Yichen withdrew his gaze, and the old man in purple also turned his head slightly to look at Yichen, but a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. People from the Qi family in southern Xinjiang are here. Someone shouted. At the door, 3 old men in gray had already walked in and went straight to the private room on the 2nd floor. The Situ family from western Shu has also arrived. Is that the Wang family from Beichuan? They're here too. The Shangguan family of Dongyue. Most of those who came were from cultivation families, and the scene was quite grand, attracting the attention of all the cultivators in the Tiange. Is no one from your Xiong family coming? After taking a look at the people from the wealthy family who kept walking in, Yichen couldn't help but look at Xiong Er. Here he comes. Xiong Er, who was chewing a spiritual fruit, pointed at a sturdy, fat-headed, big-eared man and said, "Look, that's my second uncle. Your uncle looks quite casual. That's a must." Someone from Hengyue's sect is here too, someone else shouted. Hearing this, Yichen and Xiong Er looked over and saw a middle-aged man carrying a sword had already walked into the gate. His figure was as tall as a mountain, and he walked like a dragon and a tiger, showing his decisive and swift spirit. Is this person from Hengyue's sect? How come I have never seen him before? Yichen turned his head and looked at Xiong Er. Have you seen him before? The leader of the inner sect's Yujian Peak. Xiong Er actually recognized him and said, I think his name is Feng Wuhan. The people from Xinjiang sect have also arrived. As he was speaking, another voice came from below. It belonged to a gray-haired old man. Wu Changqing. Yichen recognized this man at a glance. Wasn't he the elder of the Xinjiang sect's law enforcement hall? The person who drove him out of the Xinjiang sect that day was this Wu Changqing. The Qingyun sect has also sent people here. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man in green walked in with a cane, followed by an old woman and a young man in purple. When Yichen looked over, his eyes narrowed instantly, especially when he saw the young man in white. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Wasn't the person who destroyed his dantian that day the young man in purple? Yichen recognized him. Even if he turned into ashes, he would recognize him. He was the second-ranked true disciple among the 9 true disciples of Qingyun sect, Lu Ji. This vengeance must be avenged. Yichen clenched his fist subconsciously. When the people from the 3 sects went up to the 2nd floor one after another, 3 more people came in one after another from the door, an old man with gray hair, a middle-aged man in purple robes, and a young man in white robes. Seeing this, Yichen's eyes narrowed again. Aren't these 3 the same 3 people who chased Chu Linger in the monster forest that day? Yichen never thought that he would meet them here again. People from the bloodthirsty palace. There were many voices of surprise at the scene. There are 1 hall and 3 sects in Great Chu. The bloodthirsty hall dominates northern Chu. It is a real giant that even the 3 sects dare not provoke easily. This is going to be fun. If you want to take pictures of your baby, I'm afraid it's not that easy. Below, on a high platform, an old figure has walked up. Everyone here calls him Yang Gulao. You should all know the rules here, so I won't waste my words. Elder Yang spoke crisply. The auction begins. Then, a man walked onto the stage holding a magic sword. The magic sword was surrounded by purple light, and its sharp sword light was intimidating. It would occasionally make a clanging sound. It was definitely a terrifying killing sword. The starting price of the Ziyang sword is 50,000 spirit stones. The highest bidder will get it. Elder Yang said calmly. I'll offer 51,000. Soon, someone raised a sign. 53,000. 60,000. In just a dozen breaths, the price of a spiritual sword began to rise. As the price continued to increase, the auction became more and more heated. This is too expensive. Sitting in the corner, Yichin couldn't help but click his tongue. The price of the first auction item was so high that he was embarrassed to spend all his spirit stones. Haven't you heard of a good start? Xiong Er said, the first auction item is to liven up the atmosphere, and there will be cheaper items later. 80,000 spirit stones. 85,000. 90,000. Below, the competition was still fierce. In order to get the Ziyang sword, everyone raised the price desperately, shouting until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. 100,000. At this moment, a voice came from the second floor. The person who made the bid was Wu Chongqing from Xingyang sect. At this point, the people below simply stopped making any moves. If no one raises the price, this Ziyang sword will belong to the Xingyang sect. On the high platform, Elder Yang glanced down and seeing that no one raised the price, he waved his hand and put the Ziyang sword back into his sleeve. Then, another person came up from the stage, holding a small copper stove in his hand. The small copper stove was engraved with Taoist patterns and glowed with great light. Although it was only as big as a palm, it revealed a majestic aura. Jiyang Copper Furnace, reserve price 30,000, bidding starts now. Soon, someone made a bid, and boldly added 10,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 70,000. I'll give you 90,000. The voices of bidding rose one after another, and everyone seemed determined to get the small copper stove. This small copper stove is not bad. Yichin touched his chin. If you want it, raise the price. Xiong Er said. No money. Just pretend I didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, the small copper furnace below was auctioned at a high price of 150,000 spirit stones, and judging from the situation, it would be difficult to buy the small copper furnace with these 150,000 spirit stones. 160,000. My Qingyun sect will accept it. The voice of the elder of Qingyun sect came from above. All of a sudden, the movements below died down. Apart from the 160,000 spirit stones, the Qingyun sect was such a huge force that not everyone dared to provoke it. Since no one has raised the price, this azure dragon shall belong to the Qingyun sect. Elder Yang looked around and saw that no one had made an offer, so he waved his sleeves and collected the small copper furnace. The next thing he took out was still a spiritual weapon. It was an 8-diagram mirror. As soon as it was taken out, it scattered a scorching spiritual light, shining with divine light, shocking the eye, and revealing a terrifying aura fluctuation. Reserve price, 100,000. Open the auction. 110,000. A Taoist priest in purple clothes below made the first bid. Zhou Tsang, you are so petty that you can't take this Bagua mirror away. On the other side, a white-haired old man with a gloomy face sneered. I'll offer 120,000. The white-haired old man smiled sinisterly. Zhou Tsang's expression turned cold, and he snorted, I'm 10,000 older than you, 130,000. 150,000. I'll give you 170,000. The entire Tsanglong pavilion was filled with the sounds of the two people bidding. It seemed that the two had a grudge against each other for a long time, and there was coldness and hostility between the lines. Even if they had to bite the bullet, they had to compete on the price. Sure enough, this netherworld black market auction was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. In fact, these people were fighting secretly. 200,000. 10,000 older than you, 210,000. The competition for the Bagua mirror was extremely fierce. The two people struggled until their faces turned red and their necks became thick. The balance was broken only when the third person joined in. Then came the fourth and fifth people. As the number of competitors continued to increase, the price of the Bagua mirror soared to as much as 300,000. I was just about to get involved, Xiong Er said angrily. You are such a bunch of beasts for raising the price so high. Why do I feel like this auction has nothing to do with us? It's really frustrating to have no money. Below, the auction for the Bagua mirror had ended, and the person who got it was actually an old man who was as thin as a monkey. Snort. Snort. Those monks who had formed a feud because of the Bagua mirror snorted coldly, with cold light in their eyes. At this time, the fourth auction item had already been taken out by Elder Yang. It was still a spiritual weapon, an exquisite tower, emitting colorful divine light. The colorful divine clouds lingering around it moved like a swimming dragon. 7-colored exquisite tower, starting price is 80,000. The influence of the 7-colored exquisite tower seemed to be greater than the previous 3 spiritual weapons. Once it was taken out, the atmosphere in the Tiange instantly became heated. The important thing was that the cultivation families had joined the battle. 100,000. 150,000. 200,000. With the participation of the cultivation families, the auction became extremely lively. Especially the hostile families, they finally found a reason to fight, and howls echoed in Songlong Pavilion. Amid the competition, the Songlong Pavilion was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, with cold eyes flashing everywhere. If fighting was not prohibited here, I'm afraid these big sects would have jumped out to join the fight long ago. In this land, there are countless families of cultivators, and various grievances are long-standing. The auction on the netherworld black market brought them together here, providing them with a good platform. Although they could not engage in a bloody battle, at least they could compete desperately over prices. The prerequisite was that you had to have money. 300,000. Below, a gray-haired old Taoist gritted his teeth and finally called out the price. What? Do you want your whole family to be wiped out? A sinister laugh came from the private room above. Listening carefully, it was the voice coming from the private room of the bloodthirsty hall. The words were so threatening and intimidating that the gray-haired old Taoist shivered instantly. No, I don't want it anymore. The gray-haired old Taoist hurriedly gave up, fearing that he would anger the bloodthirsty palace and bring disaster to his family. You're smart. The auction continued, and the next few items were all spiritual weapons. After rounds of auctions, the climaxes reached one after another. One terrifying spiritual weapon after another was taken out, shocking the people below and causing an uproar. Soon, a black iron rod was brought to the platform. Iron rod, starting price is 10,000, start bidding. Elder Yang seemed tired, yawned, and spoke casually. As soon as the iron rod was taken out, Yi Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed in the corner, suddenly opened and closed his eyes because his true fire was trembling. Baby. Yi Chen's eyes became bright. Thinking in his mind, he couldn't help but look at the iron rod, or to be more precise, it was an iron rod. It was black all over, rusty, uneven, and had a lot of damage in several places. No matter how you looked at it, there was nothing strange about it. Like Yi Chen, the monks below were also staring at the iron rod with wide eyes. What is this? Someone looked at Elder Yang suspiciously. Didn't I tell you? An iron rod. Elder Yang glanced at the men. Of course, you can also use it as a firewood stick. Hearing this, not only that person, but everyone else couldn't help but twitch their lips. You are too casual. Elder Yang spoke so casually that the cultivators below curled their lips. If you don't take it seriously, it must not be a treasure. It looks too ugly. I wouldn't buy it even if I had money. No one wants it. After glancing down and seeing no one answering, Elder Yang was about to take the iron rod. Wait a minute. At this moment, a voice came from the corner. I want this iron rod. Ah. The abrupt words made everyone in the audience look at him sideways. The one who spoke was naturally Yi Chen. It was a rare opportunity to come across a treasure that was vibrating with real fire, so he would not let it go. Senior, I want 10,000 spirit stones. Are you sick? You want to buy a broken iron rod with 10,000 spirit stones? Xiong Er on the side couldn't help but curse. It's cheap. The conversation between the two instantly caused everyone to burst into laughter, and the old guys were all amused by Yi Chen and Xiong Er. If no one raises the price, then this iron rod will belong to this young friend. Wait a minute. Before Elder Yang could finish his words, he was interrupted by a voice, 1 in 10,000, this iron rod will be taken by my Xingyang sect. Ah! The whole audience exclaimed softly and looked towards the source of the voice. The one who was bidding was Wu Changqing, an elder of the Xingyang sect. He had a high and mighty attitude, and the meaning between the lines seemed to indicate that the iron rod was in his possession. In the corner, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and he raised the price again. I'll offer 12,000. Upon hearing this, there was another burst of exclamations from below. Who is this kid? You dare to steal something from the Xingyang sect, and what you stole was a black iron rod. He's probably crazy. Amid the noise, Wu Changqing smiled leisurely. Boy, do you know who you are robbing from? Elder, are you trying to scare me? Yi Chen glanced at the private room on the second floor. Very good, you have guts. Wu Changqing smiled playfully. It's been a long time since anyone dared to snatch things from my Xingyang sect. In this case, I'll play with you. I'll pay you 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000. Yi Chen's voice sounded immediately. 30,000. 31,000. Yi Chen followed with a sneer on his face. He had already planned to fight Wu Changqing to the end by risking all his belongings. Even if it was not for the iron rod, he wanted to save his dignity for being ruthlessly driven down the mountain that day. Very good, I'll offer 40,000. Wu Changqing's words were still full of mockery. In his eyes, tens of thousands of spirit stones were really not worth mentioning. 100,000. Cough cough. Yi Chen really never stops until he says something shocking. One sentence almost choked everyone in the audience to death. Are you crazy? Xiong Er couldn't help but scold Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored him, but looked up at the private room on the second floor and said with a smile, Elder, are you enjoying playing like this? Only 100,000. Wu Changqing obviously did not expect Yi Chen to offer 100,000 in one breath, which made his face a little gloomy. You know, he is an elder of a sect, but his courage to make an offer was suppressed by a junior. How could he not be angry? 110,000. Wu Changqing sneered, boy, give me more if you dare. 200,000. Puff. I. As soon as these words were spoken, the sound of spitting water could be heard from below. Whose baby is this? 200,000, what a bold move. Now, Yi Chen became the focus. Even Elder Yang on the high platform couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He couldn't help but pay attention to the fact that a junior dared to snatch things from the Xingyang sect. At this moment, too many people couldn't help but turn around and look over. Yi Chen, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and sipped his tea leisurely. He knew that in terms of financial resources, he was no match for Wu Changqing, but for the sake of the treasure, he decided to give Wu Changqing a try. Even if he couldn't get the treasure, he would make Wu Changqing spend more spirit stones. Of course, 200,000 is his limit, and that's even including the jade spirit liquid. He originally intended to use it to buy black steel and black iron, but now it seems like he's going to go crazy here. Looking at Wu Changqing again, his face had turned ashen. How could he have imagined that a junior would dare to snatch things from the Xingyang sect so openly and even offer a price of 200,000? He was not short of money, but it was really not worthwhile to spend 200,000 to buy a broken iron rod. Now he is in a dilemma. If he buys it, it is not cost-effective. If he doesn't buy it, it will not only be his face that will be lost, but the entire Xingyang sect will become the laughingstock of everyone present. 210,000. If you have the ability, raise the price for me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Changqing gritted his teeth and raised the price again. Now, it was Yi Chen's turn to be in trouble, as 200,000 was his limit. Boy, do you really want to take the iron rod? Seeing Yi Chen in trouble, Xiong Er on the side asked in a low voice. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiong Er immediately took out a storage bag from his crotch and said, I only have 300,000 yuan here. I'll lend it to you. Remember to return it to me. Hearing this, Yi Chen was a little surprised. He never thought that Xiong Er would be so loyal at the critical moment. This made him feel warm in his heart. At worst, I can come again next time. Xiong Er spread his hands. Thank you. Yi Chen smiled gratefully. 300,000. As his voice rang out, it caused a sensation in the audience again. At this moment, even Ji Ningxuang, who was always cold and indifferent, couldn't help but look at him in surprise. When she saw Yi Chen wearing a mask, her pretty eyebrows frowned slightly. Looking at Wu Changqing's face again, it had become extremely gloomy and scary, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and he actually had murderous intent. If you have murderous intentions again, don't blame me for being rude. Catching Wu Changqing's murderous intentions, Elder Yang couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Being rebuked in public, Wu Changqing clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, I'll pay 310,000. 500,000. This kid is going to go against the will of heaven. All of a sudden, everyone in the audience looked over at him. Who would have thought that an iron rod that was considered as a scrap would be sold at a sky-high price of 500,000? Looking back at the entire auction, this is probably the only item that has reached such a high price. Bang! Wu Changqing was completely furious when he heard the sound of tables and chairs being smashed in the private room of Xingyang sect. But he did not raise the price after all. A few tens of thousands of spirit stones were not worth mentioning, but 500,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. Although he was an elder of a sect, he did not have the courage to spend 500,000 spirit stones to buy a broken iron rod. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Changqing did not say a word, which made Yi Chen let out a deep breath. 500,000, I hope you won't let me down. As he spoke, Yi Chen did not forget to take a look at the iron rod on the stage. Since no one is bidding higher, this iron rod belongs to that young man. Elder Yang made the final decision. Several more spiritual weapons were auctioned next. Although the prices were not low and the bidding was lively, none of them were as thrilling as the iron rod. As the sun set, today's auction came to an end. Today's auction ends here and will continue tomorrow. Those who have bid on items, please bring your money and come to the back hall to pick them up. As Yang Laozhong announced that the auction was over for today, the people from Canglong Pavilion stood up one after another, still reluctant to leave after bidding for the iron rod. So much so that when everyone took a stand, they would look at Yi Chen meaningfully. I'll go get the iron rod, you go back first. Yi Chen looked around at the people standing there, then glanced at the private room on the second floor, and then looked at Xiong Er, be careful behind you when you go out. It's okay. My uncle is here. Xiong Er waved his hand, slipped into the crowd, and disappeared in a flash. After Xiong Er left, Yi Chen walked towards the back hall of Canglong Pavilion. Many people came to auction items, including Wu Changqing. Seeing Yi Chen, Wu Changqing's face became extremely gloomy, and his voice was icy cold. Boy, I will let you know the price of provoking my Xingyang sect. It's a fair auction, and the one with the highest bid wins. Senior, you're reluctant to spend money, and you blame me for that. Yi Chen sneered. I hope you'll still be as eloquent as ever when the auction is over. Wu Changqing threw away his robe and walked away. Do you think I will give you a chance? Looking at Wu Changqing, who was leaving with a sneer, Yi Chen turned and walked into the back hall. Seeing that it was Yi Chen, Elder Yang, who was sitting on the futon, couldn't help but cast a glance at him. Little guy, you are quite courageous today. Senior, you're making fun of me. Elder Yang did not ask any more questions, but took out the black iron rod with a flick of his hand. Yi Chen had already taken out a storage bag and handed it to him with great pain. 500,000 spirit stones truly bankrupted him. Thank you, Senior. After collecting the iron rod, Yi Chen bowed and was about to leave when he was stopped by Elder Yang. Wait a minute, my friend. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but turn around and looked at Elder Yang in confusion. Senior, do you have anything else to say? I'm fine, but someone wants to see you about something. Elder Yang smiled gently, and as he spoke, he extended his arm and made a gesture of invitation. Young friend, please come in. Yi Chen was a little flattered by Elder Yang's sudden politeness. Go in. Someone is waiting for you. Elder Yang smiled kindly again. Although he was surprised, Yi Chen still walked in the direction pointed by Elder Yang. He knew that in the Canglong Pavilion, it was no longer up to him to decide whether to enter or not. Instead of doing this, it would be better to take the initiative. I walked in through the door of the back hall and found that there was a small courtyard behind it. The small courtyard is a world of its own, radiant with brilliance, lined with rockery, and planted with exotic flowers and plants. The sound of gurgling water can be heard clearly, making Yi Chen marvel at the extraordinary nature of Canglong Pavilion. Who would have thought that there would be such a unique small garden in the netherworld black market? Young friend, please come this way. Just as Yi Chen was exclaiming in amazement, a gentle voice came from the pavilion in the small courtyard. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen was stunned again. Wasn't the man sitting in the pavilion the old man in purple who sat next to him at the auction today? Is he from the Tianxian sect? This was the first thought in Yi Chen's mind. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in the back garden of the Canglong Pavilion, and he would not have allowed Elder Yang to show such a polite attitude. Come on. The old man in purple called out to Yi Chen. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen walked up to the pavilion and respectfully bowed to the purple-robed old man. Junior greets senior. No need to be polite, just sit down. The old man in purple smiled. Although he was a strong man, he did not put on airs at all, making Yi Chen think that the person in front of him was just an ordinary old man. I don't know why the senior called me here. Yi Chen looked at the old man in purple with confusion. Please help me. Please, ask me for help. Yi Chen was stunned again, feeling extremely surprised that the dignified Tianxian sect would actually ask him for help. To be more precise, I want to ask for help from the true fire in your body. The old man in purple looked at Yi Chen meaningfully. Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. The only person who knew that he had real fire was the fat boy Xiong Er. He thought he had hidden it very well, but he never expected that he was still caught by the old man in purple. Seeing Yi Chen's vigilance, the purple-clothed old man smiled gently. Don't worry, young friend, I'm asking for your help, that's all. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile awkwardly. What could he do even if he was worried? Here, as a chi condensation realm person, he really had no confidence. The purple-clothed old man was already very polite by not snatching it on the spot. Of course, it's not in vain. I will give you corresponding compensation. Or if you want anything, just ask for it. The purple-clothed old man said again. Now that things have come to this, Yi Chen will naturally not be pretentious and will not refuse the opportunity. He took a deep breath, coughed, touched the tip of his nose, and said, I need money. He originally came for the black steel and black iron, but who would have thought that he would lose everything in the bidding for that iron rod? In addition to Xiong Er's foreign debt of 300,000 yuan, he was now extremely short of money. Of course, he didn't say how much. First, he really didn't know how much to ask for. Second, he gave the decision-making power back to the old man in purple. I want money anyway. You can give me more or less if you want. If you don't want to give me any, I won't dare to have any opinion. At the side, the purple-robed old man held the teacup and took a sip. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't say anything else, he couldn't help but look at Yi Chen, that's all. With a chuckle, Yi Chen nodded. The old man in purple smiled slightly, took out a storage bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Thank you, senior. Yi Chen hurriedly accepted it, but he didn't look at it on the spot. It would be useless to look at it. If he gave less, could he ask for more? He had the heart, but not the courage. Let's get started. Okay. Hearing this, Yi Chen hurriedly put the black iron and black steel into the storage bag. Here, the old man in purple has rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned, because the purple-clothed old man's arm was black all over. If you look closely, you can see strange runes appearing and disappearing on the surface of his arm. What is this? Yi Chen looked up at the old man in purple. Witchcraft. Witch curse. Hearing this name, Yi Chen couldn't help but recall the fragments of words about witch curse he had seen in the Xingyang sect's library a few years ago. The witch curse is an extremely vicious curse that can only be cast by the legendary witch tribe. Once you are struck by it, if it cannot be contained or eliminated in time, you will surely be devoured by the witch curse and die. As for the witch clan, they have a great background. They are an ancient and mysterious race. Together with the demon clan, immortal clan, spirit clan, ancient clan, monster clan, god clan, dragon clan, and barbarian clan, they are known as the 9 ancient clans. Each of them is extremely powerful and are genuine ancient giants. Yi Chen was extremely surprised. He never thought that such a powerful cultivator like the old man in purple would have such a witch clan curse mark in his body. Senior, can my true fire help you overcome this curse? Knowing how powerful the curse was, Yi Chen lost some of his confidence. Of course, ordinary true fire won't work, but your true fire might work. After these words came out, Yi Chen's expression froze, and he looked at the purple-clothed old man in astonishment. Senior, is it possible that true fire is divided into strong and weak? Of course. In response to Yi Chen's question, the purple-clothed old man smiled slightly. I have seen a lot of true fire, but this is the first time I have seen golden true fire like yours. But I don't think my true fire is very strong. Yi Chen scratched his head. True fire is born from heaven and earth, and is inherently spiritual. It will naturally be suppressed by the master's cultivation. You are only in the qi condensation realm, and your true fire will only have the ability corresponding to your cultivation, and... At this point, the purple-clothed old man paused and looked at Yi Chen meaningfully, and your true fire has not yet awakened. Not awakened. Yi Chen became more and more surprised the more he listened. I can only say that it is not an ordinary true fire. At least in my opinion, it is stronger than all the true fire I have ever seen. The old man in purple seemed to be hiding something. It would not do any good for Yi Chen to say more. Yi Chen was still unsatisfied, but he knew how to restrain himself and did not ask any more questions. Come on. The old man in purple had raised his arm and put up his palm. Yi Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately raised his arm, placing his palm together with the palm of the old man in purple. Suddenly, his mind moved, and true fire gushed out freely, flowing through his palm into the arm of the old man in purple, turning into countless rays, tightly wrapping the runes. Demonic blood. When the purple-clothed old man's eyes actually came into contact with Yi Chen's body, they suddenly became extremely deep. He stared at Yi Chen, as if he could see the blood flowing in Yi Chen's body. He caught a glimpse of bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and violence from it. The old man in purple narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Chen imperceptibly. How could there be demon blood in his body? The old man in purple murmured in his heart, and he could see that Yi Chen obviously didn't know that the blood of the ancient demon clan was hidden in his blood. The doubts in my mind were interrupted by the pain in my arm. The purple-robed old man withdrew his thoughts from Yi Chen and focused his gaze on his own arm. Wrapped in Yi Chen's true fire, the curse mark of the witch spell felt the strong threat and struggled violently. Seeing this, the old man in purple pointed his finger and completely trapped the curse on his arm to prevent it from spreading to other parts of his body. An hour passed quietly, and Yi Chen was already sweating profusely. His true fire was still burning, but the curse was apparently so deeply rooted that it could compete with the true fire. As a result, after so much time had passed, he could only burn away a tiny bit of the curse. Black steel and black iron are not easy to get. Yi Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thinking about it now, he regretted that the reward was so low. The curse and mark were far beyond the evil thoughts in Xiong Er's mace. It was not something that could be refined overnight. It would take a long time to completely eliminate it. Yi Chen felt a little tired, and the old man in purple gently placed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, and poured his essence into Yi Chen's body. The essence entering his body gave Yi Chen a great shock. You only need to refine one of the spell patterns. The purple-clothed old man said, the spell is linked together by the spell patterns. Once one spell pattern is refined, I will be able to break the spell. Yi Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and the flames of true fire rose instantly. 6 hours later, he lost strength for the first time and took back his true fire while panting. Looking at the purple-clothed old man's arm at this time, the spell patterns on it have become chaotic, and the witch spells connected to the spell patterns have also become uncertain in brightness. The old man in purple was truly a person with great supernatural powers. He put 2 fingers together and pressed them on his arm, starting from the shoulder and moving them continuously downwards. The curse seal that was integrated into his arm was forcefully forced out by him. Yi-Chen did not disturb them, but quietly left the small courtyard. When he returned to the back hall again, he took out the storage bag given to him by the old man in purple. He took a quick look inside and was shocked. 500,000. Seeing the number of spirit stones, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. What a generous gesture. Yi-Chen sighed and smacked his lips, his heart pounding. He never thought that the purple-clothed old man would give him so many spirit stones. It really exceeded his expectations. Ah! After a slight exclamation, Yi-Chen discovered that in addition to the 500,000 spirit stones in the storage bag, there was also a small note. Taking out the small note, Yi-Chen glanced at it hurriedly. The iron rod is a gift from Tianxian sect to you, little friend. The 500,000 spirit stones will be returned in full. It turns out he is from Tianxian sect. Yi-Chen touched his chin. Thinking this in his mind, he walked out of the back hall and came to the street. He was in a good mood. The 500,000 spirit stones were back, which gave him a little confidence. He felt at ease with the money in his hands. It was getting late, but there were still many people on the street and the sounds of hawking were still going on. Yi-Chen did not go back immediately, but wandered around the street, looking at the stalls on both sides, looking for the black steel and black iron he needed. Finally, he stopped in front of a shabby old man's stall. Black steel and black iron. Yi-Chen had just stopped and set his eyes on two irregular stones, one black and the other shiny. Both were not big, only the size of eggs. His arrival did not seem to attract the attention of the wretched old man. At this moment, the guy was looking at the passing woman with shining eyes, and while looking, he was showing the kind of wretched smile. Somehow, when Yi-Chen saw the old man for the first time, he felt the urge to kick him. Old man, if you look at me again, I will take your things away. Ah! The old man's eyes immediately turned over, he coughed dryly, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth very calmly, and his expression changed 180 degrees. He first stroked his small tuft of beard and looked like a senior expert. The corner of Yi-Chen's mouth twitched suddenly, and he thought to himself that the old man's acting skills were really amazing. He was still looking at the beauty in an obscene way the previous second, and now he turned into a senior master. If you don't know, you would think that this guy is really a senior master. My friend, I can tell at a glance that you are a connoisseur of valuables. All I have here are treasures, waiting for the right person. The old man stroked his beard in his trademark way, but his face always had a lewd expression. Cut. Yi-Chen didn't think much of it. He had passed by so many stalls and almost everyone said the same thing, so he was no longer surprised. I want this piece of black iron and black steel. Yi-Chen said without hesitation, pointing at the black iron and black steel. 100,000. The old man raised a finger. 50,000. Yi-Chen directly revealed the price. Damn, 100,000 spirit stones, can't I just buy it directly from Chow Tai Fook? Why should I travel thousands of miles to this netherworld black market? Hey, kid, you're bargaining too hard for the price. The wretched old man blew his beard and glared. My master taught me to buy half of the things first. Yi-Chen looked at the wretched old man with a harmless face. The wretched old man was about to lose his temper, but he managed to hold it back. 90,000, no less. 60,000. Make a deal. Yi-Chen tried his best to bargain with the wretched old man, but he didn't expect the old man to agree so readily, which caught him off guard. Give me money, hurry up. The wretched old man seemed to be in a hurry. He stuffed the black iron and black steel over, and then began to pack up his stall. He looked flustered, as if he had something urgent to do. Yi-Chen was very surprised, but still reached into the storage bag. Zhuge you old bastard, you bastard. Before taking out the spirit stone, Yi-Chen heard a loud curse coming from afar. I couldn't help but glance over and saw a fat old man rushing towards me angrily not far away. Seeing this, Yi-Chen finally understood that the reason why the wretched old stall owner was so anxious was that someone was looking for him to settle a score. Although he thought so in his mind, Yi-Chen still took out the spirit stones. He had to pay for buying things. However, before he could hand over the spirit stone, the wretched old man took the thing and ran away. His speed of escape was really incredible. Fuck you. After the wretched old man, the fat old man also rushed past like a gust of strong wind. The already noisy street became chaotic because of these two old men. Leaving now. Yichen coughed dryly, took out the storage bag containing the spirit stones in his hand, and put them back into the storage bag consciously. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing to buy, Yichen left the noisy street. As soon as he entered the inn, Xiong Er rushed over and grabbed Yichen, yelling, "Damn it, I thought you were assassinated. You've already said that private fighting is prohibited during the auction. No matter how bold Wu Chongqing is, he won't dare to settle accounts with me here." Yichen said, and he did not forget to take out a storage bag from his arms and stuffed it into Xiong Er's hand. "Here, your spirit stones, 300,000, no more, no less." After taking the storage bag, Xiong Er glanced inside, and then looked at Yichen with a pair of surprised eyes. "Why do you still have spirit stones?" "I picked it up." Picked up. Xiong Er chased after Yichen like a follower. "Where did you pick it up?" "I'll go pick up a basket too." "Tiangshuanman." Yichen answered casually, stretched his body, waved his hand and walked towards his room. "I'm exhausted today, I'm going to rest early." Xiong Er wanted to say something, but Yichen had already closed the door. "I picked it up from Tianxian sect." "I'd be surprised if I believed you." Xiong Er muttered, holding the heavy storage bag, and he chuckled again. Returning to the room, Yichen closed the door tightly and took out the small purple gold gourd. He still remembered that it was after he drank the spiritual liquid in the small gourd last night that he felt his body was burning, and the pain in his head as if it was about to explode still scares him to this day. "My body feels like it's on fire and my head is about to explode. My cultivation has also leapt through to the 8th level of qi condensation. There must be something wrong with this spiritual liquid." Mumbling softly, Yichen poured out a drop of spiritual liquid from the small gourd. The spiritual liquid is purple with a purple halo and is crystal clear. It is a fusion of jade spiritual liquid and spiritual liquid. It has a strong medicinal aroma and you will feel refreshed after taking a sip. "No problem." After staring for a while, Yichen touched his chin and said, "It's no different from usual." As he spoke, he swallowed the drop of spiritual liquid into his mouth. As usual, when the spiritual liquid entered his body, it turned into rich essence and merged into his body. There was no feeling of heat like last night at all. Strange. Not feeling anything wrong, Yichen couldn't help scratching his head. Next, he swallowed a few more drops of spiritual liquid continuously. His body still did not feel the strange pain like last night. Instead, he felt warm all over. How strange. Yichen muttered again, then withdrew his thoughts and took out the black iron rod he had bought at the auction today. "I spent 500,000 spirit stones to bid for you, so don't let me down." As he spoke, Yichen stuffed the iron rod into the purple gold gourd. Buzz. As soon as the iron rod was inserted, the small purple gold gourd began to vibrate and hum. Seeing this, Yichen's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and looked at the purple gold gourd with shining eyes, hoping that the small purple gold gourd could find the mystery on the iron rod. However, after the small purple gold gourd made a buzzing sound, there was no further movement. It stood quietly on the table. Apart from the purple gas that occasionally flowed out, there was nothing else. "It's gone just like that." With a look of astonishment on his face, Yichen picked up the small purple gold gourd, shook it a few times subconsciously, and then looked inside through the mouth of the gourd. He discovered that there was nothing unusual about the iron rod in the small purple gold gourd. It was just floating there quietly, as if the purple air flowing around it had nothing to do with it. After an unknown amount of time, Yichen angrily put the purple gold gourd back to its original place. "Your grandmother spent 500,000 spirit stones to buy this broken iron rod of yours." Buzz. The small purple gold gourd seemed to be intelligent. Hearing Yichen's complaints, it trembled again, as if to say, "Don't stuff everything into my stomach." Boo. Then, the small purple gold gourd spit out the black iron rod, and it fell to the ground with a clang. "You have quite a temper." Pursing his lips, Yichen no longer paid attention to the small gourd, but picked up the black iron rod. Only after observing the iron rod at such a close distance did he realize that it was clearly an iron whip. It was completely black and not only covered with rust but also had many potholes all over it. There was really nothing unusual about it. If you can attract the attention of the true fire, I don't believe you are just an ordinary iron whip. Yichen thought to himself, still not giving up, and then summoned the true fire to wrap the black iron whip. The golden true fire burned fiercely, instantly raising the temperature in the room. Under the calcination of true fire, the black iron whip still did not change at all. It ignored the calcination of true fire, which made Yichen frown. Come again. After a moment of hesitation, Yichen increased the intensity of the true fire. However, there was still nothing unusual about the black iron whip. 3 hours later, Yichen, breathlessly, retracted his true fire. 3 hours of calcination with true fire failed to melt the iron whip, but instead made him exhausted. I really don't believe it. Cursing under his breath, Yichen took out the Qixiao sword with a sound, then poured all his energy into it and chopped at the iron whip fiercely. Pound. The sound of metal collision was extremely crisp, and the Qixiao sword was blown away on the spot. Even Yichen was shocked and stepped back. His entire arm was numb and he had no feeling at all. It's really hard. Picking up the Qixiao sword, Yichen saw a small gap on the sword. On the other hand, the iron whip was still stuck in the ground as steady as a rock. The sharp Qixiao sword did not even leave the slightest mark on it. What is this made of? After putting away the Qixiao sword, Yichen looked up and down at the iron whip. Ignoring the true fire forging, even the Scarlet Sky sword could not be shaken at all. He could imagine how extraordinary the material used to make this iron whip was. This made him feel a little more balanced. Spending 500,000 spirit stones to buy an extremely hard iron whip was not as worthless as he had imagined. It's good for hitting people. Touching his chin, Yichen put away the iron whip. Soon, he took out black iron and black steel from the storage bag. The two pieces of spiritual metal placed before his eyes formed a sharp contrast. The black iron was black and hard, while the black steel was bright and flexible. The combination of these two materials was definitely the best choice for making weapons. Yichen summoned the true fire and took out the Qixiao sword again. He wrapped the three of them with the true fire, forged the essence of the black iron and black steel, and refined it into the Qixiao sword. It's a long process. It was almost dawn when he finally calmed down, sweating profusely. Clang. Clang. The room was filled with the sound of swords clanging. At this moment, the Qixiao sword became more and more extraordinary. It was still red in color, and there was sword energy lingering around it without the need to infuse it with true energy. Sometimes, sword beams appeared, with an intimidating sharpness that made Yichen marvel. Not bad, not bad. Holding the Qixiao sword in his hand, Yichen was very happy. The most important thing was that this sword was made by him. In the early morning, the warm sunshine fills the entire netherworld black market. A new day of auction began. People walked out of every attic, and people came from all directions and headed towards the Canglong Pavilion in the center. Do you want it? Before leaving, Xiong Er took out a voice-changing pill and a disguise pill from his crotch and handed them to Yichen. Glancing at Xiong Er's crotch, Yichen coughed dryly and said, "Just leave it there and eat it." As he said that, he took out a wolf head mask from his storage bag, put it on his face, and wanted to eat the pill that Xiong Er took out from his crotch. To be honest, he really couldn't bring himself to eat it. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it. Xiong Er didn't care and stuffed 2 pills into his mouth. Soon, his appearance changed drastically and he became a fat old man with a small tuft of beard on his chin. He was just a little short and didn't look like an old man at all. Following the crowd, the two came to Canglong Pavilion again. Still in the corner, the two of them sat down and started eating, while keeping an eye on the entrance of Canglong Pavilion. People from all the major families in Dachu came in one after another, and none of them gave in. Especially the families that had a long-standing grudge against each other, they all had sullen faces, and it seemed that they were going to do their best to compete for the top spot in this auction. People from the 3 sects arrived shortly after, with the bloodthirsty hall still being the last to appear. Yichen saw Wu Changqing. His old face was so gloomy that it couldn't be gloomier. He had lost face yesterday and became the biggest laughing stock here. After he returned, he was furious and threatened to skin Yichen alive. "Don't be so arrogant. I will make you bleed again today." Glancing at Wu Changqing, Yichen couldn't help but sneer. You better behave yourself today. Xiong Er stammered as he stuffed food into his mouth, be careful of a capsize in the ditch. Wu Changqing is not someone you can easily mess with. No. The figures moved and took their positions. Everyone's eyes turned to the platform in the front. Yesterday's auction items were all spiritual weapons, and today's auction items are mystical arts and secret techniques. This has been the long-standing rule of the netherworld black market. I wonder if we can win a secret technique this time. Before the auction actually started, people were already talking about it. I heard that the mysterious arts and secrets auctioned this time are all extraordinary. So what if we are extraordinary? We have no share in it. Amid the discussion, Yang Gulao, who was presiding over the auction, had already walked up to the platform. He glanced around and said indifferently, "The auction begins." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out an ancient scroll, which instantly made the eyes below him brighten. One Yang finger. Elder Yang suspended the ancient scroll in midair and did not forget to introduce this mysterious art. Refine the ultimate Yang Qi and gather it in one finger. This is called One Yang. Taoist friends with fire attributes may consider bidding. The reserve price is 50,000. The bidding starts now. 60,000. As soon as Elder Yang finished speaking, someone below held up a sign. My Qi family offers 200,000. The second person to make a bid was a gray-robed elder from the Qi family in southern Xinjiang. This guy was extremely arrogant, lying leisurely on the chair with a playful and mocking look on his face. He raised the price by 140,000 spirit stones in one breath, causing those who were about to bid to consciously sit back in their original seats, including Xiong Er. Damn it, I still want to participate. Xiong Er kept cursing. Families of cultivators are all wealthy and powerful. Yi Chen, who was standing aside, sighed. 210,000. Someone raised the price again. The one who made the bid was a beautiful middle-aged woman in a red robe from the Wang family of Beichuan. As both are aristocratic families, the Wang family is no weaker than the Qi family. In a certain sense, it is even stronger than the Qi family. The middle-aged beautiful woman seemed to have seen the extraordinary nature of the One Yang finger and did not want to give it to the Qi family easily. 250,000. After the Wang family, the Situ family of Western Shu also got involved and raised the price by 40,000 in one go. 300,000. The Shangguan family of Dong Yue pushed the auction of One Yang finger to a climax. 310,000. 350,000. All the major cultivation families in Dechu placed bids one after another, and in less than a minute, the price of this Yang finger reached a high price of 500,000, which made the casual cultivators look helpless. It's hopeless. Xiong Er lay on the seat like a dead pig. What a bunch of beasts. Yi Chen also became listless. The attributes of his true energy were extremely hard and yang, so practicing the One Yang finger was perfect for him. However, he was short of money, which made him feel helpless. 550,000. But the next voice made Xiong Er and Yi Chen's eyes light up again, because the person who made the bid was Xiong Er's second uncle. There's hope, there's hope. Xiong Er rubbed his little hands, his two little eyes focused, staring at a sturdy man in front of him. He didn't expect that their Xiong family would also participate in the auction, and their generosity surpassed all the noble families present. In this way, he could learn his favorite one-finger Zen without spending any money. Similarly, Yi Chen rubbed his hands. Considering his friendship with Xiong Er, it was not impossible for him to learn this Yang finger. In the private room on the second floor, the gray-robed elder of the Qi family had a gloomy expression on his face. He looked at Xiong Er's second uncle and said coldly, "Xiong Dashan, you are really courageous. Add more if you dare." Xiong Dashan was very strong, and his words made the Qi family stop moving. Does your Xiong family have a grudge against the Qi family? Yi Chen caught some clues from the words of Xiong Dashan and the elders of the Qi family, and couldn't help but look at Xiong Er standing aside. Of course there is a grudge. Xiong Er cursed angrily, our two families have had a feud since my great-grandfather's generation. Because of a natural spirit stone mine, we often fight each other. That's what I mean. 550,000, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? On the stage, Elder Yang glanced at the chief family's private room, then looked around below. The three sects in the bloodthirsty hall did not participate in the auction after all, which made Yi Chen and Xiong Er feel relieved. Pound. On the stage, Elder Yang has made the final decision. After collecting the ancient scroll of one finger of Yang, Elder Yang took out a jade slip. On the slip were clearly written three large characters, Ling Yun Bu. Mysterious body movement technique, soaring cloud step, starting bid of 30,000. Elder Yang said casually. Compared to the one finger Zen, the soaring cloud step was obviously of a lower grade, but that did not stop the people present from scrambling to buy it, simply because it was the mysterious art being auctioned off by the Tianqian sect. 50,000. I'll give you 70,000. 100,000. The auction of Ling Yunbu was quite popular, but it was still far behind the auction of a Yang finger. In the end, it was bought by a man in a black robe for 130,000 yuan. The auction continues. Elder Yang continued to take out mystical techniques and secrets, and each time he did so, there was a commotion in the Canglong Pavilion. The auction was also full of climaxes, and the competition among the major families, the three sects, the bloodthirsty hall and the powerful people in seclusion was very fierce. During this period, Yi Chen and Xiong Er also tried several times, but were overwhelmed by the sky-high prices. I finally see what's going on. They are just a bunch of beasts. Xiong Er simply laid down on the table, cursing endlessly. They are all wealthy people. After a series of setbacks, Yi Chen became listless. The spirit stones in his storage bag made him embarrassed to speak again. Every time he took out a ball, it was not enough to fill his teeth. Tiangang stick formation, fellow Taoists who specialize in sticks can consider it. On the stage, Elder Yang had already taken out the ancient scroll. The reserve price is 30,000, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. The bidding starts now. Stick technique. Yi Chen, who had slapped his hands on the table, raised his head in surprise and looked at the stage with shining eyes. You're not learning stick techniques, so why are you so excited? Xiong Er glanced at Yi Chen. I don't need it, but Tiger Boy does. I don't need it, but Tiger Boy does. Yi Chen said, looking down again. Compared with the several mysterious arts that were auctioned before, this Tiangang stick formation was obviously neglected. After Elder Yang said it, no one bid for it for a long time. On the stage, Lord Yang frowned slightly when he saw that no one was bidding below. Staff techniques are difficult to learn, otherwise they are useless. Most people picked up their teacups and did not interrupt the auction of the Tiangang stick formation. If it's the sword technique, I can consider it. This is a side door, no one should want it. Listening to the discussions below, Yi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were fewer competitors. No one wants it. Elder Yang looked around and finally couldn't help but ask. Looking down, some were drinking tea, some were flirting with girls, and they treated Elder Yang's question as a fart. The meaning was very clear, they didn't want this stick technique. Seeing this, although Lord Yang was mentally prepared, he still felt embarrassed. Since no one wants it, then this stick technique will be unsold. I want it, I want it. Before Elder Yang could finish his words, Yi Chen hurriedly raised the sign, Senior, for 31,000 spirit stones, I want this Tiangang stick formation. Ah! Yi Chen's voice attracted the attention of some people, who thought that there were people who came to participate in the auction who really practiced the mysterious stick technique. It's true, after Yi Chen made the bid, no one at the scene raised a sign to bid. Seeing this, Elder Yang rubbed his brows secretly, then raised his arm holding the hammer and was about to knock it down. However, before he landed, an inopportune voice came from the private room of Xingyang sect on the second floor, 40,000, Xingyang sect accepted it. In the corner, listening to Wu Changqing's condescending words, Yi Chen glanced coldly at the private room on the second floor. Wu Changqing, it's you again. You didn't want it when no one else was taking pictures before, but now that I'm taking pictures, you come out to grab it again. 40,000, is there anyone who wants to bid more? If no one. 100,000. Before Elder Yang could finish his words, Yi Chen in the corner interrupted him again and raised the price to 100,000 spirit stones in one breath. Is there anyone trying to steal something from Wu Changqing again? There was a sudden chorus of voices from below. It can't be that kid from yesterday. I don't think so. The man yesterday was wearing a ghost mask, and the one today is wearing a wolf mask. Looking at the private room on the second floor, Wu Changqing's face became gloomy again. Yesterday, he was confident of the power of Xinjiang's sect and went to bid for the iron rod in a playful manner, but he never expected that he would be outbid by someone with a price of 500,000. He completely disgraced himself and Xinjiang's sect. Today, someone tried to snatch something from him again, which made him furious. Although he wanted to make the Tiangang stick formation useless, he would not allow anyone to offend his dignity. 15,000. Thinking this in his mind, Wu Changqing couldn't help but say in a stern voice. 200,000. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Chen in the corner responded. Boy, you wouldn't do that. Xiong Er tugged at the corner of Yi Chen's clothes while covering his crotch with his other hand. He could see that Yi Chen was going to borrow spirit stones from him again. 300,000 spirit stones are ready. Yi Chen glanced at Xiong Er. Damn it, I haven't even warmed it up yet. Xiong Er grinned. Boy, do you know who you are snatching from? Wu Changqing's voice was cold in the private room on the second floor. It's a fair auction, and the one with the highest bid wins. Senior, are you trying to use your power to overpower others? Yi Chen spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, but there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He has already made up his mind to have another big fight with Wu Changqing. Even if it means losing everything he has, he is determined to get the Tiangang stick formation for Hua. The mysterious stick technique is very rare, and he will definitely not miss it. Of course, this is just one of them. At this moment, Yi Chen's mind was still disturbed by the incident of being driven down the mountain that day. That was his eternal pain. He couldn't stand Wu Changqing's condescending attitude even more. All this was driving him to do something crazy. What a fair auction. Wu Changqing's cold laughter was heard from the private room on the second floor. My Xinjiang sect will offer 250,000. 500,000. As soon as Wu Changqing finished speaking, Yi Chen raised the sign. Puff. 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 Suddenly, the Cunlong pavilion was filled with the sound of people spitting out tea. Yi Chen raised the price by 250,000 in one breath, almost choking them to death. What's going on? The Cunlong pavilion seemed to be in an uproar. Is the mysterious method of the stick so precious? That boy is so brave. He dares to snatch things from the Xinjiang sect. 500,000 spirit stones, this is going to be crazy. Yesterday it was a broken iron whip, today it's a broken stick technique. How come the least popular things can be sold at such a high price? What is wrong with this world? The crowd was noisy and Yi Chen, who was sitting in the corner, became the most watched person in the audience. In the private room on the second floor, people kept lifting the bead curtain to look down. The elders of the major families, Feng Wuhan of the Qingyun sect and Hangyue sect, and the three powerful Kongming realm masters of the bloodthirsty hall all cast surprised glances. Compared with these people, Wu Changqing's expression has changed from gloomy to vicious, and then from vicious to ferocious. Yesterday was a disgrace to me, and today's scene is so similar to yesterday. As I said, if he fails to hit that stick technique, it will not only be his face that will be embarrassed, but also the face of the entire Xinjiang sect. It's obvious that the stick technique is useless, but he still comes out to show off. Look, he's getting chopped with a fork. Someone below made a sarcastic comment. Looking closely, it turned out to be Zhuge Yu who sold Yi Chen the black iron and black steel yesterday. He spoke without any reservations. It was obvious that he was a person with high cultivation and was not afraid of the power of the Xinjiang sect at all. As soon as he said this, Wu Changqing's old face turned red. Bang. He smashed the table and chair beside him with one palm and was about to make a bid when he was stopped by Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang behind him. Elder, our target is the Tianji pill. Elder, please think twice and don't waste too many spirit stones on this useless stick technique. Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang's words woke Wu Changqing up from his dream. He was blinded by anger, but gradually he regained consciousness. Even so, Wu Changqing's hands were still clenched in his sleeves, and a cold murderous intent was raging in his heart. If private fighting was not expressly prohibited here, he would have rushed down and killed Yi Feng. Investigate, investigate. Wu Changqing took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. I want to see who is so bold. I want to make him live a life worse than death. Life is worse than death. A thrilling auction has come to an end. Even Lord Yang on the stage couldn't help but sigh. What kind of world is this? Yesterday it was the broken iron whip, and today it was the broken stick technique. It just so happened that these two things that Tianqian sect least valued were both auctioned for a sky-high price of $500,000. Even he, an elder of Tianqian sect, was caught off guard. With one final decision, Yichen finally got the Tian Gang stick formation as he wished. Well, I've lost everything again. Xiong Er shrugged his fat head and put it on the table. It seems that I have to ask Uncle Er for some money. Oh my God. 300,000. I will pay you back with interest in the future. Yichen patted Xiong Er on the shoulder. Hearing this, Xiong Er's eyes lit up, and then he took out a pen and paper from his crotch, wrote a series of big characters in a flamboyant manner, wiped his nose, and then handed it to Yichen. I'm afraid you'll default on the debt, come on, sign it. Depend on. The auction continues. The next item to be auctioned, the secret technique of mystical arts, although still very popular and causing a rush every time, was still inferior to the Tian Gang stick formation. Before we knew it, night had fallen. Today's auction ends here. As the voice of Elder Yang sounded in Songlong Pavilion, today's auction of the mysterious arts came to an end. All the people in the room stood up, sighing and clicking their tongues. Before leaving, they all took a look at Yichen wearing a wolf head mask. This guy had won the Tian Gang stick formation at a high price of 500,000, which severely slapped the face of the Xinjiang sect. It could be said that this was the hottest topic of the auction today. It's true that every generation has talented people. The white-haired elder of the Situ family in Western Shu stroked his beard and glanced at Yichen. Old Situ, this kid is much more capable than you were when you were young. An old man in white from the Shangguan family of Dongyue teased. Two old guys, please show some mercy during the auction tomorrow. The beautiful middle-aged woman in a red robe from the Wang family of Beichuan glanced at the two old men from the Situ family and the Shangguan family with displeasure. There are many different opinions, and many of the cultivators would take a look at Yichen when they left. Boy, you're going to be famous this time. Xiong Er was very observant, and he noticed every way each force looked at Yichen. What a sin! Yichen couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. On the second floor, the people from Qingyun sect had already walked down. The green-robed elder and the old woman just glanced at Yichen casually. However, Lu Ji, who had destroyed his dantian, looked over with a playful look while waving his folding fan, and their eyes met. Interesting. Lu Ji said sarcastically. Sooner or later, I will avenge you for destroying my dantian. He casually turned his eyes away and clenched his fists in his sleeves. Lu Ji had used the same teasing attitude that day and completely destroyed his cultivation. The next one is Feng Wuhan from Yujian Peak of Hengyue sect. He really has the demeanor of a senior, with thick black hair flowing like a waterfall, a long sword on his back is as tough as a mountain, and his temperament is like a sharp sword unsheathed. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yichen was not condescending, but gentle and kind. The people from the bloodthirsty hall also came down and looked at Yichen from afar, frowning involuntarily. Master, have you sensed a familiar aura from that boy? The young man in white robe looked at the gray-haired old man beside him. Hiding his aura, we can't see through it. The gray-haired old man groaned and walked out of the hidden dragon pavilion first. Pay more attention to him. Maybe we have seen him somewhere before. Behind the bloodthirsty hall are the people from the Xinjiang sect. As soon as he looked up, Yichen saw Wu Changqing's extremely gloomy old face. Boy, you will die miserably. Even from a distance, Yichen could still see Wu Changqing's eyes full of murderous intent. Although Yichen was extremely reluctant to miss Wu Changqing's eyes, his eyes still met Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes. Seeing the former lovers looking at each other from afar for a moment at this moment, Yichen's heart couldn't help but ache again. However, Ji Ningxuang frowned slightly, as if she sensed a familiar feeling in Yichen's eyes, and there was a hint of strangeness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yichen didn't look at it again and turned his head away. The people who came to the auction left one after another, and Yichen came to the back hall of Canglong Pavilion. "Little guy, you are in great glory today." Elder Yang was talking and laughing. Although Yichen was wearing a special mask to cover his face, he seemed to be able to see through Yichen's lineup at a glance. "Senior, please make fun of me." Knowing that he couldn't hide it from Elder Yang, Yichen took off the wolf head mask and couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose. After handing over the spirit stones and obtaining the Tiangang stick formation, he was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Elder Yang. "Senior, is there anything else?" Yichen looked at Elder Yang in confusion. "Little guy, would you like to join my Tianxian sect?" Looking at Yichen with a smile, Elder Yang stroked his gray beard. Hearing this, Yichen was shocked. Tianxian sect, what kind of existence is that? Mysterious and powerful, a giant that none of the three sects of Dechu dared to provoke. But now they would actually invite him, a qi condensation stage cultivator. This was something he had never expected. Perhaps it came too suddenly, making him feel a little dizzy. How could he have deserved the attention of the Tianxian sect? Is it because he is carrying the true fire? Yichen thought so in his heart. Apart from this, he really couldn't think of anything else that could attract the appreciation of the giant Tiangshuanman. "How about it, are you interested?" Seeing Yichen in a daze, Elder Yang smiled gently again. Yichen finally reacted and laughed dryly. "Senior, are you making fun of me? I am just a junior in the qi condensation realm. How can I be worthy of your attention? Cultivation is not a problem. What our Tianxian sect values is talent." Elder Yang laughed warmly, like a kind old grandfather. "It is true that we value your true fire, but more importantly, your potential. Now that things have come to this, since Tiangshuanman has given Yichen the face, he naturally has to continue. Senior, if I join the Tianxian sect, does it mean that I will completely leave Dechu and will not be able to participate in Dechu's affairs in the future?" Yichen tried to be as humble as possible, showing the courtesy that a junior should have. People from Tianxian sect are not allowed to get involved in disputes between the major forces of Dachu. This is a rule set by the sect masters of all generations. Is that so? Yichen rubbed his chin after a pause. Although the Tianxian sect is mysterious and powerful, its binding force is also extremely strong. He was born and raised in Dechu. If he were to completely leave Dechu, he would always have a strange and complicated feeling. Besides, he still has to fight back to the Xingyang sect to avenge the shame of being driven down the mountain that day. Don't rush to answer, go back and think carefully, my words will always count. Seeing Yichen hesitating, Elder Yang smiled slightly. In that case, thank you, senior. I will go back and think about it carefully. Yichen bowed, then turned and walked out of the back hall of Canglong Pavilion. After he left, the old man in purple who had invited him to break the witch curse yesterday came out. "Master, there are countless outstanding young people in Dechu who are more talented than him. Why did you only invite him?" Elder Yang looked at the purple-clothed old man with puzzled eyes. "Is it because he carries the true fire?" "Of course not." The purple-clothed old man stroked his beard, his words carrying a deep meaning. "This kid is not as simple as he appears. Although his talent is not the highest, it is different. Moreover, his true fire is not ordinary and overbearing. The most important thing is his bloodline. Should we consult the Holy Lord about this matter?" Elder Yang glanced at the old man in purple. "I would like to find her." The purple-clothed old man said unhappily, "She seems to be relaxed. She left the Tianxian sect to me and she has nothing to do. Who knows where she has gone crazy now." As soon as Yichen walked out of Canglong Pavilion wearing a mask, he caught two familiar auras. To the east is Hua Yun, and to the west is Ji Ningxuang. In an instant, he realized who was staring at him, but he pretended not to notice and followed the crowd into the busy street. Along the way, he walked and stopped, and sometimes picked and chose at roadside stalls. Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang were quite good at hiding in the dark, and they followed Yichen along more than a dozen streets. "Can you keep up with me?" Yichen stopped at a roadside stall and looked down at the things on the stall. He couldn't help but sneer, "Don't you think about my background?" Speaking of this, we have to mention Yichen's other identity. In Xingyang sect, he is not only a disciple, but also a member of the Intelligence Bureau of Xingyang sect. He has been trained since he was a child and often goes down the mountain to collect intelligence. He is best at tracking. As an expert in tracking, his insight is far beyond that of ordinary people. How to deal with being tracked by others was also one of his compulsory courses. Although his cultivation was not as good as Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang, when it came to tracking, Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang were still one step behind them. When it came to tracking a former member of the Intelligence Bureau, their skills were still a little lacking. Still pretending not to know, Yichen then took Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang to visit more than a dozen streets. When night fell, Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuang met from the east and west, but there was no sign of Yichen. "This kid is no simple matter," Hua Yun said coldly. "He lost the men, which made him very angry. His cultivation may be higher than ours." Ji Ningxuang, who was always taciturn, murmured, "But we can't rule out another possibility, that is, he is a member who focuses on intelligence, and ordinary people can't keep up with him." Yichen returned to the inn and Xiong Er was already in the room. This guy was sitting in a heap on the bed, and the bed was full of spiritual stones, each of which was shining. Wow! Seeing this, Yichen sat down beside the bed consciously. "Little fatty, there are quite a lot of spirit stones," Yichen said, and he took a few pieces and put them into his arms consciously. Seeing this, Xiong Er's chubby little face suddenly turned dark. "I see your Xiong family is quite wealthy." As he said this, Yichen was about to reach out to take a few spirit stones, but Xiong Er was well prepared. He waved his hand and stuffed all the spirit stones on the bed into the storage bag. "I just asked my second uncle for this, so don't even think about it." Xiong Er cursed and stuffed his storage bag back into his crotch. Hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose and cough dryly. During the 2-day auction, Xiong Er really helped a lot, otherwise he would not have been able to get the iron whip and Tiangang stick technique. He was very touched that Xiong Er was willing to help him with all his heart. "Don't worry, I'll pay you back in the future." "Of course you have to pay it back. We still have the IOU. Cut." Yichen didn't take it seriously, and then he leaned closer to Xiong Er, poked him with his finger, and asked with a wink, "I heard that your Xiong family mines a lot of spiritual stones every year from the natural spiritual stone mine. Is that true?" Hearing this, Xiong Er's face was filled with resentment. "Don't mention the spirit stone mine. Because of it, my Xiong family has been in trouble. The spirit stones we have mined are not enough to treat the illnesses of the people in the clan." "No way." Yichen looked unconvinced, "Except for the Qi family, who else in the southern border of Dechu dares to mess with your Xiong family? That's too much." Xiong Er cursed, "The Qi family comes to cause trouble every now and then, and there are those independent cultivators, each of them is a wolves that can never be fed, just like the Black Mountain old man who came to participate in the auction. He also causes trouble every other day. Give too much. My Xiong family can't afford it, give too little. Those evil wolves are restless. If Grandpa wasn't still alive, my Xiong family would have been swallowed up long ago." Every family has its own problems. Yichen couldn't help but sigh. Don't be fooled by the seemingly glorious appearance of aristocratic families. In fact, a big tree attracts the wind. Just bear with it. Yichen shook his head helplessly, turned around and walked out of Xiong Er's room. After returning to his room, Yichen sat cross-legged on the bed. Calming the mind and concentrating the energy, the barbaric method of body refining was immediately put into practice. Click. Click. Soon, the sound of bones colliding could be heard from his body. The true fire enveloped all the meridians and bones in his body. The pain of tearing his body apart made him roar in pain, but he was afraid of scaring Xiong Er, so he suppressed the roar. He practiced barbaric body training for 3 hours, and then used spiritual fluid to nourish his muscles and bones for 3 hours. After a full 6 hours, he finally let out a long breath of turbid air. My cultivation of the 8th level of Qi condensation has been completely consolidated. Twisting his stiff body, Yichen felt relaxed all over. Soon, he took out the Tiangang stick formation. 500,000 spirit stones. Thinking of the price he paid for the Tiangang stick formation, Yichen couldn't help but feel a little pained, but in order for Tiger Boy to have a good stick technique, he thought it was worth spending any amount of money. The ancient scroll of the Tiangang stick formation, still sealed, was easily broken open by him. Only then did he use the dim candlelight to carefully comprehend the mystery of the Tian-gang stick formation. You won't know until you see it. This sight benefited him a lot. Like the gun, the stick is one of the two most difficult spiritual weapons to cultivate. The Tian-gang stick formation not only introduces the mysteries of the stick in detail, but also explains many methods. The Tian-gang stick formation is divided into an attack formation and a defense formation. It is an integrated attack and defense technique. When it is practiced to perfection, one can use the shadow of the stick to create a gang formation. It is definitely one of the few stick techniques. Yichen was watching with great excitement, secretly thinking that the 500,000 spirit stones were not wasted. After several hours of contemplation, he also understood a little bit of the mystery contained in the stick. Although the stick is difficult to practice, once it is practiced to perfection, it is in no way inferior to any other mysterious method of practicing spiritual weapons. Really good. Thinking to himself, he turned over and jumped up, then took out a long stick from the storage bag. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, a buzzing sound was heard in the room, and the sound of the long stick hitting the air continued. The techniques of the Tian-gang stick formation were circulating in his mind, and he was immersed in the mystery of the stick. At some point, the speed at which he swung the long stick became faster and faster. At this moment, with his body as the center, a series of stick shadows appeared. Although these stick shadows were messy, if you look closely, they were obviously arranged and changed following the trajectory of the long stick. After an unknown amount of time, there were more and more stick shadows, and a weak stick formation had formed with him as the center, like a chi shield. Only then did he stop practicing and let out a long breath of foul air. The mysterious method of the stick is indeed extremely difficult to practice. When Yichen actually used the stick to display his magical powers, he found that the practice of the stick was even more bitter and difficult to understand than he had imagined. No wonder many cultivators were unwilling to practice the stick. However, after practicing for a while, he did gain something. The Tian-gang stick formation can use the dancing stick shadows to form a stick formation that is both offensive and defensive. If we use swords, can we also use the dancing sword shadows to form a sword formation that is both offensive and defensive? He sat at the head of the bed, pondering carefully, hoping to find the connection between the stick and the sword in the Tian-gang stick formation. If so, he believed that his defense and attack would be greatly enhanced. After an hour of deep contemplation, he felt more and more that this method was feasible. He did as he said. He jumped up again and took out the sharp Chixiao sword with a clang. Draw the sword, retract the sword, spin, chop diagonally, cut backwards. The moves he made were all based on the Tian-gang stick formation. They were not fast, but very slow. One set of movements followed another, his brows sometimes relaxed and sometimes tensed. He discovered that although the stick and the sword did have some similarities, they also had many differences. It was obviously difficult to use the stick's mysterious methods to practice sword. He was looking for the similarities between the stick and the sword, so that he could realize the Tian-gang sword formation, which was similar to the Tian-gang stick formation. Clang! Clang! The Chixiao sword rang continuously, and a sword shadow appeared every time it was swung. The speed of his sword dancing increased with the passage of time. The number of sword shadows centered on him gradually increased, but it seemed disorganized. Although it only had the rudiments of a sword formation, its defense and attack strength were too low and could easily be broken and blocked. It was almost dawn when Yichen put away the Chixiao sword. Call. He exhaled another breath of turbid air, turned over and jumped onto the bed, holding the back of his head with both hands, and gently closed his eyes. The mysterious techniques of the stick and the mysterious techniques of the sword replayed in his mind. It is obviously not a matter of a day or two to comprehend the Tian-gang sword formation from the Tian-gang stick formation. He understood this point very well. The emergence of a mysterious art is not achieved overnight. It requires time and actual combat to hone it, just like a blacksmith forging a sword. It takes thousands of hammering and tempering to forge a good sword. All weapons in the world have their own merits, but they all lead to the same goal. Yichen opened his eyes at some point, and there seemed to be a look of enlightenment in his eyes. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, clubs, hammers, axes, and bows all have something in common. Since our ancestors were able to comprehend the Tian-gang club formation, I can also figure out the Tiangong sword formation. Time is not a problem. What is needed is understanding. A new day has arrived, and with it comes the last day of the auction on the Nether black market. It seems that there are many more people coming to the auction today than in the previous 2 days. The seats are full and everyone looks solemn. The first day is for the auction of spiritual weapons, the second day is for the auction of mystical arts and secret techniques, and the third day is for the auction of spiritual pills. Judging from the situation, the pills being auctioned today are extraordinary. Looking at the figures in the room full of people, Yichen couldn't help but ponder. Of course. Xiong'er looked eager to try, as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. Today's final elixir may very well change the future of Dachu. So awesome. Do you know about the Heaven Realm? Xiong'er turned his head and looked at Yichen. Nonsense. Yichen cursed, the 6th level of cultivators, the Heavenly Realm is the pinnacle of cultivation. A Heavenly Realm cultivator can protect a sect for thousands of years. That's right. Xiong'er came over mysteriously and whispered, then do you know what the top elixir in the auction is? Hearing this, Yichen shook his head slightly. Tianji pill. Tianji pill. Yichen was stunned. From the sound of it, it seems that it can help people break through to the Heaven Realm. I heard that's the case. Xiong'er answered ambiguously, among the major forces in Dachu, there are many people who have reached the Void Realm, and there are also many people at the peak of the Void Realm. There are also many cultivators in the Quasi-Heaven Realm. If the Tianji pill is taken by cultivators in the Quasi-Heaven Realm, it is very likely to help them advance to the Heaven Realm. Isn't that amazing? Hearing what Xiong'er said, Yichen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If the Tianji pill really has such miraculous effects, then today's auction on the Netherworld black market would be the highlight. It is conceivable that if someone from one faction breaks through to the Heavenly Realm, it will definitely affect the situation of Dachu. Xiong'er's words are definitely not alarmist, it's just that those who have cultivated to the Heavenly Realm are too powerful. Look. Today's auction is absolutely fierce. Xiong'er continued, the ancestors of all the major forces, including the ancestors of my Xiong family, have a short lifespan. They all want to use this Tianji pill to break through to the Heavenly Realm in one fell swoop. You know, people who have cultivated to the Void Realm can only live for 500 years at most, while people who have cultivated to the Heavenly Realm can live for 1,000 years. It would be strange if those who are about to die don't go crazy. At this point, Xiong'er also gestured to Yichen to look at the many private rooms on the second floor representing the major forces. See, during today's auction, there is no one in these private rooms. They have all disguised themselves and hidden in the crowd on the first floor of Tsunglong Pavilion. You mean? The Tianji pill is too important. Who would be stupid enough to let people see who bought it? Xiong'er said, I dare say this. If people knew today that the force that bought the Tianji pill was the Bloodthirsty Palace, then after the auction, the people from the Bloodthirsty Palace would definitely be hunted down by many forces. Even if they can't be killed, the major forces in Dachu would quickly unite and march north to attack the Bloodthirsty Palace. Of course, if people from the 3 sects and major families bought the Tianji pill, the same consequences would apply. That means, after today's auction, there will inevitably be a bloody battle outside the Netherworld black market. Yichen murmured. That's the theory. Xiong'er nodded, so the people from all the major forces who come to participate in the auction will do their best to hide their appearance and aura, for fear of being recognized. The Tianxian sect's auction of the Tianji pill is clearly intended to cause a fight between the major forces in Dachu. I'm beginning to doubt the motives of the Tianxian sect for this action. It's good enough that they are willing to auction the Tianji pill. Whether you can buy it depends on your ability. Whether you can bring it back safely also depends on your ability. They didn't force you to buy it, right? Looking at this situation, the masters from all the major forces should have already hidden outside the Netherworld black market. Yichen touched his chin, there must be quite a few masters coming to support us. It seems you are not stupid. What are you talking about? Why don't we leave? Yichen couldn't help but say, after the auction, when the powerful forces fight each other, we will probably become cannon fodder. Everyone is going to grab the Tianji pill, who will pay attention to us. Xiong'er didn't take it seriously. Seeing Yichen's serious expression, he patted Yichen on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, I've been here more than once, it's okay. As they were talking, the door of Canglong Pavilion had already closed. At this moment, people who were drinking tea and flirting with girls were all sitting neatly. Just as Xiong Er said, the private rooms on the second floor that represented the major forces were now empty, with no one in them. Yichen glanced around at the room full of people. Most of them were strangers, and most of them were in disguise. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the black-haired old man next to him, looking him up and down. Maybe the man next to him was Wu Chanqing from the Xingyang sect, or maybe this old man was Feng Wuhan from the Yujian peak of the Hengyue sect after his appearance changed. Why do I feel like there are traps everywhere? Yichen sighed and smacked his lips. That's the business of the strong. We are just small fry. Xiong Er was quite open-minded. After saying that, he even muttered, it would be the best if my Xiong family could take a picture of it. Soon, Elder Yang walked slowly up to the platform in front. He first glanced around below, then cleared his throat and said, "Auction, start." As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his arms. Although the jade box was sealed, people present could still smell the aroma of the elixir leaking out from the gap. Bone-building pill, I think I don't need to introduce its medicinal effects too much. The starting price is 50,000, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now, the bidding begins. 50,000. As soon as Elder Yang finished speaking, someone below raised a sign. 60,000. I'll give you 80,000. As soon as the first pill was taken out, it caused a scramble. Today's auction of elixirs will surely be in full swing. After several rounds of bidding, the bone-building pill was bought by an old man in green clothes for 150,000 yuan. After Yang Gulao made the final decision, he took out another sealed jade box. Marrow cleansing pill, reserve price 50,000, starting bid 60,000. What surprised Yichen was that the first person to make a bid was actually Xiong Er next to him. This guy held the sign high with both hands, but because he was not that tall, the bid could only be raised that high. Didn't your father cleanse your marrow? Yichen looked at Xiong Er in astonishment. I took this photo for my wife, he. Wow. You have a wife, why haven't I heard you tell me that? Yichen looked Xiong Er up and down. The fat Xiong Er actually found a wife. I really don't know which girl he seduce. 100,000. As the two were talking, the price of the marrow cleansing pill had already been raised to a high price of 100,000. 100,000. Xiong Er slammed the table and jumped up, his voice was so loud. 150,000. The next voice made this guy scared. You're so awesome, I don't want it anymore. Xiong Er was furious and wanted to continue bidding, but he was short of money. Perhaps because the Xiong family also wanted to bid for the Tianji pill, his second uncle didn't give him too many spirit stones. Seeing Xiong Er looking dejected, Yichen felt a little sorry for him. If he had not borrowed 300,000 yuan, Xiong Er would not have been in such a passive situation. Naturally, since Xiong Er failed to get the marrow cleansing pill, he would naturally compensate Xiong Er. The marrow cleansing pill was not the only thing that could cleanse the marrow. He could do it too. Using true fire to cleanse the marrow for Xiong Er's wife was much better than the marrow cleansing pill. If I can't take the picture, then I can't take it. I'll take care of your wife's meridian cleansing. Yichen said with a smile. Can you do it? That must work. Yichen patted his chest. It was not impossible to use the savage body refining on others. While the two were talking, another pill was being auctioned below. It was an elixir that could keep women young forever. I thought only women were bidding for it, but I never expected that a bunch of grown men and a lot of old guys would also be vying for it. From what I can see, more than half of these people are women in disguise. Yichen said meaningfully. The auction continued. Every time Elder Yang took out a pill, it would cause a commotion among the people below, so much so that the huge Canglong Pavilion seemed to be surging with waves. As time passed, the auction gradually came to an end. During this period, Xiong Er made another move and bought a pill that could enhance sexual performance. During this period, Yichen spent most of his time sleeping. He had no money, so he had to sleep. During this period, an elixir was auctioned for a sky-high price of 800,000 yuan, and was eventually bought by an unknown powerful man. It was not until nightfall that Elder Yang took out a crystal-clear jade box from his storage bag. This jade box is indeed very precious. It is made of spiritual jade, and is shining all over. There are runes engraved on it, and there are actually 3 seals on it. Even so, you can still see a purple pill lying quietly inside. Tianji pill. It's the Tianji pill. I've finally waited for this. As soon as the jade box was taken out, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. They sat upright and stared at the jade box with fiery eyes. Many people were breathing rapidly. You know, the elixir in the jade box might be the elixir that could change the future of Dechu. Hurry up, the Tianji pill is here. In the corner, Xiong Er stared at the jade box and pushed Yichen. Are we there yet? Yichen raised his head with a start. Without even having time to rub his sleepy eyes, he stared at the jade box in Elder Yang's hand. He could still clearly see the purple elixir in the jade box. Is that the Tianji pill? Yichen licked his lips. Isn't that great? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. I can't afford it even if I sell you. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Yang suspended the jade box containing the Tianji pill in midair. The heavenly silence pill may help those in the quasi-heavenly realm break through to the heavenly realm. Of course, it is only a possibility. Whether you can break through to the heavenly silence realm depends on your own luck. After a brief introduction, Elder Yang said calmly, the starting price for the Tianji pill is 500,000. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 spirit stones. Now, the bidding begins. 500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, many people couldn't help but swallow subconsciously. If it weren't for the sex or the noble families, who would have so many spirit stones? Many people have realized that the Tianji pill has nothing to do with them from the beginning. The reserve price alone is enough to crush a large group of people. 550,000. However, there are still many wealthy people here, and someone made an offer immediately. There is no need to introduce that person because he is a disguised person, and it goes without saying that he is a person with deep financial background. 600,000. 800,000. You want to bid for the Tianji pill for 800,000? I'll give you 1 million. 1,100,000. 1,300,000. When the first person called out the price, it seemed to have set off a chain reaction. The entire Songlong pavilion seemed to be in an uproar, and every time someone called out a price, everyone present would be frightened. In less than a minute, the price of Tianji Dan increased from the base price of 500,000 to 2 million. 2 million spirit stones can be piled into a small hill. Someone said, and did not forget to look up, as if he could see the spirit stone mountain he had imagined. Without 8 million spirit stones, you can't bid for the Tianji pill. Yichen murmured in the corner. Although the bidders had disguised themselves, he had a feeling that the strong men from the big families and sects had not yet participated in the bidding. After all, they were the main force in the competition. Just as Xiong Er said, the Tianji pill is of great significance. It is enough to support a sect, but it can also bring disaster to a sect. 2,300,000. 2.5 million. Below, the bidding for Tianji Dan was still fierce, and its price was also rising rapidly. After several rounds of bidding, most people were defeated on the beach. The millions of spirit stones that they were so proud of were far from enough at this auction. In other words, the real bidding for the Tianji pill had just begun. 5 million. As expected, a powerful force in the dark raised the price to 5 million with great ambition, but those who were already bidding fiercely suddenly stopped. The big forces in the dark seemed to see everything clearly. The value of the Tianji pill was too huge and it could not be bought with 3 or 4 million spirit stones. So they simply let the decisive battle come early. As for which force took action, it was unknown. 5 million, that's 5 million. Xiong Er grabbed Yi Chen's hand and fought him off, so excited that he almost flew to the sky. Maybe the one who made the bid is from your Xiong family. While saying this, Yi Chen's hand consciously placed on Xiong Er's leg, grabbed a piece of fat, and then consciously twisted it hard. Maybe Xiong Er was too excited and didn't seem to feel any pain. The sky-high price of 5 million has already made almost everyone give up at this moment, and what follows is the main drama of the competition among the heroes. 5.5 million. Someone else raised the price. 6 million. 6.5 million. Just as Yichen said, it would be difficult to bid for the Tianji pill without 8 million spirit stones. The price was raised to 6.5 million, which was beyond the ability of the big families to afford. Needless to say, all the big families had almost all given in. Well, my Xiong family is hopeless. Xiong Air shrugged his head. 6.5 million, your Xiong family should be able to afford it. Yichen couldn't help but turn his head. Of course I can afford it. Xiong Air did not shy away from the question, but that means that my Xiong family's wealth is almost emptied. Although the Tianji pill is precious, we have to do it within our means. Even if we take it, we may not be able to bring it back safely. Even if we bring it back safely, my ancestor may find it difficult to break through to the Tianji realm. Didn't you, old man Yang, say that the Tianji pill is not guaranteed to help people break through? Whether they can advance or not is all unknown. It still depends on luck. At this point, Xiong Air shook his head helplessly. To lose everything for a pill like this is a huge gamble, and my Xiong family can't afford it. That's true. Yichen murmured. Only those who run the household know how expensive rice and tea are. Xiong Air's father has considered everything carefully. They cannot afford this gamble. Once they lose, the consequences will be disastrous. 7 million. The bidding for the Tianji pill did not stop. Sects seemed to have joined in, among which were the 3 sects and the bloodthirsty hall. 7.5 million. 8 million. But the price of Tianji pill was obviously still rising, and it was even higher than Yichen had expected. As the auction was nearing its end, the price of Tianji pill had already climbed to nearly 10 million spirit stones. 9.5 million, but there are still people raising the price. In the Changlong pavilion, there was silence for a long while before Elder Yang glanced around below. His eyes were venomous, as if he could see through people's formations. He simply ignored those independent cultivators and paused for a moment on a few people. 10 million. Soon, a voice came from the corner, causing Yichen and Xiong Air to turn their heads involuntarily, because the person who shouted out the price was the black-haired old man sitting next to them. Likewise, everyone in the room cast their eyes over. To dare to offer a price of 10 million is definitely not something that a casual cultivator or a noble family can have. Apart from the bloodthirsty hall and the 3 sects, who would dare to offer a price of 10 million? 1 hall and 3 sects, which force does he belong to? Yichen glanced at the black-haired old man. With his vision, he naturally couldn't tell where this person came from. The only thing that was certain was that he belonged to one of the 3 sects in the 1 hall. He and Xiong Air both hoped at this moment that the black-haired old man next to them was Feng Wuhan from the Yujian peak of the Hengyue sect. If that were the case, and if the Tianji pill was really brought back safely without being recognized, the Hengyue sect might really be able to produce a Tianji realm master. In this way, those who rely on Hengyue sect are holding onto a tree that will stand for 1,000 years. But Xiong Air and Yichen also knew that this black-haired old man might be from Qingyun sect, Jingyang sect, or Bloodthirsty Hall. If that was the case, it would not be a good thing for their Hengyue sect. The black-haired old man offered 10 million, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Some strong people were already secretly keeping an eye on him. 10 million spirit stones, but someone is still bidding higher. The voice of Elder Yang broke the silence in Changlong Pavilion. But no one spoke for a long time. Pound. With Elder Yang's final decision, the bidding for the Tianji pill came to an end, and the Netherworld Black Markets auction, which takes place every 3 years, also came to an end. Below, the people in the full house were still not satisfied. Soon, groups of people began to get up and leave. It was not until the black-haired old man in the corner stood up that the entire Changlong Pavilion was truly affected. More than one person secretly looked at the black-haired old man, wanting to find out his identity, and even more wanting to kill him and rob him for the Tianji pill. Looking at the situation, it will be difficult for him to get the Tianji pill out safely. Looking around at the figures who were constantly leaving, Yichen murmured to himself. There must be someone outside to meet him. Xiong Air muttered softly, I think he is most likely from the Bloodthirsty Hall. In this great Chu, the only one that can suppress the 3 sects is the Bloodthirsty Hall. It doesn't matter who it is, let's go. After leaving Canglong Pavilion, Yi Chen and Xiong Er consciously followed the crowd and walked outside. Here, take them. Xiong Er handed 2,000 lines talismans to Yi Chen and said, when you encounter danger, use the heavenly line curse first, then the 1,000 lines talisman to escape. Those ruthless people are going to grab the heavenly silence pill. Under normal circumstances, few people will rob us. Why do I have a bad feeling? Yi Chen said as he took the 1,000-line talisman. It's okay, it's okay. Follow me and I will keep you safe. Xiong Er was full of confidence and pulled Yi Chen straight outside. Ahead was the exit of the Netherworld black market, and the crowd was pouring out like a tide. Moreover, everyone who came to the Netherworld black market to participate in the auction was well prepared. Most of them used talismans similar to the 1,000 lines talisman. As soon as they left the Netherworld black market, they ran away. Their speed was really incredible. It's true, these low-level cultivators are really safe if they run away. That's right, the Tianji pill has been auctioned, and all strong people want to try their luck. Who has the time to rob you of your mere possessions at this moment? Walk. As soon as they left the Netherworld black market, Yi Chen and Xiong Er put on the 1,000-line talismans and headed straight towards the Hangyue sect. In the time it took to burn an incense stick, the two of them had already run more than 10 miles. Look, you listen to me, right? Xiong Er took out a chicken leg from his crotch while running wildly. I hope I can get back safely. Yi Chen was alert and kept a close eye on his surroundings all the way. Boom. Boom. Soon, a roar was heard behind the two of them. With a quick glance, the two saw a small hill in the distance collapsing under the pressure of someone's palm. The fight has begun. The two men controlled the speed and direction while glancing back a few times. This glance made Yi Chen sigh in amazement. Looking from afar, in the direction of the Netherworld black market, there were flashing figures in the void, gorgeous mystical arts, and brilliance all over the sky. It was quite lively. How about we go and see what's going on? Xiong Er turned his head and glanced at Yi Chen. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Chen cursed back, these are all ruthless people fighting, go back and be cannon fodder. I'm just saying. Boom. Boom. Just as Xiong Er finished his words, another hill collapsed in the distance, and the sound was even louder than the previous one. When the two of them looked at each other, they realized that this was a serious matter. Because a group of ruthless people were fighting in the void, and they were coming towards them. There were quite a few of them. As they fought all the way, there were constant thunders in the void. Wherever they passed, many mountains collapsed and blood splattered, covering the bright moon sky with a blood-colored veil. What you fear will come true. Xiong Er shouted loudly, threw the chicken leg directly, and increased his speed rapidly. Yi Chen did not lag behind. Although Qian Xing Fu was fast, the group of ruthless people fighting behind him were all in the Kongming realm. In terms of speed, they were more than 10 times faster than them. If someone really targeted them, that would be the most ridiculous thing. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky, and his body was covered in blood, and it looked like he was seriously injured. Let's go. Seeing this, Yi Chen and Xiong Er stepped on the gas and fled madly. Where are you escaping to? A cold shout came from behind, and more than a dozen figures chased after them. The first one held a purple killing sword in his hand. He slashed out a sword light and split the men in front into 2 halves. The starry sky was stained with blood, but a storage bag fell from the void and was grabbed by the men. What? You still want to keep it all for yourself? A sneer sounded immediately. After just killing that man, he instantly became the target of attack. Spiritual weapons and mystical arts filled the sky, instantly drowning that man. Ah! The roar was hysterical. No matter how powerful that person was, he could not withstand the continuous attacks from more than a dozen people in the void realm. Boom. Boom. The land was instantly in ruins. Looking at Yi Chen and Xiong Er again, they were knocked back due to the impact of the melee. Xiong Er fell to the east, and his fat body broke more than a dozen large trees before he fell heavily to the ground. Yi Chen was even worse off. His body flew backwards and smashed a huge rock into pieces, and he almost died on the spot. Puff. As soon as he got up, Ichin spurted out a mouthful of blood. The battle was chaotic and his vision was blurry, or perhaps the distance was too far, he could no longer find Xiong-er. Damn it. Cursing inwardly, Ichin stumbled and hid behind a huge rock, looking at the void with a pale face. In that void, a dozen or so Kongming realm masters fought fiercely over a storage bag. Not only that, perhaps the treasure in the storage bag was too extraordinary, divine rainbows flew in from all directions, and without saying a word, everyone joined the fight. The battle escalated and was earth-shattering. What a bunch of beasts. Ichin coughed up blood again, but did not dare to show his head. At the same time, he was recovering from his injuries quickly. Puff. Puff. 2 blood flowers bloomed in the void one after another. The melee was too brutal and 2 people in the Kongming realm died in the melee. Boom. Boom. There were constant rumbling thunders in the void, not only here, but also in other directions. There were sounds of a great battle. The people who were sitting in the Tsanglong pavilion to auction not long ago were now fighting fiercely. There were figures of fighting everywhere, and the whole world was in chaos. Boy, are you still alive? Behind the boulder, the sound transmission node hanging on Ichen's waist was shining, and the voice of Xiong-er came from it. Hearing Xiong-er's voice, Ichen breathed a sigh of relief and sent him a message when he had time to prove that Xiong-er was still alive. Damn it, you almost killed me. Ichen cursed at the sound transmission note. Accidents, all accidents. Xiong-er coughed dryly in the sound transmission sound. Let's run away quickly. We can't stay here for long. You go west, I go east, we will meet up in an US sect, be careful. The same to you. After taking a last look at the void, Ichen dragged his injured body and staggered towards the west. The second 1,000-line talisman was attached to his leg, and his speed increased dramatically. However, it seemed that God was not favoring him. He had just run 3 or 5 miles when a buzzing sound came from the void. Looking from a distance, it was an 8-diagram plate, which was definitely a powerful weapon. It was shining with dazzling light all over. The powerful pressure covered the whole world. Yi Chen, who had just used the 1,000-line talismans, was forced to stop. This is too much. Yi Chen stood up abruptly and staggered into the mountains. Boom. As soon as he walked in, a roar was heard in the void, and a bloody body stumbled through the air. It's the black-haired old man who bought the Tianji pill. Yi Chen recognized the man at a glance, and his expression became unusually solemn. The black-haired old man who bought the Tianji pill must have been targeted by many powerful people. This is not good news, as it means that these mountains will soon become a battlefield for many powerful people to fight. Sure enough, as soon as the black-haired old man flew into the sky above Quanshan, a sky full of divine rainbows began to chase him. Roar. From the east, there were roars of spirit beasts, and a dozen people riding the spirit beasts came. Clang. In the west, flying swords pierced the void. A figure stood on each flying sword, and the target was obviously the black-haired old man. Boom. In the south, clouds and fog rolled, rumbling and shaking the sky, as if thousands of troops were rushing towards them, with murderous aura filling the sky. Buzz. In the north, there are also continuous divine rainbows, with extremely fast speeds. Each one has great magical powers, and there are terrifying killing weapons floating above their heads. Well. Many strong men came from the 4 directions of east, west, south and north. Needless to say, they all came for the Tianji pill. Boom. Boom. The strong men from 4 directions rushed into the mountains and started fighting without saying a word. 2 towering mountains collapsed on the spot, and Yi Chen, who was in the mountains, suffered again. Are you sincere? Climbing out from the rubble, Yi Chen couldn't help but cursing the black-haired old man for fleeing into the mountains, causing him to suffer the disaster. Hand over the Tianji pill. A stern shout came from the void, causing Yi Chen to shudder and hide under a rock wall. Come and get it if you're brave enough. The black-haired old man roared loudly, and the aura of the peak void realm swept across the sky. The Bagua plate above his head once again shone with dazzling light. This is a powerful man, whose cultivation is close to the quasi-heaven realm. If he fights alone, he is not afraid of anyone here. However, he is not facing someone in the void realm. If the fight continues like this, the consequences are not difficult to imagine. Looking for death. Strong men from all directions moved, sword shadows, palm prints, and spiritual weapons flew all over the sky. Seeing this, the black-haired old man controlled the Bagua plate, which quickly became larger and protected himself. Boom. Boom. Attacks from all directions hit the Bagua plate. Snap. Bang. Two sounds were heard in succession, and the Bagua plate exploded on the spot. The black-haired old man also suffered a backlash, and his body became bloody. I will be back. With a loud shout, the black-haired old man pointed his finger into the void. Immediately, a whirlpool emerged and swallowed him. Want to leave? A ferocious man snorted coldly, swung his sword, and chopped out a 5-meter-long blade, cutting off the black-haired old man's retreat. The black-haired old man was injured and fell out of the whirlpool. Before he could steady himself, the attacks from all directions had already arrived. Ah! The roar reached the sky, and the black-haired old man's words were full of unwillingness, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being wiped out. After his death, the storage bag he carried with him also exploded, and the things inside scattered all over the void, each of them flashing with light and falling down. Tianji Dan. Someone saw the jade box containing Tianji Dan and immediately stretched out his hand. Buzz. Before the men could touch the jade box, a sword beam from the side chopped off his arm. The jade box became an ownerless object, and the Tianji pill inside it drove everyone crazy. The melee became extremely brutal, with blood raining all over the sky. The strong men in the Kongming realm frequently fell into the void, turning into blood flowers as they fell. Below, Yichen was watching with fear and trepidation. They are all ruthless people in the Kongming realm. The scene of the battle is really like pushing mountains and cracking the earth in an instant. Pick out any one of them and he will be killed with just a fart. At this moment, a ray of light fell into the void. Upon closer inspection, it was a big knife, which was stuck on the boulder in front of Yichen with a clang. There was blood on it, and it seemed to be something in the storage bag of the black-haired old man. At this moment, the battle for the Tianji pill is raging in the void, and no one cares about the scattered treasures. Yichen glanced around and walked forward to pull out the big knife. The grade of the broadsword is not low. The spiritual weapons collected in the Kongming realm are naturally not weak. There is no need to infuse true energy to produce a blade light. It has a power to split everything. It is definitely a domineering and extraordinary spiritual weapon. What a pleasant surprise. Yichen chuckled and was about to put the sword into the storage bag. But at this moment, he caught a glimpse of a spiritual bead the size of an adult's fingernail embedded on the sword. Yichen took a closer look and was stunned, because there was still half a purple elixir in the spirit bead. Although it was sealed in the spirit bead, he could still vaguely smell some of the elixir aroma overflowing. Tianji Dan. Yichen said it subconsciously, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. He had seen Tianji Dan in Songlong Pavilion and recognized it at a glance. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. That is, the black-haired old man divided the Tianji pill into two, sealed half of it into a spirit bead and embedded it on the big knife. As for the other half, perhaps only the black-haired old man knew about it, or perhaps it had been safely taken away by his accomplices. Yichen couldn't help but admire the black-haired old man's caution. But he never expected that he was still being targeted, and was blocked here, bleeding in the void. Half of the Tianji pill is here, so is there another half of the Tianji pill in the jade box they stole? Yichen said in a low voice, and couldn't help but look into the void. Powerful men all over the sky were still fighting for the jade box, blood was pouring down like rain, and sometimes there were powerful men in the Kongming realm falling into the void. The tragic scene and the bloody picture made Yichen's face pale again. Yichen hurriedly put away his sword and stumbled out of the mountain. Getting half of the Tianji pill was already a blessing from God, and he had no ambition to fight for the other half. His departure did not attract the attention of many powerful people. A qi condensation realm cultivator was just an ant in their eyes. Their target was the Tianji pill. Even if Yichen had a rare treasure, they were too lazy to snatch it. After escaping from the mountains, Yichen hurriedly took out the Tianxing curse, stuck it on his body, and instantly shot out. Boom. Boom. Soon after he left, a deafening roar was heard throughout the mountain range, and dozens of mountains collapsed in an instant. Then, many embarrassed figures flew out from inside, all covered in dust and dirt. "Damn it, how could there be the 9 heavens thunder curse in the jade box?" said a bloody old man coldly. "The jade box doesn't contain the Tianji pill at all. Someone with a sharp eye seemed to have seen through something. We have all been fooled. The real Tianji pill may have been sent away long ago. I called half the night and found nothing. Now, we don't know who has the Tianji pill. Looking for it now is like looking for a needle in a haystack." What a good plan. Many powerful men gnashed their teeth. They never thought that the black-haired old man would replace the Tianji pill with an explosive 9 heavens thunder curse. What? The other half of the Tianji pill is missing. Under the cover of night, a cold voice sounded in a hall. The intelligence says that the third elder was trapped in the mountains and his body and soul were destroyed. The half of the Tianji pill he was escorting also is missing. Asshole. Investigate for me. Search the entire Great Chu to find that half of the Tianji pill. I will let them know the consequences of provoking my bloodthirsty palace. Late at night, Yichen dragged his wounded body into a cave. The spiritual liquid was taken out immediately, and after drinking it violently, the savage body refining technique started to work immediately, repairing the broken bones and meridians in the body. This sitting lasted for a whole day and a night. It was not until late at night the next day that he opened his eyes after exhaling a breath of foul air. At this moment, the scars on his body disappeared, his pale face became rosy, he looked full of energy and felt very refreshed. After twisting his stiff body for a while, he finally took out the big knife. Without further ado, he dug out the spirit bead embedded in it, but did not crush it. This spirit bead was used to seal half of the Tianji pill. Once it was crushed, the medicinal effect of the Tianji pill would be lost over time. I'm so lucky. Yichen's eyes were shining as he stared at the half of the Tianji pill sealed in the spirit bead, and his breath couldn't help but become rapid. Tianji pill, this is the real Tianji pill. At the auction, all the major forces fought tooth and nail for it, and it was even sold at a sky-high price of 10 million. After the auction, strong men from all sides fought for it again, and many of them died because of it. At this moment, holding half of the Tianji pill in his hand, Yichen had an unreal feeling. You must know the value of the Tianji pill, which may very well change the future of Dechu. Although he only has half a Tianji pill in his hand, it is enough to change the fate of too many people. Why do I feel that the half Tianji pill I hold is related to the future of the entire Dechu? Yichen muttered softly, touching his chin. At this moment, he heard a sound outside the cave, which made him hurriedly put away the Tianji pill and go to the cave entrance to look outside. This sight made him frown. Far away outside the cave, he could vaguely see a beautiful figure, who was stumbling along with her right hand covering her left shoulder. She was seriously injured, and judging from her posture, she was being chased by someone. Looking closely at that woman, isn't she Ji Ningxuang from Hangyue sect? Why is she here? Yichen's brows furrowed, and his eyes became bright and dark. Although he had already drawn a clear line between himself and Ji Ningxuang the moment he was driven down the mountain. However, afterwards, his former ruthless lover appeared in his world one after another, in Hangyue sect, in the netherworld black market, and now he unexpectedly met her here. Is this what is destined? Although he thought so in his mind, a hint of sarcasm flashed across Yichen's lips. Junior sister Ningxuang, why do you have to struggle anymore? A sinister laugh was heard from outside the cave, and a young man in purple clothes chased after Ji Ningxuang. Seeing the young man in purple, Yichen in the cave's eyes instantly became sharp. Wasn't that young man in purple the Lu Ji who destroyed his Dantian that day? He had seen him more than once in the netherworld black market, but he never thought that he would meet him here again. Is this irony? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Yichen's lips again, and he sneered. It was indeed ironic that his former lover and former enemy appeared together in this desolate mountain, and his former enemy was still hunting down his former lover, making it impossible for him to escape no matter where he went. Junior sister Ningxuang, where can you escape to? Lu Ji, who was outside the cave, gently waved his folding fan and followed Ji Ningxuang slowly, with a teasing look on his lips, but his eyes were full of lust. In front, Ji Ningxuang stopped, staggered, and almost fell down. She looked at Lu Ji coldly. If you hadn't plotted against me, do you think you would have had a chance of defeating me? Junior sister Ningxuang, where do you come from? I can't even say I love you enough. Lu Ji smiled sinisterly and came slowly. Clang. Ji Ningxuang on the opposite side drew her sword instantly, and the sword's dim light was swift and sharp, heading straight for Lu Ji's throat. You are overestimating yourself. Lu Ji sneered and swung the folding fan with his fingers, drawing a purple vortex in front of him. Clang. Ji Ningxuang thrust her sword at the peak of her power into the purple vortex, but it was like entering a quagmire. All the fierce attacks were absorbed by the purple vortex. As the purple vortex spun rapidly, her spirit sword was also stirred to spin. Puff. Due to the recoil, Ji Ningxuang vomited blood and retreated on the spot. How long can you hold on? Lu Ji smiled faintly, took a step forward. His figure was like a ghost. He rushed over in an instant, waved his hand and slapped out a palm print. Ji Ningxuang tapped the ground on her toes and dodged backward. As she retreated, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her jade finger, and then pointed the bloody finger at her forehead. Suddenly, a lotus mark appeared between her eyebrows at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forbidden technique. Seeing this in the cave, Yichen clenched his fists suddenly. As her former lover, he knew Ji Ningxuang too well and instantly figured out what kind of secret method Ji Ningxuang was using. That was one of the forbidden techniques of the Xinjiang sect, and it required one's lifespan as the price. Sure enough, after the lotus mark appeared between Ji Ningxuang's eyebrows, her long hair turned snow-white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her aura suddenly rose in an instant, becoming increasingly cold. Lu Ji on the opposite side couldn't help but frown after seeing Ji Ningxuang's changes, as if he also recognized this forbidden secret technique. Even if you use secret techniques, do you think you can beat me? With a sinister smile, Lu Ji's momentum rose all the way, and at his peak momentum, he even surpassed Ji Ningxuang. After 2 months, he actually broke through to the True Yang realm. Yichen in the cave couldn't help but frowned. Snap. Snap. While he was lost in thought, Ji Ningxuang and Lu Ji were already fighting outside the cave, and large tracts of towering ancient trees were cut in half. Yichen could see that although Ji Ningxuang had used a forbidden technique, because she had been injured before, her breath was unstable, and her cultivation was not as good as Lu Ji's, so she was suppressed by Lu Ji from the very beginning. The fight lasted less than a minute, and Ji Ningxuang's body was already covered with several bloody marks. Facing Lu Ji's powerful offensive, she was constantly defeated. Junior sister Ningxuang, just obey me. Lu Ji had a lewd smile on his face, but his attacks were swift and fierce. Ji Ningxuang had an indifferent expression, neither happy nor sad. Although she was at a disadvantage, her pretty figure was still as graceful as a dancing butterfly. Her snow-white hair and icy temperament added a unique charm to her. Flower, snow, ice lotus. As soon as the words came out, Ji Ningxuang formed seals with her hands and pointed directly at Lu Ji. Suddenly, it seemed as if snow was falling between heaven and earth. The flying snow, lingering around the divine clouds, gathered into ice and snow lotus flowers. Although the lotus flowers were gorgeous, they were very dangerous. Yichen had witnessed the extraordinary power of this mysterious art when he was practicing with it. Wind whistles. Lu Ji also used a secret technique and quickly formed seals with his hands. Soon, a purple whirlwind formed with his body as the center, and the attacking ice and snow lotus was shattered by the purple whirlwind. As the lotus fell, he changed his handprints again, condensing the whirlwind into a killing sword and shot it towards Ji Ningxuang. Ji Ningxuang took a step back, her crystal jade hand surrounded by spiritual light, and with one palm she shattered the killing sword that was shot at her. Don't worry, there's more. Lu Ji rushed over in an instant, waved his hand and a palm print of purple light came towards him. Seeing this, Ji Ningxuang did not retreat but advanced. A lotus mark appeared in the palm of her crystal jade hand and she also struck out with a palm. In the confrontation between the two seals, Ji Ningxuang was at a disadvantage again, and was shocked by Lu Ji and retreated again, vomiting blood. Are you still going to hold on? Lu Ji sneered and attacked again, seemingly not wanting to give Ji Ningxuang a chance to breathe. Ji Ningxuang responded passively, but had no chance to fight back. In the cave, Yichen's eyes flashed. Finally, he took out the ghost mask from the storage bag and covered his face with it. He didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Ningxuang anymore, but seeing his former lover getting hurt one after another and being humiliated by Lu Ji, he would never just sit there and do nothing. Besides, Lu Ji was his former enemy. It's not that I still have feelings for you, but I want to settle the grudge with Lu Ji. You and I have already settled it. After saying these self-deceiving words, Yichen quietly walked out of the cave. Puff. Ji Ningxuang vomited blood again and staggered back. Her breath became weak. The scars on her shoulders were surrounded by a black light, which made the wounds unable to heal for a long time. It seemed that she had been poisoned. What? Do you want to continue fighting? Seeing Ji Ningxuang stop, Lu Zirea walked towards her slowly with a playful look. Ji Ningxuang remained indifferent and silent. She staggered a little but did not fall down. It's such an embarrassing way to die. With a soft whisper, Ji Ningxuang raised her jade finger, wanting to end her life before Lu Ji could kill her. Seeing this, Lu Ji sneered, "Want to die? It's not that easy." Immediately, he transformed into a huge hand of true energy and swept it through the air. Seeing that Lu Ji was trying to stop her, Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and her jade finger suddenly pointed at her forehead. If this finger was pointed at her, she would definitely die on the spot. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind her, grabbed her slender waist, and then quickly retreated. Such a scene made Ji Ningxuang subconsciously turn her head to look at the person who saved her, but she only saw half of a ghost mask. However, she clearly felt the warmth on the palm of her waist. Suddenly, Ji Ningxuang's eyes became blurred. Although it was only half a ghost mask and she had not seen the true face of the person who saved her, it gave her heart the comfort of security. This moment was silently imprinted in her mind. On the opposite side, Lu Ji grabbed nothing with one hand and his face became extremely gloomy. A kid in the Qi condensation realm also wants to be a hero and save the beauty. With a sneer, Lu Ji hit him in the face with a palm. While Ji Ningxuang was stunned, Yichen had already rushed out, leaving a footprint on the ground with one step. He gathered all his energy into his fist and punched out with a powerful force. Boom. The fists and palms collided, making a loud bang. Yichen stepped back, his entire arm feeling numb. On the other hand, Lu Ji had a look of surprise. He was a genuine true Yang realm cultivator, but with one blow, he was not able to defeat a Qi condensation realm cultivator. Instead, his palm was hurt by the punch. I really underestimated you. Lu Jian sneered, his steps became swifter, his body became more like a ghost, and he pounced on him in an instant. If you underestimate me, you will die miserably. In order to prevent Ji Ningxuang from recognizing his voice, Yichen deliberately changed his voice, and the airflow under his feet flowed, and the secret method of speed shadow thousand illusions was immediately performed. Seeing Yichen's mysterious movements, Lu Ji was surprised again. He thought that his body movements were already very mysterious, but he never expected that Yichen's body movements were even more bizarre than his. Thinking of this, Lu Ji's eyes flashed with fiery light, and he pointed a faint light directly at Yichen's chest. Yichen dodged, but was still hit. Lu Ji poked a bloody hole in his shoulder, but he was not idle, and hit Lu Ji firmly with another mountain-shaking fist. In a one-hit duel, everyone has a winner. Especially Lu Ji, who was punched by Yichen forcefully, and felt extremely sore. The energy and blood in his body was overwhelming, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. The Qi condensation realm can actually hurt Lu Ji. Not far away, Ji Ningxuang's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She never thought that the Qi condensation monk who saved her would have such strength. She had never thought of it. You deserve to die. Lu Ji said coldly, his face became extremely gloomy, and a big seal roared out in front of him.